NASCAR on Fox at the Auto Club 500, powered by Q Motor Oil. We're at the Auto Club Speedway in Fontana, California, here in San Bernardino County. Jeff Hammond, Chris Myers in a moment, Larry McReynolds, Mike Joy, and Darrell Waltrip as the drivers get ready.
Yeah, and right now the crew chiefs are telling these drivers we got a long ways to go, and this racetrack's going to keep changing, Chris. So work with me, driver. Just work with me.
Dale Earnhardt Jr., his best finish second here. Jimmie Johnson and Jeff Gordon are on the front row. Kurt Busch will try and push Ryan Newman toward victory once again. Let's head down to the track for opening ceremonies.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, please rise and remove your hats as the Centurion Battalion Accession Task Force California Army National Guard present our nation's colors. Please remain standing as Jeff Hamilton from Motor Racing Outreach delivers today's invocation.
Good afternoon. Let's pray together. Dear Heavenly Father, before we enjoy this great event, we want to take a moment to express our gratitude for the love you've made known to us through your Son and for your blessing that is on our lives. We humbly ask for your protection for the drivers and the teams and for those serving abroad our nation in the armed forces. Now may our lives bring honor and glory to your name. Amen.
And now, race fans, please welcome the winner of the Doritos Crash the Super Bowl Challenge, Kina Grannis, to perform our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the
brave. 43 nominees on this 2-mile track. The acceptance speech at Victory Lane is 500 miles away. We're glad you're with us. It's NASCAR on Fox, the Auto Club 500. It'll be worth the wait, the Auto Club 500, as we get ready to roll here. The second of the 36 Cup races coming off the Daytona 500. And at Hollywood, look at this from the San Diego Chargers linebacker Sean Merriman, giving away some footballs. The honorary starter, three-time Emmy Award winner Brad Garrett from the Fox comedy Till Death will be the official. He'll have the Grand Marshal call in just a moment as the drivers are getting ready. ZZ Top played earlier. We saw a Hollywood producer walking around in his bathrobe. You never know what you're going to see here, Jeff Hammond, as the drivers do get ready. And Kurt Busch was with us earlier talking about Ryan Newman, the Daytona 500 winner. Sam Horn is one of their teammates, a rookie in a Dodge who had a nice run at the Daytona 500, but this is a much different race, as drivers
much different race right now, and he's going to be starting there in that 7th position, and I hope Sam realizes he needs to be a little bit careful. Green racetrack, not a lot of heat in these tires. This start could really be dicey. I mean, Chris, you got 2 veterans up on the front, but a lot of these hounds right now, they're ready to howl.
How about Carl Edwards and Casey Kane, a couple of guys I think fans are expecting a big year from?
I think they can expect it because I believe they're going to deliver. I think Carl Edwards is poised this week. Taking a look at him right now, they're getting his air hose hooked up. Casey Kane inside at number 9 of his. I believe they're getting things dialed in at Gillette Evernham. He's going to be a factor today. I think he'll run well, but Carl Edwards could be the man.
You know, Robbie Gordon had the punishment, the penalty that is being appealed here. He had some fans out here saying, hey, we support you. You know, even though you violated a rule, we want you to do well. He's another California driver.
He is another California driver, and again, we'll have to wait and see what NASCAR has to say about that rules violation come Tuesday.
It's the Auto Club 500 around this 2-mile track. Because rain washed out qualifying, they set it through the points, the owner's points of last year. So it's Jimmy Johnson on the pole. No pole sitter has ever won the race here at California. Jeff Gordon alongside, Matt Kenseth, Tony Stewart up near the front as well. And of course, Dale Earnhardt Jr., who had such a great speed weeks, trying to end that winless string. And maybe with the Hendrick power behind him, he can do it. Let's head down for opening ceremony.
And now, race fans, please welcome your Grand Marshal, the star of the TV hit show Till Death, actor Brad Garrett, as he delivers the most famous words in motorsports.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? We have lost a 2-year-old child in Kyle Busch's left ear. Gentlemen, start your engines!
All right, comedy is king in Southern California. We're not too far from Hollywood. Kyle Busch, though, did win the truck race yesterday. Maybe Brad Garrett knows something we don't. Listen up. NASCAR on Fox straight ahead. And we're glad you're with us for NASCAR on Fox. Chevys, Fords, Dodges, Toyotas, the best drivers in America are ready to roll. So let's head up to the booth. Darrell Waltrip joining Larry McReynolds and Mike Joy. Mike?
Thank you, Chris. You saw there that pit road is still a little bit damp, and there has been concern all week about what we call the weepers, water coming out of the ground, out of the asphalt, especially in turns 3 and 4. So, Darrell, green racetrack, a lot of rain last night and today. You haul off into turn 1. Are you concerned about that, or when you build speed and get off in turns 3 and 4 for the first time?
I'm just worried about everything. You know, I haven't had very much practice. The track has got water running out of it in a lot of places. I'm not sure about anything as I start this race. This is about as confused as a driver can be right now. He's getting a lot of information from a lot of people, a lot of things to worry about, look at, but he's just going to be real concerned. You can see that water leaking out of the track. That's worrisome.
Just a little bit there, and Larry, your best friend, the weatherman, you're going to be on the line to him and concerned about him as this race unfolds.
Well, as Darrell preaches a lot, 500 miles, 250 laps, a little bit of patience, a little bit of perseverance. But what I think, Darrell talked about it in the pre-race, when they take this green flag, they know that weather is threatening to the west. I think they're going to have both hands and feet up on that steering wheel because they know this race might not make it 500 miles.
Big cheer from the crowd as the field rolls off pit road. Delayed but ready to race. Let's have a look at the starting lineup for today's Auto Club 500, presented on Fox by Q Motor Oil.
What better person to talk to, Mike, than the guy that's won this race 3 times, or going for 3 in a row here. Let's see if we can talk to Matt Kenseth real quick.
Hey, Matt, it's DW. Got a copy of it.
Gotcha, Darrell.
You've won this thing. You're going for 3 in a row here, buddy. And you got a great starting spot. What do you think? How's it looking out there right now?
I couldn't hear you real good, but you know, there's a lot of unknowns going into the day. It's certainly a racetrack that I got a lot of confidence in, and got a lot of confidence in my team. So very limited practice, totally different car than we've ever ran here before. Green track, so a lot of unknowns. It was pretty treacherous yesterday, so yeah, I'm sure Chip and the boys made some good changes here, and hopefully we'll be okay.
How about the weepers? We've been talking a lot about the water seeping up out of the track. How does it look from your perspective there?
Well, I'm just getting ready to see it. I haven't really even seen it yet. So, so far where we've been on the track here, it looks pretty good.
Keep your eye out for Gopher Cam, too. It's out there somewhere.
All right, hopefully we stay away time, Matt.
10-4, Matt. Good luck, buddy. We'll be watching.
Matt Kenseth will start in the second row in the 4th position. Time for today's FedEx Racetracks question from Rosie in Louisiana, who wants to know how many Daytona 500 winners backed up their Daytona 500 trophy with a win in the very next race.
Well, Rosie, it's been done 3 times by 3 different drivers. Richard Petty did it in 1973, Cale Yarborough did it in 1977, and most recently Jeff Gordon 11 years ago in 1997.
Log on to foxsports.com, keyword FedEx, and maybe we'll feature your letter as the FedEx Racetrack segment next week in Las Vegas. All right, down to the hardest working people in show business as far as NASCAR is concerned, our all-star NASCAR on Fox pit crew for late-breaking stories.
Well, Mike, Jimmie Johnson already has 33 Cup wins. He got his first one here in 2002. Daytona, a bit of a struggle. Jimmy finished 27th. I just spoke to Chad Canals, his crew chief, and I said, what do you guys have in that number 48? He said, I don't know. We're all going to find out together. We only got 6 laps of practice. Matt.
Steve, Jeff Gordon's looking to use California as a stepping stone to climb out of that slight points hole that he finds himself in after finishing 39th at Daytona. And you couldn't pick a better driver or a better place to pull off that feat. Gordon's won here 3 times, and when you look at his career over 17 years, 12 times after finishing 30th or worse, the very next event, he went to victory lane. Gordon, like so many others, Dick Berggren, they're racing the weather as much as each other.
Indeed. Darrell just talked to Matt Kenseth, car number 17. Indeed, he has won the last 2 spring races in a row, and he has done it the hard way. From 25th and 31st. Today, he starts 4th. This is the best starting spot he's ever had at this racetrack. Chris Devoda.
When Mark Martin made his first Cup start, Ronald Reagan was in the White House and Chris Myers had a flock of seagulls hairstyle. It was April 5th, 1981. Today, Cup start number 700. Mark said he is soaking in the moment, but he said it's not about how many he started, it's about how fast he's gone when he started them.
Getting ready to make it a great race day with the perfect balance of flavor and refreshment. Just turn left and enjoy Budweiser, the great American lager. NASCAR on Fox at the newly named Auto Club of Speedway of Southern California. And there is a report of trouble with Michael Waltrip's car, that he has been depositing oil on the racetrack.
My goodness, that it's hard to believe. I can see it streaming out there, Larry, like it's got an oil line off or something.
Yeah, he's going to try to get to pit road. Of course, we look like we're a few laps away from going green.
Because they're going to have to clean up what he left out on the racetrack, Larry.
You can see right there, all that is a deposit of oil, grease, or rear end grease, possibly transmission grease on the back panel underneath the rear spoiler of that 55 car.
That is serious.
And hopefully no damage to the car. Of course, these cars run a dry sump oil system with a lot of oil in it, not 5 quarts like in your passenger car. So hopefully no damage to the engine or drivetrain.
What they have now, Larry, is it a 3-gallon or a 5-gallon tank in these cars?
It's not quite 5 gallons, but close to it.
Michael will get a push to get back to his pit road stall. And let's take a look at how the race is made up today. This is a 2-mile super speedway out here in Southern California, so 500 miles will take 250 laps.
Pit road speed 55 miles per hour. The pit window where you want to come to pit road to get that Sunoco race fuel, 40 to 44 laps.
We asked NASCAR officials if, due to the lack of practice and the rain, they planned what we call a competition yellow for teams to come in and check tire wear early in the race, and they say they have not planned for one. They did not announce one at the drivers' meeting.
Yeah, well, you know, we had the Craftsman Truck Series race yesterday. No tire issues whatsoever yesterday, so I think that gives them confidence that these tires will be fine here today.
Here are our NASCAR on Fox onboard cameras for the day, 9 of them. And the best news right this moment is sunshine over the speedway. There is, however, weather off to the west. Hollywood, as you know, lies 60 miles due west of the Speedway, and United Artists, one of its most venerable studios, is celebrating its 90th year, producing great filmed entertainment. Look for special anniversary editions of classic United Artists titles on DVD at your local retailer.
Now, Michael Waltrip, the 55 car, he was pushed to pit road. They've jacked the left side up trying to figure out where this oil is leaking. Now, all this is perfectly legal. The only thing they can't do right here is put Sunoco race fuel in that car. You cannot fuel the car until the green flag comes out.
You see on Michael's seat there, our nephew passed away Friday, and Jason Brinkley, and I say hi to my sister Connie and to Dave. We're thinking of you.
Speedy Dry put down to pick up the oil lost by Michael Waltrip, and the jet dryers to blow it off the speedway. When the cars were lined up, there was a great concern about dampness on pit road, and now most all of pit road has a nice gray, dry look to it, especially and most importantly the entrance to pit road, where these cars have to take all that speed off and get ready to roll.
That's the most dust I've seen all week out here from that stage.
That's right. It's been a damp weekend.
It has.
Let's take a look at our race keys for this 250 lap 500-mile race. Keep the car balanced. You heard a lot of the drivers in the pre-race talk about the cars pushing, shoving the front end, or being loose, and it's very important with the speed you're running here to keep that balance just right. Be prepared mainly to get aggressive with adjustments throughout this race as this track goes through some changes. Jeff Hammond talked about it in the pre-race. Engines here, it never fails. This race can come down to a fuel mileage race, and watch that RPM. These engines, they're going to make a lot of horsepower in this cool weather, a lot of hanging RPM.
Darrell, one thing we'll see that's different from Daytona is you don't see a lot of sustained side-by-side racing here. Drivers will pull up, they will make the pass. There's a lot of give and take, because is it the speed? Is it the lack of banking? What is it that makes the drivers not want to stay side by side on this speedway?
It's pretty much a combination of all those things, Mike. It's lack of banking, and then some cars work good around the bottom, some work good around the top. But the biggest difference in this track and Daytona is how wide this track is. You only have a few options at Daytona. Here you got a lot of options as far as where you can run.
If you have a NASCAR question anytime, anything you want to know, we've got the answers for you. It's the coolest NASCAR website ever at foxsports.com, and it's called Ask the Pros, built by the Home Depot. Just type in your question. Darrell, Larry Mack, and Jeff are there 24/7 to answer it, and you'll hear the answer. Go to foxsports.com/askthepros.
You know, as we're looking into this number 20 car, the Home Depot car with Tony Stewart, who finished third in the Daytona 500, as we've all talked about, we had an awesome week and a half of speed weeks at Daytona, but Tony Stewart put it best this week in some quotes. He said, I love getting to this speedway out here in Fontana, California, because we feel like as drivers and the teams and the crews, we're controlling more of our own destiny. I'm not worried about who's coming on the back straightaway with a half lap to go, because if my car's handling good, I can go ahead and beat those guys.
We're going to have another couple laps of caution as they put down more Speedy Dry, and we'll come along and blow it away for whatever has happened to Michael Waltrip's car. Krista?
Well, the irony, Mike, after a weekend of limited activity, it has been nothing but activity down here in the 55 pit. Absolute chaos. When Michael came in, all the guys started running around. They asked for a number 12 Wiggins clamp and some oil. They went over the wall. They're trying to find the problem. There also, Michael wanted to make sure that they cleaned up the oil underneath the car so he didn't get loose in his own oil. Meanwhile, the 99 crew, they're cleaning up their pit from the oil that Michael brought in. So they have not fixed the problem. Everyone running around down here in the 55.
Thanks, Krista. We're going to have a look at Jeff Hammond's Ford Fusion 360, and maybe Jeff can tell us what a Wiggins clamp is.
Well, the thing is right now, Mike, when you look underneath one of these cars, you can see real quick all the steel braided oil lines coming out of the oil pan. It circle around through. Here's the oil lines that go underneath the car. Steel tube all the way back to the back. You see these three return lines. Here's the oil tank that we were talking about. This is where it's located, in behind the driver. This aluminum tank right here, all these lines going inside there. Now they make a variety of clamps. Now you can see here the way this union is put together. We still use a wrench to tighten these up on the oil line itself. The steel line runs underneath the car. But some of the clamps are a new style of aircraft equipment line where you clamp it together, and that's what they're talking about. It's a different breed. Now sometimes that's a good thing and other times it can be a negative, but right now this is probably the area they're working in, because they're definitely losing a lot of oil. Looked like Michael shut the engine down, because if you're losing oil from here, you lose this reserve tank, you're definitely going to burn the engine up, guys.
Thanks, Jeff. Good heads up work there. Let's show you what's happened to Michael Waltrip as he goes by.
Oh my gosh!
That's not a leak; it's a flood.
He obviously has an oil line off of the car. I mean, it's not like it's loose or anything else. It's come completely off.
And Darrell, I know we had very limited practice yesterday, but I'm just not sure I can blame that on the limited practice, because regardless of how much practice we had, these guys have a very extensive checklist they go through inside, underneath that car, over the entire race car.
I think one of the things that all these teams are dealing with these days, Larry, is all this new technology, new this, new that, new parts, new pieces. Sometimes those new parts and pieces are not quite proven enough. I'm not sure that's what happened there, but that's a possibility.
One good piece of news as we get ready to race here in Fontana is that the ceiling has lifted enough to allow the Goodyear blimp to get into the air and provide our aerial coverage today. For track-tested technology, get there on Goodyear Innovation. You see the field coming down the back straightaway, approaching turns 3 and 4. We do have weather off to the west, so we're anxious to get this party started.
Wonder if those are rain tires on the old blimp.
It has tires?
It did there on that picture. He was smoking them.
Here's the area of concern. Turns 3 and 4. You see the seams in the asphalt. The seams are unavoidable when you lay asphalt. You can only lay it so wide at a time. And that's where over the weekend they've had to do a lot of work to keep in the ground water from just bubbling up there and weeping out of the racetrack. And you see a little bit of it there.
There's some of it right there. It's kind of like the mamas and papas always said. Never rains in sunny California, but boys, when it does, it pours.
And we'll call Albert Hammond. He can sing that for us
and
a little later on.
The other one is Monday. Can't trust that day, so we need to get it done today.
Okay. Matt.
Mike Stock Car Racing had the Alabama gang, Sprint Cars, the Pennsylvania Posse, but out west, they call themselves the Mears Gangs. The Mears Gang's roots are deep in this area. Grandfather Bill moved to Bakersfield after starting his career in Kansas as an infant. Ontario Motor Speedway security guards wouldn't even let Mom Carol bring Casey to the pits unless he was in her backpack. Later that day, Casey watched Dad Roger score his first ever IndyCar Top 10 finish. 23 years later, right here in Fontana, Casey would go on to record the same feat. To carry on that Mears Gang tradition, the Mears Gears, Casey's helmet is the same paint scheme as Dad wore years ago, designed by legendary Bakersfield painter Bob Beam, who grew up just 2 doors down from Roger and Rick. And that's one thing about racing and the different generations. They pass down their passion for the sport from generation to generation.
That's great. I never knew that logo was the Mears Gears.
I never did either. But
That's cool.
It's just so neat. You saw Greg Newman in victory lane with Ryan last week after he won the Daytona 500. You see Roger Mears there with Casey, whether he's running good, whether he's running bad. And Darrell, I know for years your dad, Leroy, was right there by your side, buddy, pulling for you through thick and thin.
Michael and I talk about it all the time, how Daddy would really be in what we called hog heaven if he were around right now, because of the way things with Michael's teams and the way things are in the sport today. He would really enjoy it. Dad's there's not a driver out here that the family hadn't had to sacrifice some to get them here.
See Roger Penske right here, the winning car owner from the 50th annual Daytona 500. When he's at the racetrack, which is pretty common, that's where you'll find him, up there on top of the spotter stand. The captain.
Here's the best news of the day. 2 to go when they come to the start-finish line.
Oh, boy.
And we'll go racing. The field, top 35 set by owners' points from last year. Then winning drivers from last year, Kurt Busch. Then past champions, Dale Jarrett and Bill Elliott. And then the current point standings from 2008. That's how we get 43 starters for this race. And yet a group of drivers had to go home without ever setting a tire on the racetrack. So they're loaded and ready to go to Vegas. And we're ready to race.
You know, the 55 car looks like they've lowered the left side down, so they may be getting close with Michael. And I mentioned how this race can come down to fuel mileage.
Everything look good in there, Mike? Yeah.
Evidently, they've cranked the engine and they've asked Michael what his gauges are looking like. But one reason that you cannot fuel the car before the green flag is we used to have a lot of cars that would come to pit road at this size racetrack that started at the rear of the field and top it off when you get 1 to go, and NASCAR stopped that.
Now these laps are still pace laps. No laps have been counted. So Michael will be able to start at the tail end of the field.
And he was there anyhow. He was going to start 41st. The biggest, do they have the problem rectified?
I don't think it'd be too hard to see, because based on the way it was when they found the problem. Now that's not water on the track there going down the back where they are right now. Those are ground spots where they've ground some bumps out of the racetrack.
The Oscars are tonight, of course, and Chris Devoda had a chance to talk to some of the drivers about their picks.
I love movies. Pretty much that's all I watch. I don't do a whole lot of TV. If I do watch television, I'm usually on the movie channels watching movies.
The most recent movie that I saw was The Bucket List, and so those two characters did great. If they can get a dual role and pick up an Oscar at the same time, they both did great. Jack Nicholson and Morgan Freeman.
American Gangster was pretty cool.
I love going to the cinema, watching the movies, but if you ask me what I watched in the last 3 months, I couldn't tell you.
If someone were to play you in a movie, do you have an actor that you really enjoy or you think would do a good job portraying Bobby Labonte?
I don't know. George Clooney would be one, I think, just from the Oh Brother, We're Out There and the few times I've seen him, I think that would be kind of good.
What kind of movies do you like?
Comedy, everything but horror movie, to tell you the truth. I couldn't stand a horror movie.
You don't like them?
It's just I can't watch it.
Look at this guy. How do they make this? Old School or Wedding Crashers, Adam Sandler movies, stuff like that. It's more comedy.
When there's a lot of suspense, I just, I'll jump watching cartoons.
What do you think of Adam Sandler as Kyle Busch?
Could fit.
I think more like Will Ferrell myself.
No, we've seen that movie. We were in that movie, and it was kind of fun.
I'm going to tell you something. He's going fast.
All right. Yeah. Steve.
Mike, just listening to Jimmy Johnson talk to Chad Knaus, and he said to his spotter, Stevie Reeves, hey, let Jeff Gordon know, let the 24 know that I'm going to run turn 1 pretty wide. I'm a little afraid of the track, so he said, don't fear. I'm just going to arc it in wide. Let him know I'm not going to run him up to the wall. Krista.
The update on the 55, it was a Wiggins clamp that had fallen off. They just got on the radio and said, Michael, take a deep breath, collect yourself. Let's go.
Ready to go green. Field in the back straightaway after a long rain delay. We're ready to race.
There was a guy named Waterman that caught a lot of heck at one time. Now there's a guy named Wiggins, I guess, somewhere. He's kind of having a sleepless day.
These fans have been patient. They've shucked their rain gear, and now they're going to get rewarded. They're going to get a start. They're going to get to see the Auto Club 500.
We get this thing going, we get that vortex working, we're going to be on it.
Great shape.
We're going to be in good shape.
Sean Merriman at the ready, and so are we. Pace car dives for pit road.
DW, I was questioning if it was going to happen today, but here we go, baby. Reach up there and pull those belts tight. One more time. Let's get this West Coast party started.
All right, come on, Sean. Wave that thing. Boogity, boogity, boogity. Let's go racing, boys.
Somewhat tentative first lap for all drivers but one. Jeff Gordon speeds away from the field to lead the first lap.
Well, he was fastest guy in what little practice we had yesterday. And, buddy, he's taking advantage of starting up front. He is out of here.
Let's remember the hole he started in last week, finishing 39th. He led that lap. That's 5 bonus points.
You know, it wasn't bad enough you had to worry about the rain and the water leaking out of the track. You had all that stage right you had to worry about, too. But everybody looks like they're minding their manners. Nice start, boys.
Got a battle for second here. Jimmy Johnson in that 48 car goes underneath Matt Kenseth in the 17. I talked to Chad Knaus about this 48 car. He thinks they've got a fast car, but he's concerned about the long run.
So many of these guys there are propping these cars up and making them turn off the right rear tire, and that can get you after a while. That right rear tire heats up, that thing will get loose on you.
fourth place battle, Tony Stewart in the 20, Clint Bowyer. Behind Gordon, Johnson, and Kenseth. Oh, Matt Kenseth loses a bit of ground. Here comes smoke.
Yeah, and of course they pass him almost at the end of the back straightaway, but the problem was Matt Kenseth in the 17 did not get off too very good at all, and you can see he's going to continue to lose spots.
Bowyer, Harvick, and here comes Casey Mears in the 5.
A lot of slicing and dicing right now, boys. See that 2 car? Of course, he had to start in the back because he didn't have any points. And so he had to start in the back, and he's been coming through the field in a hurry.
That's right. Kurt Busch started 36th. Earned that spot as one of last year's winning drivers, not in the top 35 owner points.
And if you and Larry want to explain all that, y'all go right ahead.
We did twice while you folks were talking about movies downstairs.
I know while we're watching this battle here, Jeff Gordon has been like fired out of a cannon in this 24 car. We're coming to complete lap 4, and he's already built over a 2-second lead over his teammate Jimmie Johnson in the 48.
Well, Larry, those lap times that he's running right now are a lot quicker than we saw in practice yesterday. They were in the 40-0s, and right now he's 39.69 his best lap.
So for Gordon and Jimmie Johnson, who has a full second on the third place car, Tony Stewart, this has suddenly become a test session. But back here at 6th place, where Casey Mears trying to put the pass on Matt Kenseth, a whole different story.
Well, Matt Kenseth at 17, he's just in a little bit of trouble right now.
Until the first caution or the first pit stop, a lot of these cars may be off a bit because of the limited amount of practice. But some of these guys back here, they'll get them a lot better before the day's over.
After about a dozen laps, there'll be a bunch of fellas saying, I want to see the caution, I just don't want to be the caution. You hear Jeff Burton feather the throttle.
Man, he is working.
And Casey Mears has been perhaps where he was in practice, up against it. The wall, that is.
Casey Kane in the 9 car.
Kane, excuse me.
He has definitely been working that high line, and the car just got loose up off of 2.
Yeah. He popped the top on that baby.
This right here is a battle for the 13th position between Casey Kane in the 9, Ryan Newman in the 12, as well as Carl Edwards in that 99 car.
And, you know, one of the things that we left Daytona, all of us did, excited about this new car. The racing that we saw down there and the job it did down there. The concern we all had was when we get to this racetrack, what kind of show we're going to see today.
Here's the car I've been watching. We talked about him a lot in the pre-race. Kyle Busch in that 18 car. He started in the 22nd position. He's going to crack the top 10 before lap 8. We're coming to lap 7. He is on the move.
Yesterday in the truck race, Larry, he started 20th. On lap 8, he was running 6th. He doesn't hold back.
And he's running a line where nobody else has been. He's right down around the yellow line.
Now, is that the right line or the wrong line?
It works for him. Steve?
Mike talked to Tony Eury Jr., the crew chief on the 88 for Dale Earnhardt Jr. this morning, and he said we are set up loosest of all the Hendrick cars, but we feel like once this race gets going that we're going to be better in traffic as he closes up on Ryan Newman, and this racetrack will tighten up. The longer it goes, the better we'll be.
Yeah, Steve, normally what happens is the more rubber that gets down on the racetrack, we talked about this track being green. That means all the rubber's been washed off. But the more that you get rubber down, it tends to tighten the car up. The car wants to turn less and less. It will not respond to the steering wheel.
I still chuckle when I think about Kyle Busch last week when his spotter early in the race said, take it easy there, 18, and he came back and said, negatory, not rather.
If he's the loosest of the Hendrick cars, here's what that looks like.
We saw this in practice yesterday several times off turn 2 and off turn 4 with this 88 car.
Oh, that's manageable right there. That was only one little correction. He was doing it about 3 or 4 times yesterday.
Now Jeff Gordon has broken out to a 3.7 second lead. Matt's in his pit.
Mike, possible story breaking on the 24 of Gordon. A lap half ago, he came on the radio and told Steve Letarte that the water temperature has climbed just over 250. Now to Dick Berggren.
Matt Kenseth in the 17. Matt Kenseth in trouble. He is pitting. He said, we've got to pit this time right now. Paper off the grill is the biggest problem. He's overheating.
And that could be what is going on with that 24 car. You can see it right there, a little bit of paper, and you can see, look at the bottom of the right side of the windshield. That's the overflow tube. So no, there's no question he will go a lap down here on lap 10 of the 17 car.
That's a function of that splitter design. There's a shelf there below the bumper, and debris can pile up there.
Yeah, that black part at the bottom there is not open. Actually, the part that's open is up under the bumper there, and that's where that paper was stuck.
Now, we were just looking at the nose of the 24 car. I didn't see any debris on there, but Darrell, what I'm seeing, they've got an awful lot of tape on the nose of that race car.
Well, they really do. And if he's running that hot out front like this with nobody around him, he's really got a problem. He's going to have to do something pretty quick.
Now, the reason they put tape on the nose is the more tape you put there, it helps the front tires bite, puts downforce in it, plus it reduces the drag on the straightaway.
Dick, what was on Matt Kenseth's car?
Well, at least this stuff, Mike, and probably a little bit more. There were a total of 3 pieces of debris, and these are 2 out of the 3. So as you can see, that would clog the radiator quite well.
One is a paper wrapper, but the other looks like a helmet tear-off.
It's either that's a big piece. I think it's tear-offs off of the windshield, pieces of the tear-off that they put on the windshield.
When you have this much moisture in the air, that will get those tear-offs in trouble.
Big slide for Harvick there. Jeff Gordon continues to open up his lead at 3.8 seconds over Jimmie Johnson. We've completed 12 green flag laps with NASCAR on Fox.
Didn't we see?
The Auto Club 500 on Fox is powered by Q from Quaker State. Unleash all your horses. And sponsored by Toyota. Moving forward. By Sprint. Welcome to the 2008 NASCAR Sprint Cup Series. Speed is beautiful. And by Allstate. Are you in good hands?
Denny Hamlin's FedEx Toyota is in the garage. He's brought out the first caution of the day by cutting down a tire going into turn 3 and slamming the wall. Here's a look.
That is a hard lick. When that right front goes down like that, the car just will not turn.
Hamlin in the garage. Here's another look. Straight up and in. Now Matt Kenseth will get the free pass. He'll be back on the lead lap. And as Hamlin was going into the wall, Kevin Harvick made a pit stop, which he completed despite the caution coming out.
And so, okay, that's really bad luck, right?
It's great luck.
It's going to turn out to be really good luck, because see who's leading the race when this all washes out.
Let's see how it plays out. Krista?
Well, we saw Matt Kenseth overheat. That was also the concern for teammate Carl Edwards. Comes in for 4 tires. No changes, just a small air pressure adjustment. The big concern, though, for Carl is he can't see very well. He wanted a tear-off removed. Dick?
Tony Stewart also running a bit hot in car number 20. He's got chassis problems going in and coming out. Matt?
A lot of debris, Dick, on the grill of 24 of leader Jeff Gordon. He said his car, the biggest issue, free on exit. That's what Steve Letarte is going to fix the most. Steve.
Matt, Jimmie Johnson saying his car is decent. I'm a little bit tight in the center. They've made an air pressure adjustment out of the right rear tire, and they've raised the Panhard bar.
Boy, it was close between that 24 and that 48 car leaving pit road. Good thing is that 48 car has that in pit box, only has to move just a little bit, but pretty much 42 cars hit pit road right then. Everyone with 6 laps on their tires, they hit pit road, and as Darrell anticipated, it looks like that Kevin Harvick is going to be leading this race. We need to explain how this can happen. Yeah, he hit pit road right before Denny Hamlin hit the wall. Pit road's open under green. Heads up by Todd Berry, the crew chief, Billy O'Day, the spotter. They knew where the leaders were. They went ahead and came down pit road at 55 miles per hour, completed a stop, and he beat off pit road. He beat the leader, which was Jeff Gordon, so he stays out now under caution, so he's leading the race.
The reason Harvick pitted in the first place is he was pushing out a lot of water, overheating, just as Matt Kenseth was.
He was close enough to the leaders, pitting under green with the caution coming out after he hit pit road. He did not go down a lap.
You can see the water, the steam coming out of the overflow right there at the base of the windshield. Apparently, they don't think it's a problem have to come back in and put water in it. I think Kenseth did have to do that, though.
And there we're getting a report. It was a windshield tear-off that was on the grill of that 29.
Steve?
Mike, it was, in fact, a windshield tear-off, and they made sure they got everything off the grill. They wanted to make sure there was no other trash, but as Larry Mack documented, good break for Kevin Harvick.
And Darrell, you and I were talking at break. It seems like here at this racetrack, in its sister track, Michigan, especially when the wind's blowing into the beginning of a race, and I think it may be because the straightaway has banking. I'm not sure, but we end up with debris on these grills of these cars.
There's no grandstands in the corners. So the wind can come right across the fence down there, blow stuff right out onto the racetrack or right across the racetrack. If the grandstand went on around, we probably wouldn't have that problem.
And you saw from those flags, it's a stiff wind from west to east here as we get ready for the restart after the first caution of the day for Denny Hamlin's Toyota, cutting down a tire and hitting the wall. So the light is out on top of the safety car. It looks like we're getting ready for our Claritin Clear to Drive restart. Live Claritin Clear indoors and out.
Just real quickly on the 11 car, there's a good chance that that car's not hurt that badly. We saw cars wreck at Daytona, minor repair, and right back in the race.
NASCAR is moving Kevin Harvick to the tail end of the line. They have judged that the caution was out when he came down pit road. Then pit road would have been closed, and that he pitted too soon before pit road was open.
It still is a break because he would have went a lap down for sure had that caution not come out. So the penalty tail in the longest line as we're going back racing.
A little bit concerned, though, that they told him about it coming to get the green. Looked like he should have been called on that one before they come to get the green.
You've wondered if Jeff Gordon is still the hard charger of old. That restart should erase all doubts. He just shot past Jimmy Johnson, his teammate, and back into the lead.
You know, one of the things that I picked up on in some of the interviews we did from Denny Hamlin talking about the Toyota engine, apparently some of that valve train problems they were having at Daytona carried over to the unrestricted engine, and they've had to back way
turn
off.
2. Casey Mears. Ooh, gets tagged
and nowhere
hard.
for Dale Earnhardt Jr. to go in that 88 car.
2 more cars hard in the wall behind them. One is Hornish.
Someone has run underneath the 5 car, it looks
the
like.
The other's Reed Sorensen, and Mears ends up on his roof.
Sam Hornish in the 77, because I knew the car just picked up off the ground all of a sudden.
You couldn't even see Hornish from our angle.
Dale Jr. okay after running into his Hendrick Chevy teammate.
Boy, there's a fire over there, guys. Boys need to get out of those things. And I'm really worried. Here comes Casey. Good.
Sam Hornish moving around in his car. Very quick work by the Auto Club Speedway rescue officials and NASCAR officials.
What I'm worried about is this car driver's side over here that he was pinned in underneath there.
Sam Hornish has walked away from his car.
Actually, I'm looking at it upside down.
And here comes Casey.
I saw him put the window net down.
Casey's climbing out under his own power.
But you're right, Mike. What a great job by the safety workers, how quick they got there.
That was bizarre.
It was
sitting there looking at that car, and all of a sudden it just started going up in the air and turned over.
Oops. That was about the third hit that put him over on his lid. Alan Gustafson, Casey's crew chief. The red flag is out. They will stop this race. And Casey motions everybody away so he can hop down on his own. He is okay. But watch the 5 car come into view on the upper right of your screen beneath the Auto Club sign.
It's up high, and he just loses it there. Comes down right.
Just clipped Dale Earnhardt Jr.
Got turned him around. But now this is when it really is bizarre. Watch this.
Hornish already had damage, and the hood was up so high he couldn't see out of the windshield, I don't think.
Now watch Junior in the 88 come into this. Get clipped, knocking the right side sheet metal off and banging the left side. Now all drivers involved are okay.
Still inside the 12 there. Stay low, stay low. We're in it there. You got the right side door from the rear tire back.
Now we saw from the snail's trail on the track that Hornish's car wouldn't stop or steer as he got underneath Mears. It was dropping a lot of fluid and ended up just tumbling him over.
Yeah, that is bizarre.
You could see how high the hood was already buckled up on Sam Hornish's car. Mears was just sitting there, almost sitting still.
Look at all that fluid there, Larry. Hornish was pretty much a passenger by then.
Yeah, and I'm not so sure he could have done anything about it anyway. He probably lost brakes by then, and he couldn't see where he was going, and he was probably as shocked as Casey was when he ran into him.
So Reed Sorensen and Sam Hornish, who both had great drives in the Daytona 500 last week, appear to be out of this one early, along with Casey Mears, and a lot of damage on Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s car, which is in the garage. And Junior has left the building, at least temporarily.
And you know, listening to his interview before the race, it just sounded like he wasn't real sure what he had with his race car today. And of course, he was just a victim here.
A hard crash kicked off by Casey Mears has put us under the red flag in Fontana. Dale Earnhardt Jr. 9th in the Daytona 500, 40th on the board right now with his car in the garage after being caught up in Casey Mears' spin, a wreck that has also taken Sam Hornish and Reed Sorensen's cars to the garage.
Tony
This is
Sr.
from Jeff Burton.
You know, Larry, when I looked at that, it looked like something happened to that car that made it shoot up the hill like that.
Yeah, it looked like it did that little wiggle wobble there in the middle of the corner. And of course, what we have to stress is that's happening even in the middle of the corner, probably close to 170 miles per hour.
From the Goodyear blimp. And here's Dick Berggren.
With Dale Earnhardt Jr., you've looked the entire car over, looking in particular at the frame. Can the car be fixed? Can you get back out there?
Yeah, we'll try to go. At this point, we were just trying to sit there and chill. I don't know, the track's real dirty and guys just sliding all over the place and just a dirty old racetrack out there. So Casey got turned around and I don't know, it's frustrating.
Looks like it was an awfully hard hit. Are you okay?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm all right. Casey turned over, but he's probably one we ought to be worried about. But just frustrating, man. The track ain't ready today. It was dirty, and we rushed into this. It was a bad move.
Okay, thank you, Junior.
Casey Mears is okay. He climbed from the car under his own power. This is the car that caught fire under the hood, the 77 Penske Dodge of Sam Hornish. After the cars had come to rest while the drivers were still in them, flames erupted. Quick work by the safety crews as the drivers rushed out to safety. Let's go down to Jeff Hammond for today's State Farm Safety Report.
As we've just seen, the first line of defense when it comes to fire has to be the fire suit, gloves, any kind of shoes, helmets, anything like that to protect the driver himself. But there's also a second and a third line of defense inside the race car themselves. If you look very closely, these white bottles right beside the driver's seat, these are the onboard fire extinguishers that the driver can use in the event of a fire. This is a 5-pound bottle that is used to protect him inside. Now, if the heat gets too hot or a driver gets knocked a little bit, maybe rattled, it would automatically deploy, and that means it would be putting out the new DuPont FE36 or an equivalent agent, or they can also manually fire this fire extinguisher if they feel like there is a need. Also, for the rear part of the car, you'll notice this larger bottle. This is a 10-pound FE36 DuPont agent that goes all the way into the trunk of the car. Now, this is designed so in the event of a hard lick to the back end of the car, like we saw the flames a minute ago, when it happened on the 77 car, when the flames erupted, in case the 5 car needed it, you'll notice all of a sudden there is an extinguisher head here in the trunk area. So if this fuel cell, for some reason, would get ruptured, catch on fire, it would automatically extinguish this fire and help prevent any kind of injuries. Guys, we know fire is the one thing that drivers cannot deal with, and today we saw a lot of good response, not only by the safety equipment, but the safety workers.
Thanks, Jeff. We're under the red flag at 21 laps here in Fontana.
And you could see as they take the 77 away, what he did is he knocked the carburetor off the thing.
Yeah.
So that's what caught it on fire. And that looks like is that a former driver?
Looks like he is.
He is a former driver. I remember
raced in the SCCA.
Well, I remember seeing him in Days of Thunder myself.
I was thinking Days of Thunder. Cole Trickles, who I was thinking of.
Where's Harry Hogg?
Now, Denny Hamlin brought out the first caution flag of the day for his trip into the wall in turn 3, and Dick Berggren spoke to Denny in the garage.
Denny Hamlin, you've just watched this big crash. Your crew is working on your car. Can you get it back in the race?
Yeah, I'm sure we can get it back out there, but I think there's 42 other drivers that would agree that we should not be racing on that racetrack right now. I hit a slick spot, and that's why my car took off. You know, you can see it. You can really even see it on TV, and right at the seams, it's seeping a lot of water. My car just took off. I hit a wet spot, and I'm not going to be the last one, I'm sure. I mean, it's may not exactly been the cause of that crash. I don't know, but I know it was the cause of ours.
Okay, Denny Hamlin in the garage.
So thanks, Dick, and that corrects what we said earlier, that he did appear to cut down a tire, and that was the analysis by his spotter, Curtis Markham, on the roof. But as Denny just said, he hit one of those seams and the car just took off on him.
Yeah, it's just like the 5 car. I'm not so sure what happened to him. He didn't just get up high by himself.
Now, they were working on the 11 car, but the NASCAR rules, when the red flag comes out, all work has to cease on race cars. You can't work on anything in the garage area or on pit road.
Back to the garage, Dick Berggren.
And Reed Sorensen is in the garage. Helmet is still on. His crew is surrounding this car with tools. They're all ready to go back to work again. Reed behind the wheel still with his helmet on. What's the racetrack look like to you?
That's okay. It's pretty dusty when they had to put all the oil dry down, but I don't think that caused the wreck or anything. I didn't really even see what happened, but just hate it for this blue Energizer car. It was running pretty good. The track seems to be about the same as it was in practice yesterday, but we'll get it back out there and just try to make some laps.
Several different views of the condition of the racetrack, Mike.
Well, and Sorensen was coming off a string of top 5 finishes that included the Budweiser Shootout, the Gatorade Dual qualifying race, and the Daytona 500, in which he finished 5th.
As I look at this car, I was looking at the A post right there, and I noticed how much paint is already knocked off of there, like it's been sandblasted from the sand and dirt and debris that's out there on the racetrack.
I'd say you're right, Darrell. That's exactly what it looks like.
And look at the windshield there. I mean, we've run 21 laps, and that windshield looks like it's been run all day.
The Santa Ana winds out here blow all the time, and usually it is dry and a bit dusty. We did have to put down Speedy Dry for Michael Waltrip's oil leak before this race got the green, and we've had a lot of rain here over the past 3 days.
And what I saw in the garage area there, Reed Sorensen's crew, Jimmy Elledge, and that whole group, they're making a plan. And just like I mentioned, they can't go to work on that car. They can lay tools out. They can lay parts out. They can look underneath like that. You just cannot physically start work on the car.
Back in the 70s, you could change engines during a race, and I remember was Buddy Parrott the crew chief, Darrell, for you, when during a red flag they laid everything out so they could change that engine when the yellow came out, and how quickly did they get that changed for you?
11 minutes.
To change an engine.
Change the engine.
Gosh.
It was at Martinsville, and we finished 10th.
And that rule has been changed. You have to end the race with the same cylinder block that you start the race, because guys were starting to get burnt and hurt trying to change engines this quick.
Good thing. Casey Mears has been checked at the Infield Care Center and released. So everyone involved in that crash is okay. Here's your AT&T race break. Go inside the world of Richard Childress Racing with special features on Jeff Burton and the number 31 team exclusively on your AT&T handset. Or visit att.com/CV. Chris?
All right, thanks, Mike. With Jeff Hammond here at the Hollywood Hotel, up from the Ford Cutaway car. And, well, different views on the racetrack from Dale Earnhardt Jr., Denny Hamlin, even Reed Sorensen. What's your view of things so far?
Well, it's chaotic. I mean, it's like I said early on, we didn't know what to expect. Some of the guys are blaming the racetrack. Other guys are maybe just the cars are not quite like they need to be. But you can see carrying the speed around here, when something happens, it usually winds up being pretty big.
All right, well, let's just recap in case you tuned in late, which was actually early because we had a rain delay of more than 2 hours. They dried the track before we actually got going. As you can see, they got the jet dryers out here to try and make sure the 2-mile track was ready to go. A loose oil line causing the oil leak in the 55 of Michael Waltrip. That was before they actually started the race, trying to correct the problem for Michael. And once we got to racing with Jimmie Johnson on the pole, Matt Kenseth, who's won this race the last 2 times they've run this time of year, overheating, had to pit when a lap down. And you heard Denny Hamlin talking about hitting a wet spot and a tire problem on lap 21, bringing out a caution as he went into the wall. On that caution, Matt Kenseth got his lap back. And then moments ago, the red flag coming out after, keep your eye on Rick Mears, or I should say Casey Mears, who is the nephew of 4-time Indy 500 winner Rick Mears, and then Dale Earnhardt Jr. into him, and then eventually Sam Hornish in the 77 car, and out come the flames.
Yeah, this is where things really get ugly right here. 77 car literally goes up underneath the 5, picks him up and over. Shortly after that, things got real interesting because it caught on fire. Krista, what's going on?
Out of the care center, Sam Hornish has walked out, and Sam, it looked ugly out there. Were you able to see the 5? What happened?
Basically, I was in the middle of 2 other cars. We were, racing 3 wide and coming off the corner, and saw the smoke up ahead of me before the spotter could even get it out of his mouth that there was somebody spinning, and there was nowhere to go either way. And the 41 car got slowed down, and I hit the back of him, and it pushed the hood up, and I couldn't see anywhere nor steer the car anymore either. So we were kind of along for the ride at that point in time, and then obviously hit the 5, and the front of the car started on fire. So. Not a very good day for the Mobil 1 Dodge, but we're out here trying to get as much experience as we can, moving forward, being a rookie, competitor, and obviously this doesn't help us out much, but we'll shake it off, go to Las Vegas next week, and see if we can't do better.
Thanks, Sam. Glad you're okay.
All right, thank you, Krista. 4 cars involved, as Mike Joy pointed out. All the drivers are okay, and we also have Dale Earnhardt Jr. in the 88 car. Can he repair his car and get back into it? I think Dick Bergman has more on that. Dick?
Yeah, look at all this stuff, Chris. This is all from Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s team. They've got all the sheet metal need to rebuild the car. A mechanic just walked by me with a couple of lower control arms. Those are major, big, heavy suspension pieces. They are ready to totally rebuild this car and get Earnhardt back in the race.
All right, let's get a quick update on Casey Mears as we check out the action here, Jeff. Let's check in actually with Krista, who is with Casey Mears. Krista?
Yeah, Chris, still down here at the care center. Casey Mears has come out. Casey, looked like you got the worst end of that. Are you okay, and what happened?
Yeah, we just got a little bit loose getting down into 1. I don't know. A couple times I hit the water. There's the upper seam still seeping a good bit of water, and I hit it quite a bit down in 3 and 4. It was a little bit worse down there, and there was a little bit down in 1 and 2. And right as I got to the bottom, I got loose, and I don't know if it was right about the time I crossed that seam. I don't know if that was the reason or not, but I hadn't been real loose, and that time I was. And we about had it saved. It just kind of brushed the back end, brushed the wall, and unfortunately we had to come back across the track, and all the cars were coming by, and I just saw in the medical center there that it was I think it was Junior that we ended up hitting, which is very unfortunate for our team, but it's just tough now. I mean, we between Daytona and now here, we're down in the points, and fortunately it's the first couple races of the year, and we got a lot of them to get it back, but it's definitely not the way you want to start the season.
You survived that first hit, and then you get kind of crunched. How was that?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure guys are scattering. You know, I mean, it's hard to say why that happened. I mean, we were about stopped. You know, I didn't get to see the full replay, but obviously, you know, when something like that happens, guys are going everywhere just trying to get away. And I don't know why Sam ended up where he was, but you know, when everybody's scattering, you never know what's going to happen.
That's Casey Mears.
All right, thanks, Krista. And 21 laps in. Jeff, let's go back, if we could, to Dale Earnhardt Jr. and his car getting repaired to be able to get back into this race.
Well, I think Dick pretty much summarized what's going on right now. They've got a game plan. They feel like they can, you know, fix this car, make the necessary changes to the lower control arms that were damaged. The body parts look like they're pretty much laid out, ready to go. So these guys do a really good job of being prepared. So once they go back green, or I should say, once they have the racetrack back under caution instead of red flag, they'll be able to go back to work. So it'll kind of work out in their favor. They've got a game plan. They're all sitting there studying it. NASCAR officials, you see him standing there in the black uniform, talking to the crew. They just can't work on it. They can look at it all they want to, make all the plans they want. They just can't work on it until they get that yellow condition.
That's our AT&T race break. Look inside the world of Richard Childress Racing. Jeff Burton on the 31 Chevrolet using CV on your AT&T handset. You can access all the inside RCR contents. Currently, Jeff Gordon is your leader, followed by Jimmie Johnson and Tony Stewart. 21 laps in under a red flag here in California.
Welcome back to the Auto Club 500, powered by Q Motor Oil on Fox, and we've taken some further looks at what happened to Casey Mears. And let's show you Mears as he's coming through here, and look at the weepers on the racetrack. Now here's Casey Mears. Watch him as he gets to that damp spot on the racetrack with his left side tires there, and watch what happens.
And watch the other cars that kind of straddle or go around that wet spot. He happened to go right through it.
He's about the only one through that group that we saw go right through it.
Okay, now here is Mears again up the top of the racetrack.
That's after he got loose and took off up the hill. Now he's up there in the loose stuff. And man, it comes right down into Dale Jr.
And here's a final look. There is Casey up there, way up out ahead of Jeff Burton. And you'll see the damp section of the racetrack there. And
yeah, the car just got out from under him in that wet place.
And I want to stress, we've been fighting this since Friday. They get the track dry, but as you mentioned, Mike, those seams, they get it dry, and then it just starts weeping water again, right where the pavement meets each other.
And when you're going 200 miles an hour, it's kind of like black ice. You don't necessarily, or you're not able to depict that that's a wet spot. You find that out if you hit it a time or two, hopefully without the kind of results that Casey had.
There you see some of the weepers where that water just seeps out of the seams in the asphalt. Friday night, crews worked here all through the night, digging up and sealing and filling. But still, anytime you have a great accumulation of groundwater after a long suspended rain here in Southern California, as in many parts of the country, you're apt to have these issues.
Yeah, I remember we had an issue like this, I don't know, several years ago in Texas.
Second time we went there, I think, in 1998.
So we have 21 laps complete out of 250, and we are under the red flag at Fontana. Jeff Gordon has led almost all the laps so far.
The Auto Club 500 on Fox, powered by Q Motor Oil, is sponsored by Budweiser. Reach for the perfect balance of flavor and refreshment. Budweiser, the great American lager.
Red flag at 21 laps. We hope to resume shortly. Next Sunday, NASCAR on Fox moves to Las Vegas, where Jimmie Johnson goes for 4 in a row. It's the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series from Las Vegas Motor Speedway, 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time, 12:30 Pacific in high definition, and only on Fox. Here at Fontana, the report is that where the cars are parked in turns 1 and 2, Speedway looks pretty good. 3 and 4 needs a bit of work. We listened in on Jimmie Johnson and crew.
Yeah, there was. I think once we stopped, it got worse, at least from what I watched here at 2. Now they did a good job over here. They've got it dried up for now.
I'm sitting there and I'm watching what happened with Casey there, and he was, as he was going through the corner there, that was a lot of water he ran through. I think that's why he lost it.
They are going to start the cars and bring them around to pit road so the jet dryers can work both ends of the speedway. NASCAR officials and speedway officials out having a look, and there is one of the worst areas of where this water is coming up through the seams in the asphalt. Now, Larry, the 5 and the 88 teams that were involved in that crash, they share a shop at Hendrick Motorsports in Concord. And what's going to be the mood Monday morning when those teams come into work, when these cars come back in the shop all wrecked? And I mean, it's hard when teammates take out each other, especially when they share a facility.
But certainly Dale Earnhardt Jr., the 88 team, Tony Eury Jr., they realized certainly Casey was a victim. I think what they're going to be the most upset about is why the 5-car wreck. That's probably going to upset them as much as anything.
Yeah, I think that when they look at the tapes, which they already have, you heard the guys talking about it, and they see how much water was running out of the racetrack. And you know, NASCAR asks these guys before they go green. I mean, I can remember every time they'll say, you know, how's the track look? What do you think? And, of course, with the cars running over that water, it might be dissipating it some. But now that they've stopped, we're seeing the real results of it.
The red flag is still out. They are moving the cars around to pit road to accommodate track drying. So here is a race summary brought to you by Q Motor Oil. Jeff Gordon has led all but 2 laps. Those 2 laps were led under the caution by his teammate Jimmie Johnson, who beat Gordon off of pit road. 32-minute red flag for the 4-car crash triggered when Casey Mears got into a little bit of the wet stuff and spun up in turn 2 and collected Reed Sorensen along with Sam Hornish, Dale Earnhardt Jr. Denny Hamlin brought out the first caution for a similar reason, sliding in the water in turn 3 and crashing into the wall, and he is in the garage area.
There's that opening where you take Aaron on this COT down here, the new car. That is slanted. It's not actually straight up and down, and you can see the angle on it, and that's why that stuff has that. There's a cavity there, and that's why that stuff on this car particularly will get stuck on that grill a little bit more than what we've seen in the past maybe. There's another look at it.
And Mike, you talked at the top of the day about the unknowns, and we've raced this car 17 times, including at the 500 last week at Daytona, but I think this is still unknowns for this high-speed racetrack, how you need to cool these things and the efficiency that you need.
Agreed, Larry. We talked about a lot of unknowns. The racetrack was not one of them. Today is scheduled to be an inadvertent doubleheader. The NASCAR Nationwide Series was rained out last night. That race is scheduled to be run 1 hour after the checkered flag waves on this race. So it'll be a long Sunday evening here for NASCAR and the teams and our TV crews and the fans.
This car is still a work in progress.
Yes.
When we went to the small car back in 1981, when we downsized to the Buicks and everything else, it took us 2 years before we finally got comfortable with that car.
You know, Mike, you mentioned that we're looking at Clint Boyer right now. We have several drivers that will be doing that double duty, running 800 miles. And, you know, as I walked through the garage here this morning, I noticed a lot of things about these cars, and so much has been done for safety of these drivers. But I know a lot of these guys, they run the LaJoie seat. Randy LaJoie, who won the Busch Series championship a couple of times. And Randy and his group, they've put as much effort into the comfort of the driver as they have the safety.
Well, that's always been the compromise. We don't just sit in this thing for an hour. We sit in these things all afternoon, 3.5, 4 hours. So a lot of the things that we used to do was a compromise. We didn't want to wear a 3-layer uniform because it was too hot. We didn't want to wear gloves, too hot. Didn't want a full face helmet, too hot. So a lot of the things that we've gone to are out of necessity, and still comfort's got to be a consideration.
So rain right now, not a consideration, but the drivers are stopping along pit road as they work to try and dry the weepers up in the corners here at the Auto Club Speedway. If you've got a NASCAR question anytime, anything you want to know pops into your mind, we've got the answer for you. FoxSports.com's Ask the Pros, built by the Home Depot. Just type in your question, and DW, Larry Mack, or Jeff Hammond will be there to answer it for you 24/7. Go to FoxSports.com/AskThePros. And that got how many websites right after the Daytona 500?
They told me from the time it was, I think, promo during the Daytona 500 until Monday evening, I think it was over 16,000 hits.
Thanks, folks.
This, the crews, they'll stay warmed up, and it looks like we've got some serious work that's about to go on here.
Yeah, we've got a concrete or an asphalt cutting blade there.
Just go down to Hammond. He's got a demonstration, I'm sure, of that particular piece of equipment. I know he must have one down there somewhere.
That is not what Tony was going to allow the media to cut his hair with, should he have won the Daytona 500. So they're going to cut a few grooves, I guess, to allow that water, give that water somewhere to channel and to go, other than to lay up on the asphalt and be a problem to these race cars, because stock cars run on treadless tires. There are no sipes in these tires at all to dissipate even the slightest amount of moisture.
So we're going to do a little grooving on a Sunday afternoon.
I hate it when you're punny, but that was good.
That was.
That was good.
That's like a French drain, isn't it? When you cut.
No, not exactly.
But Daryl, I heard you in the pre-race address something, and I want to go a step further because we get this question a lot. I bet Ask the Pros is being asked this question right now as we speak, why we do not have rain tires. The only place that rain tires will work is on a road course where you turn left and you turn right. If you ran rain tires in an oval like here at California Speedway, there's so much load on the right side tires, even in wet conditions, it would wear those tires out so fast you couldn't keep them on there fast enough.
I've run road races in the rain, and mostly you spend a whole lot of time following the safety car at a slower speed than you drove to the racetrack that morning, because things happen. Folks want to see stock cars get maximum adhesion on a dry racetrack and have a good competitive race.
Well,
not run in the rain.
And the other thing is when you run in the rain, you got to have defrosters, you got to have windshield wipers, you got to have all this other equipment to make it work, and it's not just as simple as putting tires on.
Dick Berggren has caught up with Tony Stewart.
He's out of his car talking to Greg Zipadelli, his crew chief. What is the condition of the racetrack in your view, Tony?
They got it dry down there in 1 and 2. I really didn't see exactly what they're working on in 3 and 4. There's officials out on the track, so we just try to give them as much room as possible. But the good thing is we trust NASCAR and we trust their officials, and if they don't think it's right, I mean, we got to sit here and wait till it is right. You feel bad for every one of these fans and everybody that's watching. I mean, it's everybody wants to see us race today, and we want to race for them. So hopefully we'll get it straightened out to where we can get back out there for them again.
Started 6th, running 3rd currently. How's the car?
Not real good yet, but these things are so bad track position wise, you can't afford to give it up. So the good thing is it'll give us some time to sit here and talk about it and come up with a game plan on what to do. Our teammates coming through there pretty good, so we'll, I'm sure, compare notes with those guys and see where we're at versus them and try to get it better.
Okay, thanks, Tony.
Stewart is 3rd. Kyle Busch, the teammate he referred to right now, is running in 8th. There's Kyle.
And there's a guy that is having so much fun. I mean, all he does is when he gets to the tracks, where's my car? Where's my car? Where's my truck? Where's my truck?
But where's the next one?
Go, go, go.
And realistically, of course, he won the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series race. I think he's leading those points now after 2 races. Now, I know we're only 2 weeks in the season, but realistically, he could leave here leading the points in all 3 series, the Nationwide Series, the Truck Series, as well as the Sprint Cup Series.
Don't think anybody's ever done that.
Nope.
I know it hadn't.
Krista.
Well, we are just hanging out down here on the track, and I mean literally just kind of hanging out down here, sitting down here with Jay Granary and Mark Martin and Martin Truex, and these guys are discussing the track, so I'm going to kind of just worm my way in here. All right, guys, how is it out there?
I'm loving it. I just, we need to run a while and get some rubber down. I think our car's going to get better the longer the race goes. We've got a lot of racing to do yet, so I'm pretty encouraged. It's a struggle right now because the car's pretty free, but it's turning great. And I think over the long haul, it'll pay off for us.
Any concern with that water kind of seeping up there in 3 and 4, Martin?
Well, it's bad when you hit it, I can tell you that. I hit it a few times and had my hands full, but fortunately we were able to stay out of that wreck. I was real close to getting in it. I'm not sure how I made it through, but the car's pretty good, pretty happy with it. It was real nice at the start of the race and got in the water a little, lost some spots, but I feel like we're gonna have something here as the track goes. As we get some green flag running, get some rubber down, get the track cleaned up. It's just real hard right now. You really had to hit your marks. You miss it by 6-8 inches and you get in that water and it was ugly. So we'll get the track fixed up, we'll go racing, and hopefully have a good day.
All right, that's Martin Truex, Mark Martin. Mike?
Thanks, Krista. Slip sliding away on a kind of damp racetrack has given us 1 caution flag and a red flag, and 4 cars under repair in the garage. We'll be right back with NASCAR on Fox.
Under a red flag here at the Auto Club 500 in Fontana, California. 21 laps in, and the incident here, 4 cars involved. Casey Mears, and then in the 77 car, Sam Hornish Jr. into him, bringing out the flames. Reed Sorensen and Dale Earnhardt Jr., their cars also involved. Drivers all okay. With Jeff Hammond, Chris Myers here at the Hollywood Hotel. That's why, part of the reason why we have the break in the action. We got a late start because of rain, and then there's some spots on the track.
You got weepers.
They're trying. I thought that was you when you didn't get your way.
No, that's you. That's the same thing.
That's the water seeping through it. You see, they're trying to figure out a way to cut it so they can drain. Now, Friday night they had this problem, right, with through the practice session,
right,
and they thought they'd corrected the problem.
Yeah, they thought they had it cured. I mean, they actually dug up part of the racetrack down there and did some work on it. But, again, we've had a lot of water fall on this racetrack in the last few days, and it's really underneath this track, and it's starting again, put a little bit of pressure on it, and everything else kind of, adds up, and it starts finding a way back out. And unfortunately, it's, stopped the race at this moment, and they're working on it to try to make things safe for the guys. But, Chris, as far as the crew chief and the driver, this is the hardest thing you can do, is just start and stop, start and stop. I don't care what they say. You get out of your rhythm. You get out of your little mindset. Now you've got to get everybody, like you see Greg and Tony sitting there talking. There's Chad Knaus talking to Steve Letarte. You can share information, but, you need to get these drivers kind of like back on track, and that sometimes can be difficult.
All right, one of those guys sitting, waiting it out, Jeff Gordon, and he is standing by with our Matt Yoka. Matt?
Chris, this situation reminds me of a couple years ago at Martinsville. You and I had a conversation when Mike Helton and track officials were pulling out some concrete to do some repairing. A little bit different that day, though, compared to this day.
Yeah, I still have the front end on my car, and I'm a lot happier right now. I hate that the weather's kind of puts us in this position. Our DuPont Chevrolet is awesome, so we're having a lot of fun out there, and just really proud of Steve Letarte and all these guys for giving me that good of a race car. So we obviously didn't want to see it stop or anything happen, and glad Casey Mears and those guys are all right. That was pretty wild and crazy. I just saw it on the video there, but it did seem like it was getting a little bit worse, the water seepage, and so they're doing the right thing. We'll see what happens.
Now, Friday, you went out in one of the pace cars and checked out the racetrack when they had a weeper problem then. Is this issue in the same area that we had the issues on Friday?
Yeah, it's just a little bit more. We've had a lot of rain over the last 24 hours, and so I think that it's a little bit worse right now. I really thought once we got the race going that it might actually, all the cars and the heat and the track temperature coming up, maybe it might slow down, but it did start getting a little bit worse there at both ends of the racetrack. So right now, when we came in here, it was the best that I'd seen it all day. But, if that's something that's going to reoccur and come back, they got to get it fixed.
And the rocket ship?
The rocket ship, that's exactly what it is today. I think some guys are being a little cautious with, you had to be real precise in your lines. You had to either run the bottom or the middle. You had to go around the water. So, I think with the temperatures, I think guys are holding back a little bit, especially my teammate back there. So we're having fun, and when you got a car that good, you want to get up there and lead and see what it's got, and we'll see what happens. But if it stays anything like this, we got something for him.
Jeff Gordon chasing that 4th win here in California. Steve?
Matt, with his teammate Jimmie Johnson, who got his very first Cup win here and won here in September. Jimmie, we're asking all the guys, what is the condition of the racetrack from your point of view from that race car?
Well, it's tough to see the wet spots, but when you drive over the top of them. I noticed some stuff on both ends of the track before the race started. And went to green, it seemed like we were okay, but I'm sure on a restart, as everybody's getting up to speed and trying to be aggressive and make positions up at the start of a run, that once you cross over that paving seam, you get on the water and you just lose control of the car. The track looks better now as we came into park on pit road than it did before we started the race. So I think things are going in the right direction, but it's unfortunate we lost a bunch of cars in the process.
Your pit stall is way on down that way, but towards turn 1. But I got to tell you, it's a little bit of a media circus down there. Tom Cruise is in the pits. What's he doing?
He's enjoying some racing. He and Rick worked together and got to know each other really well through the Days of Thunder experience. I had a chance to spend some time with him recently, and after a few minutes of hanging out with him, I could see that look in his eye, that you see in somebody that loves racing and has been inside the seat before. And I'm glad to see him out. Glad to see him at the racetrack and having some fun hanging out with Mr. Hendrick.
Cole Trickle making a comeback.
That's true.
Let's go to Dick Berggren.
With Jeff Burton, who is currently running 9th. Your take on what's going on out there on the racetrack?
I just feel bad for the racetrack. I mean, they've had no luck whatsoever this weekend and doing all they can. 1 and 2 looks pretty good, but 3 and 4 was wet when we first started, and you could kind of sort of run around it. But I think it's gotten worse as the day's gone on, and I think this red flag, it seemed like it got worse and it got longer and bigger. So I don't know. They'll keep digging. They'll get it. We'll be here for a while, but they'll get it.
Okay, thank you, Matt.
Checking in with his teammate Kevin Harvick, who almost won this race 1 year ago. Well, we've got 21 laps in the books. How would you describe your day so far?
It's been pretty eventful. We got a bunch of trash on the grill there, and our Shell Pennzoil Chevrolet is really, really fast, and just had to come in and pit right there.
All right, looking at the racetrack as far as the weepers, did you basically choose the high side or low side trying to dodge?
Well, I mean, the racetrack really wasn't ready to start with. There was water running out of the track down in 3 and 4, and I think a lot of them were telling Matt, and just it's worse now than it was then. So just a little bit wet.
All right, thank you, Kevin.
No problem.
Let's go to Chris Devoda.
And we're down here on the grid, and Jamie McMurray is going to get his helmet out for us because he is very proud of this helmet. So, Jamie, what do you want to show us here?
Well, Nick Pastura paints all my helmets, and I'm pretty hard on him because I always want something cool and something different. And, we've incorporated all the autism puzzle pieces in the background, and it's something very special for me. Every time I get in the car, I'm reminded not only of the foundation that we have, but also of my family because I'm affected by that personally. So it's something that I'm proud of, and I think it's cool. And your helmet is your identity when you're in the car, and it's more so maybe for the guys in the open wheel because that's what you see. But I think even for for the NASCAR guys, it's important to have a cool helmet.
Are you proud of me? Because look, I've got my puzzle piece on. Did you see that?
You have your puzzle piece on every week.
I know, I do.
Artie Kempner is a good teacher, good instructor at helping create awareness for autism, so that's cool.
We also want to show you have, of course, on the car you have the autismspeaks.org. And another charity that you guys were helping out this week, you saved some space on your car for Dress for Success. There's a couple of ladies here who are part of that program. It was their first time on an airplane, first time in a NASCAR race. What do you think they're experiencing right now?
Well, I hope they get to experience some more racing, but I did get to meet the girls in the Crown Royal suite today, and they seemed a little bit overwhelmed. And when I walked in, I didn't know the whole story initially, and I'm like, have you guys been to a race? And they're like, no, never. And I'm like, well, you're going to have a great time today. The Crown has a beautiful suite up there, so they've got the VIP treatment all week.
Thanks, Jamie. Chris?
All right, thank you, Krista. Jamie talking about Artie Kempner, our esteemed director, calling all the shots to bring you the pictures today, and we hope to go racing once again. Jimmie Johnson, by the way, did lead a lap, so it's the 11th straight race that Johnson has led, his the longest streak of his career so far, and Jeff Gordon currently leading at the time.
Well, this here is definitely good news right now. If you saw Buster Alton standing on the track a minute ago, NASCAR official, I think he's telling these guys it looks like they got their job completed, and he's getting ready to wrap everything up. So may get a chance to go back racing here.
Is that Buster right there?
That's Buster right there.
I wouldn't want to mess with Buster.
No.
All right, we'll continue NASCAR on Fox. We're only 21 laps in. We have a long way to go, but we're getting ready to go racing again here in California. The Auto Club 500, powered by Q Motor Oil, is sponsored by the auto parts experts at AutoZone. Get in the zone. AutoZone. By Amp Energy, for energy, focus, and control. Amp yourself. And by Enterprise Rent-A-Car. We'll pick you up. This is the hottest place to be. The California Speedway.
Jeff Gordon wins it. NASCAR on Fox.
And NASCAR on Fox, back at the Hollywood Hotel. Kyle Busch won the truck race yesterday, having a good time. So they don't mind hanging out. And Jeff, we appreciate the drivers talking to Krista and Steve and Matt and Dick, helping us through not only the rain delay at the start of things, but now we have a red flag out and a slight delay as they have to get serious once they get racing again.
Well, there's no other sport that I know of that during the course of the event, you're able to kind of like do a timeout and spend that much time, really watching the guys interact with one another, talk to them, ask them about what's going on, what their thought processes are. I mean, it's great to have this kind of relationship with the drivers.
We talked about Denny Hamlin's incident earlier, hitting the wet spot. He's only failed to finish 2 of 80 career races coming into today, and he hopes to get his car put back together enough to be able to compete? As Clint Bowyer, as that Jeff Burton, they look like they're getting along just fine after last week.
like I say, the heat of the battle, a lot of times things get kind of like blown out of proportion, but I'm sure those two guys right there are great teammates, and it's going to be fine. They're going to work together. They're going to win races.
David Reagan, Matt Kenseth's teammate as well. And does it get into the head of a driver? I know they're relaxed now, but those spots out on the track until, as NASCAR is addressing the issue after the comments, Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Denny Hamlin were very clear that they didn't think the track was ready, at least completely ready.
Well, anytime you have an accident, you can kind of like say, hey, that's what caused it. That's going to be the situation you're going to discuss. But, yeah, I'm sure NASCAR is working very diligently right now to be able to get this issue resolved so we can see some good racing and take that little factor away from them so they can ease their mind and really get focused in on racing one another.
After the energy and excitement of a great Daytona 500 finish, we come here, and let's look big picture, because after this, it's Las Vegas,
right.
And there's no break now for drivers. So it is important if they can get the race in and get it in a competitive manner that they can move forward.
Yeah, you got to move forward, and you got to think about it like this right here. We've got to go back or either have other vehicles transport secondary cars out here to be able to do the race next week at Las Vegas. So, we're 3,000 miles away from our home bases. We need to get back and try to, get a few things on track. So how you get out of the box kind of sets the tempo for the whole entire season. So having a good second race after running Daytona, followed by Las Vegas, and getting on back to the East Coast like we're going to be running Atlanta and Bristol later on, Martinsville. There's a lot of racing that, you got to be prepared for, and the early part of the season really can dictate your season.
Right, 36 races, of course, 26 before we get to the chase for the Sprint Cup Championship. Let's head down trackside again, check in with Dick Bergman. Dick?
And Kyle Busch and Carl Edwards are not teammates, but they were sharing some interesting information. Come on in, take a look at this seat in Carl Edwards' car. Notice how the floor of the seat is tipped up. Carl says that really helps you a lot in a hard frontal crash, and I bet it does. It just spreads all that impact energy out, doesn't it? Looking at this racetrack, now you raced on dirt all these times. Can't you just go sideways and step on the gas and get through all this stuff?
Yeah, that'd be fine. Yeah, if you hit it with all your tires, it's fine. But you saw it from Denny, and I saw Greg almost lose it. And the way our windshields are all covered with stuff, you can't hardly see the wet spots. So it's a surprise when you hit it.
Let's take a look at that windshield. Goat, can you come on over here? And meanwhile, while Goat's doing that, I'm going to ask you, Carl, how difficult is it to see through that windshield with all the speedy dry spots and the pock marks on it?
For me, it's real difficult. Hopefully we'll get to tear them off. I think everybody's kind of in the same boat. There's some wetness out there, some moisture, and it's coming up on the windshields. And it's one thing to have it, wet out there. It's another thing we can't see the spots. That's the hard part, but kind of a braille method right now.
Okay, and Kyle Busch, how are you doing out there?
Do what?
How are you doing out there on the racetrack?
I'm doing all right. We drove from like 22nd to 5th or 6th or something like that. So car was pretty good. Interstate batteries, Camry's doing well, and we'll keep just making some changes on it on pit road. We already changed some stuff, a little bit tight in the center, but overall happy with it. So we'll just keep it going and hopefully get back out there and try to get this race in.
I think that's just what that NASCAR official would like you to do. Get out there. Steve.
Greg Biffle, Dick, and Greg, this has been a great racetrack for you. 3 nationwide series win, a cup win, another race where you led 168 laps before you lost a motor. And I'm curious, does this race car, does it suit the same characteristics that you were so good in the other car?
It does. These cars, we get them a little bit. I like to drive a kind of a loose car, and this car, you hear people complain about they can't get them to turn good, and we got our car turning pretty good, and it's a little bit on the loose side right now, but I like it the way it is. The track's going to rubber up a little bit. We know it's a green racetrack. A little too loose down there when I got on that water. Barely saved it and lost some positions, but we think we got a pretty good race car for today. There's a couple guys up there up front a little faster than us right now.
All right, thanks, Greg. Matt?
And one tradition, Steve, that Clint Bowyer would like to start. I saw your mentor, Morgan Shepherd, roller skate by. You going to get a pair of those?
Man, he's got more talent than I got. I'd be busting my butt as soon as I turned on the pit road. But, no, I keep my wheels on the race car and keep it on the racetrack. Hopefully they're going to let us get back out there and have some more fun.
There you go. We're going to get ready to go here shortly. Krista.
Good news, Matt. They've told the drivers to get back in their cars. Kurt Busch is one of them who has done so. And, Kurt, you've been moving your way up through the pack, starting back in 36, and you're up to 13th. Not too bad.
Yeah, the car feels okay. We're just waiting to really see how a long run sorts out. We're a little loose to start off, and then it gets a little bit tight. So we're just trying to sort out where the car's going to run. And just trying to make sure I stay on the bottom, dodge some of those little weepers that are there. But all in all, Miller Lite Dodge feels good, and it was nice to come from 36 up to 13th. We just need to keep going.
All right, keep it moving. That's Kurt Busch.
All right, thanks, Krista. And Jimmy Johnson getting into the Chevy pace car to go. They're going to go to the spot and check out at least the areas that they're talking about in 3 and 4 that need to be dried up a little bit.
Exactly. What they try to do is get the drivers that are running up front. There's Jeff Gordon talking to Buster Alton once again, NASCAR official. And what they do is they get the drivers to go out there and take a look at what the track looks like so they can get their opinion before we go back and put everybody inside the car. Hey, he won't let him in.
You need to give him a key. Come on.
I'm leading the race. Let me get in here.
And it's a Chevy as well. We have 2 Hendrick drivers up in front, 2 in the garage at the moment as we try and dry things out. We're now officially more than an hour in this red flag delay. And let's rejoin upstairs Darrell Waltrip, Larry McReynolds, and Mike Joy.
Well, the problem, Chris, is not rainwater on the track. It's groundwater, or underground water, if you will, underneath the racing surface. Friday night, they drilled well points in turn number 3 so that water would have a place to sink to where it could be pumped out from down at the base of turn number 3. When this race started, there was a slight seepage out onto the track, but NASCAR officials and the drivers agreed the track was good to go, and the race started. And we've taken a look, and as the race wore on through its 21 laps and 1 caution flag and the eventual red flag, the seepage became worse. Was it from the cars pounding on the asphalt or some other reason? But the weepers became worse during the racing. So now they've cut some grooves. They're going to let the drivers go out and have a look at that. But NASCAR President Mike Helton came over here and visited and said, we're not going to restart the race until we're convinced and the drivers are convinced that it's safe to go racing.
I believe those cars going over the track, and I think it was like a pump almost, and it was just working the asphalt enough that it was pumping that water through those cracks.
Yeah, we've had so much rain here lately, and you go back to yesterday, we didn't have any issues during the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series race or the little bit of practice that we got, but it rained so hard here last night, didn't quit till mid-morning. There's so much water here.
It was a hard rain last night and a light but steady rain right through 12 noon, 1 o'clock today.
I know we're talking about the track and conditions and everything else, but I just want you to look at the amount of headroom that these guys now have in this new car. The old car, I was looking at a shot of my brother. He was all bowed up inside of his car. His helmet was actually up against the roof in the old car. And now he's got room for his cool box up here to hook up, and he's second down in there, and he looks very comfortable, and that's a big, big change.
It's funny you mentioned that. I was talking to Greg Biffle about that very thing yesterday, and he said at Daytona, after being in the Sprint Cup Series car of tomorrow, when he got in his Nationwide Series car, he almost felt like something's not right here. It's like claustrophobic because it was so much tighter in closer quarters.
Red flag at Fontana, California in the Auto Club 500. Jimmy Johnson's had a chance to look at it. Jeff Gordon as well. We'll find out track conditions when we return.
Inside, looking inside. He's there. That's your quarter. I'm circling in front of you, spinning in front of you. Yellow is out. Yellow is out.
A wild day of racing in Southern California and only 21 laps on the board to show for it. Now, Jeff Gordon and Jimmy Johnson have been out there to have a look at turn number 3, discussing what they saw. They are now back in their cars, and the order has been given to refire the engines.
Interesting. I guess those little grooves that we cut in there may be doing their job. We'll see.
21 complete, 229 laps to go, and we need to run another 105 laps for this race to be official.
I'm going to tell you one thing. This is going to give a whole new meaning to tippy-toeing off into turn 1.
And turn 3.
Well, I don't recall anybody complaining about turn 1. I mean, I know we've looked at turns 3 and 4 all weekend, but turn 1, I don't recall anybody having a problem there until we saw this new situation down here.
Until Casey Mears.
Until Casey's deal.
And we've looked at a lot of video, and definitely as the race went on, the issue of seepage and weeping water out of the asphalt intensified the more we ran. And obviously, if we go back under green and this continues, This race may have to wait for another day.
No, Mike, you mentioned Mike Helton, president of NASCAR, came by our booth, and he said under the pace laps that they were talking on scanners to the teams, and no one had any complaint. It was more or less, hey, let's drop the green flag, let's go racing.
Well, and we're all anxious to get the race started, you know, and the drivers are they're gonna figure, well, we can deal with this a little bit, but I don't think anybody was quite ready for what happened down here in turn 1, and if we got that fixed, maybe we'll be okay.
In the garage, Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s car, along with Reed Sorensen, perhaps under repair. I believe Casey Mears and Sam Hornish done for the day, and Denny Hamlin's car being repaired as well. And once the cars move from pit road, we go back to a yellow flag condition, and then work on those cars in the garage can commence.
Yeah, if you're unfortunate enough to be involved in an accident and you plan on repairing your car, this is a perfect world. Those guys have had over an hour to make every type of game plan. Everyone has an assignment just to try to fix that thing.
And they haven't lost a lap yet.
No, and
still on the lead lap.
Right. And Larry, they've been building patch panels of things because you can build anything you want as long as it's not attached to the car.
Exactly. And I mean, this is absolutely a perfect world for the 41 car, the 88 team right now that are repairing their race cars.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. got collected by his new teammate, but watch his old teammate, number 1, Martin Truex. Here comes Martin. He is going to be our Allstate Good Hands driver. We're going to show you how he got through there. There's the 88 running into Casey Mears, his new teammate. Here comes his old teammate Martin Truex. Getting closer. A near miss. So Martin Truex is our Allstate Good Hands driver. Are you in good hands?
That's something else that is just a safety feature that nobody considers very often until you see something like that. That used to be grass down through there. And NASCAR finally figured out that we don't need a lot of grass around these racetracks.
Well, these cars steer in grass about as well as they steer on water.
And it would be like being on water if it was grass right now, as much rain as we've had.
And there you see that area off of turn number 2 where that entire apron has been paved to allow the drivers some measure of control should they come sliding off that turn 2 banking. Red flag for 1 hour and 12 minutes due to the 4-car crash off turn 2. The cleanup and the dry up.
Well, that's odd now. They just fire this car up and it's already got it's already overheating. Larry, that almost looks like the valve that the pressure valve on that thing has stuck open, because it shouldn't be pumping water out already.
No.
Of course, setting still, you're not moving any air. Possibly.
If you're just joining us or rejoining us, we are 22 laps into the Auto Club 500 on Fox. The start of the race delayed by rain, and now 2 crashes. The first one for Denny Hamlin put us under caution. The second one, triggered by Casey Mears, put us under the red flag for over 1 hour. And the issue has been, as we have raced, water seeping out from the seams in the asphalt has made the track somewhat treacherous. And now they have dried it up, cut some grooves in the track in 3 and 4, and we're ready to try it again. Let's go trackside to Steve Burns.
Mike, listening to Jimmie Johnson speak with Chad Knaus, Jimmy's comment was that it looks a lot better. He said, I would say they've got about 90% of it fixed. That was his comment.
Now, pit road will be open. I don't think we'll see a lot of takers unless it's cars at the back of the field, because remember, we just got 2 laps into that restart when we got that caution where everybody had been to pit road back on lap 16.
And now that these cars are rolling again, work can commence on the cars of Denny Hamlin, Dale Earnhardt Jr., and Reed Sorensen. And there is the area of concern, turn number 3 into turn 4, and it's those dark black seams in the asphalt is the area where some water has been seeping. And you notice now that area is quite dry. We'll see what happens once we're able to go back to green.
And then we've got the huge spot down here in turn 1 that created this caution flag. The thing about it is, you say, well, why don't they run above it or why don't they go around it? It's very difficult to do. There's not a lot of rubber on the racetrack, not a lot of grip up high.
Interesting. Kyle Busch in the 18 car running in the 8th position elects to come to pit road, and as anticipated, a lot of cars say back from about 25th on back hits pit road, but interesting, Kyle Busch in the 18 coming.
Let's see what they do, Larry. He's coming down here, and
Robbie Gordon in, Bobby Labonte, J.J.
They've got an engine issue, Larry, or something's wrong going under the hood.
It looks like they may be running hot. What those lines they are going across the wall, that is automatic quick fills to put cool water back in the engine.
Matt?
Mike, right before the red flag, that was Kyle Busch's complaint that his car was running extremely hot. So like Larry Mack mentioned, the game plan is in effect here, trying to fix this 18 car.
Almost half the field chose to pit on this caution, the first time that the pits have been opened since the red flag.
Kind of interesting to me that the 44 car, Jarrett, was sitting there with water steaming up out of it. The 18 car Toyotas, these are Toyotas. If there's something maybe going on there that we're not aware of, they're taking some tape off the front of that car, looks like.
We had a shot a while ago, and if I noticed one thing about that 44 car, an awful lot of tape like we've been noticing on a lot. Here's another Toyota, the Hall of Fame car, J.J. Yeley, 96.
I think there's a common denominator here somewhere.
This is the home track for Toyota. Their U.S. base is in Southern California. As you look at our aerial coverage provided by Goodyear. For track-tested technology, get there on Goodyear Innovation.
Did you see the tires that time, Mike?
I saw them that time. Nice peel outs, as my son Scott calls them.
Peel outs, yeah.
Peel outs.
I just wonder if they're rain tires.
Should be 1 to go at the line. And it is. Everyone on the track is on the lead lap after 24 laps completed. We do have cars, however, under repair in the garage, and cars out of the race. Casey Mears and Sam Hornish, as expected, and Denny Hamlin.
Looks pretty good there now. I think those grooves they cut in the track may have done their job. They're coming up on that area right there where the problem was, and you can see that groove they cut in the track to let that water possibly run down the hill.
There's Kyle Busch in the 18 car back on pit road. Looks like now they're just, since they knew they were going to be at the back of the field, let's go ahead and fill that thing up with Sunoco race fuel and change those 4 Goodyear tires.
So 38 cars on the lead lap for this restart, with Sorensen and Earnhardt Jr. in the garage. There's David Reagan and Ryan Newman, the winner of the Daytona 500, running an 11th.
I still see a lot of trash out there, guys.
Ready to go green with our Claritin Clear to Drive restart. Get Claritin Clear, get back to feeling like yourself again.
You know, Darrell, we love listening to our fans. You talked to some new fans here recently. Just remember, if you look at our crawl up here, is what we call it, that tells you exactly the position that your driver's running in.
Some of my buddies didn't realize that. They're smarter than that, too.
Pace cars in. We'll complete 25 laps this time by, and we'll go back to green in the Auto Club 500 with 225 laps to go. Green flag. Newman to the inside of David Reagan. Here comes the one of Martin Truex. And Newman's running mate in this election, Kurt Busch, in the deuce.
And just remember, because of the way the field was set, he started back in 36, and he's going to take a position away from that one car of Martin Truex Jr.
Everybody's still just holding their breath here for a lap or two and be sure everything's all right. And that's right where the 2 car is where the water was. Looks like he's going to slide through there all right. So this is looking encouraging.
Under green flag racing for the 3rd time today, as we transition to dusk and the lights will come on here in Southern California. Jeff Gordon once again breaks away from the field. He didn't call a car a hot rod during the red flag. He called it a rocket.
Oh, and it is. That thing is getting it. Sounds like a rocket when it goes by here. Man, these things sing a pretty song.
And you can tell Well, the racetrack is getting faster. It's cooling down even more. It's gaining grip. Jeff Gordon just ran his fastest lap of this race, 39.51.
That's 182.2 miles per hour on that lap.
Tell you what, a car that just took over that third position, Casey Kane, in that 9 car, he just went by Tony Stewart, which Tony Stewart in the 20 continues to lose more positions. But that 9 car, I just believe, after a great run in the Daytona 500, watching them at the Las Vegas test back in late January, I think they're about to figure some things out that's going to get them back to the form they were a couple of years ago.
Well, he got off to a good start, and man, that makes all the difference in the world. That organization's going through some pretty big changes, too, internally.
The Gillette Evernham team, you mean?
Yes.
Yep.
Tell you what, I've been watching this battle right here with Juan Pablo Montoya in the 42 car. Now, he started back in the 21st position. He had moved up in the top 10, but he just lost that position back from Kurt Busch in the 2. Look how much quicker that Kurt Busch in the 2 car picks that throttle up and stays in it. He just drives by his teammate.
Well, that's where the car's got to cut. That's what the guys complain about. Some of these cars are cutting pretty good, and some of them aren't. Some of them are just sliding the nose.
And here comes Kyle Busch, 3 wide out of turn 4, all the way down the front straightaway and into turn number 1. And here comes Michael Waltrip trying to get around him. Nope, Kyle punches the button and off he goes in that 18.
Now, we only had our restart 4 laps ago. He restarted back in 37th. He's already made his way to 23rd. So he is a man on a mission.
He likes doing this, Larry. He did it yesterday. He did it at the start of the race, and here he goes again.
4th place, Greg Biffle, taking it away from Clint Boyer.
And you know, we started racing this new car at the beginning of last year at some select races. It looked like the Roush Fenway group, they were behind. But there's no question, as you can see, Carl Edwards, another Roush Fenway car in the 99. The latter part of the year, they really started getting their arms around this new car.
People have said that Carl Edwards is the guy to beat here, that he was the most consistent over the long run in testing, and he's going to have to. He's got a lot of work to do, though, to catch this guy.
Look at the nose of Jeff Gordon's car, and a bit more. That looks like plastic rather than paper.
Now, that area on the front bumper, that's really not an opening there. That's more or less a decal right there. So not sure you get in a lot of trouble right there. Some people use that as opening. I'm not sure if they do, but as long as it doesn't get in that area just above the front splitter, that's what gets you in trouble.
Looks like it might be over a little bit of that side of that grill, Larry. I think you got to keep an eye on that thing because it wouldn't take much to burn that motor down.
Jeff Gordon has jumped out to a 2.3 second lead. Let's show it to you. Over his teammate Jimmy Johnson.
Up on my grill. 225, 265 oil.
Not good.
Therefore, keep watching it.
And the big thing, you know, these cars can run 235, 240 on the water temperature as long as it doesn't keep climbing. That's what'll get you in trouble.
Well, I'd say that might be a problem for him, but I swear I think I remember him winning a race at Darlington last year. Things steamed for like 100 laps. We said there's no way he could make it.
That's
so
right.
I wouldn't worry too much about it.
We were all waiting for that thing to just melt down, and it never did.
No, it was a little engine that could that day.
I tell you what, that 18 car, he's getting about 3 to 4 cars a lap. He just drove by David Gilliland. He just drove by Brian Vickers. Now he's working on Scott Riggs in the 66 car. Elliott Sadler in the 19.
He's in 22nd right now, Larry, and coming fast.
We're talking about the Gillette Evernham cars, talking about Casey Kane in the 9. There's Elliott Sadler in the 19 car. Had a great run at Daytona. About all of the Gillette Evernham cars did. Ended up finishing up in the top 10. Right now, he's back in the 20th position, about 13.5 seconds behind leader Jeff Gordon.
I think he finished 6th, didn't he?
Yeah.
Good run. I tell you what I'm waiting to see.
A lead change?
Oh, I think that might have been planned.
Jimmy Johnson in front. Now, he's already led a couple of laps.
All right, what Jeff Gordon would love to do is to get on the rear bumper of the 48 car. It changes the pressure on the nose, and it will suck that paper off. Let's see if he can do it.
Sounds like a plan, Matt.
Look, see it flapping?
That's
exactly the game plan. Steve Letarte told Jeff, just back up, let Jimmy go by. We could try to get the debris off the grill because the temperatures continue to rise. Steve?
And Matt, as you said, Jimmy Johnson in on the game plan the whole way. Just before that move, he told crew chief Chad Knaus that his car was a little snug, but happy loose off. Dick
Berggren. Tony Stewart has dropped back to the 12th position. Car tight in the center.
You still see so much trash flying around.
I can't believe all the debris that's flying around. Unbelievable.
Well, mission accomplished for Gordon, because Jimmy Johnson, with that change of air pressure with the car in front, has moved that piece of plastic debris off to the side and away from the grill opening on Gordon's car.
And one reason they could do this, they had over a 2-second lead over Casey Kane in the 9, the third place car.
35 laps on the board. Jimmy Johnson, Jeff Gordon over Kane, and then the Fords of Greg Biffle and Carl Edwards.
The Auto Club 500, powered by Q Motor Oil, is sponsored by FedEx. Every day is race day. By Warner Brothers' new motion picture 10,000 BC in theaters Friday, March 7th. And by State Farm. Great service, great rates. Nobody takes care of you like State Farm.
And I thought Mother Nature was a race fan. You can see that the rain that had been building over in Los Angeles about an hour ago has made its way 60 miles east to Fontana, and rain has put us under the third caution flag of the day, which is about all that has prevented Jeff Gordon from running away from the field.
Well, this 24-hour race will get over, you know, in 24 hours.
But you're right. Once he got that paper off that grill, he said, Jimmy Johnson, it's time for me to go again.
Darrell, what happened to our vortex theory?
I know it didn't work that time. I believe but there's no grandstands in turns 3 and 4,
okay.
and there's none in 1 and 2 down here, and so we can't get the circle going.
So the vortex of hot air does not.
Here's the pattern I've seen, though. I think it only works on the East Coast.
Oh, no, that's a good point.
There you go. There you go.
Does the vortex go backwards in California?
Yeah, that's it.
Australia.
Somewhere out here.
Toilets flush backwards and all that. Kurt Busch has reported overheating on his number 2 Dodge, and pit road will be open this time. All we can hope is that this is a brief shower and that we're very quickly able to dry the track and get back underway.
And I would anticipate we will have a lot of takers because we are still well away from the halfway point. So I would say that pit road probably could be a very busy place.
Yeah, it doesn't do any good to stay out right now, even if it should start raining, other than if you want some good TV time.
Yeah, we lack 86 laps of getting to halfway, at which point this race would be official.
I'd come in and get my tires now while pit road is dry.
Reed Sorensen is back in the race. He gets the free pass. He's the only car laps down, so he'll get back one of his 10 laps for repairs in the garage. Krista?
Carl Edwards said his car is just a little bit tight in the center and now getting a little bit loose off. So they are going to make a small adjustment. They want a little more bite and 4 tires. Dick.
Greg Biffle has motored forward from 14th position to the 5th position. Car just a little bit tight. They're making minor adjustments to try to fix that. Matt.
24 is in there trying to clean the debris off the grill. Mike Tiny Houston, the former pro wrestler and tire carrier, he'll probably reach up right before Gordon leaves to get one last grab off that grill. Steve?
Jimmy Johnson says the back of the car is out of the track. 4 tires will make a small chassis adjustment. You saw Casey Kane seconds ago. His car also loose.
Now, John Andretti did not pit, and I'm not sure Dale Jarrett made it to pit road either. I know Andretti formed up behind the pace car, and so did Jarrett. If they don't pit, John Andretti will get to lead a lap.
There's nothing can beat that in pit box because all you have to do is move a few feet, and you see it, the 48 team, they win the battle off pit road.
NASCAR on Fox. The Auto Club 500, powered by Q Motor Oil and the Auto Club Speedway. We are under caution and time for an AT&T race break. And you look inside the world of Richard Childress Racing's Jeff Burton and the 31 Chevrolet using CV on your AT&T handset. You can access all the inside RCR content. Right now, under caution. Let's take a look, Jeff Hammond, at the pit stop moment ago.
Yeah, we always talk about how things go on pit road. Just a moment ago, we were watching the 20 car of Tony Stewart. But watch the front tire carrier. He's trying to clean, his name's Tom Dean. He's trying to clean the front grille. You can see him right there circled. As the car's dropped, all of a sudden his foot gets caught under this front splitter, pulls him down. Luckily, he was not really run over by a tire, but at the same time, it definitely got his attention. I guarantee you, it gave him a moment right there to think, oh, me, I'm getting ready to get hurt.
The pit crews having to work so hard, and you talked about drivers, crew chief, and of course the pit crew having to wait this out. We were delayed by more than 2 hours to start the race. Then we had another hour plus delay with the red flag. But they got to be on their toes, no pun intended,
no
throughout.
Pun intended, for sure, right there. And I always like to say, real men work in the pits. That's a good example right there of bouncing back from a situation that looked really very scary.
And we hope the rain holds off, because if you were with us earlier, you know how it went. A quick recap of rain last night and through the morning. Once it stopped, they got the jet dryers out to keep the track nice and dry. Denny Hamlin was the first to hit a wet spot. We thought at first it might have been a tire going down, but no, his Goodyears were fine. It was a bad year to hit the water spot, and that created a wreck. And then Casey Mears on lap 21 also hitting a seepage area on the track. Dale Earnhardt Jr. involved, his car wrecked, so Mears and Hendrick teammate Jr. involved. Reed Sorensen involved. And watch Sam Hornish Jr. in the 77 coming up hitting, and the fire comes up, but all the drivers were physically okay.
Physically okay. The cars were definitely damaged, but you see right here, red flag conditions for that seepage on the racetrack, and they cut grooves to try to relieve that pressure and to make the track safer right there. Again, Jimmy Johnson went out, checked the condition along with his teammate Jeff Gordon, and he gave thumbs up. And here you see the race off of pit road with Jimmy Johnson coming out first, beating his teammate Jeff Gordon off of pit road.
So 44 laps through, Dale Jarrett and his Toyota in his swan song this year, leading Jimmy Johnson and Jeff Gordon, Carl Edwards and David Gilliland for the moment.
Right now we're taking a look at the front splitter right there with some concern about the brace, but you can see that there's no damage right there. I can promise you something right now about these splitters. They're probably one of the toughest parts of these race cars today. You can bounce them off the racetrack and then keep right on going along. So I don't think running over that of Tom Dean's foot had any kind of damage to it.
Yeah, I'm sure Tom would love to hear about that. Let's drop in-car audio. One of the great things about NASCAR allows us to eavesdrop, and let's check in on the 55 car, Michael Waltrip.
I'm not driving it, I'm just riding in it. So whatever we think we know, we need to rethink it.
10-4.
And Michael Waltrip's comments, Jeff, I guess everybody else heard them. You and I had trouble hearing.
What did he say?
You and Daryl talked about that driver-crew chief communication. Well,
what we have here is a failure to communicate.
Well, hopefully America was listening and could hear okay. This is an AT&T race break, and a look inside the world of Richard Childress Racing. Jeff Burton and the 31 Chevrolet using CV on your AT&T handset. You can access all the inside RCR content. And when we talked to Richard Childress yesterday, he was saying through testing, at least coming into this race, that he thought that Jeff Burton had a pretty good chance on this particular track and on this race.
Well, it's just his type of racetrack. Again, Jeff is very smooth. He knows how to, like work on the car, get it kind of balanced back out. So, you would expect a guy like him to be able to kind of rise to the top and, be a factor before the end of the day.
All right, and the Sunoco Fuel gas line, as you see, getting ready to fill her up.
Definitely that right there. See that long line right there, the Sunoco gasoline. And again, this is the brand that is run at every racetrack all year long.
Just like the Goodyear tires that they throw on the car. Let's head back upstairs, rejoin Daryl, Larry, and Mike.
You can't buy that fuel at your local gas station. It's 99 octane. It is unleaded, and it's provided the teams without charge. 57 degrees. Getting a little chilly out there.
And we're definitely hearing that the track temperature is not much warmer than that. And, of course, that just means more grip, and these things are going to make more horsepower.
And we're going to get 1 to go at the line.
1 to go, and then, of course, here comes Jarrett. Now he'll make his stop. He got the lead a lap there under those caution laps. I noticed Jeff Burton had his seal cracked just a little bit because I think it was fogging up on him. See, he's got a little opening, a little crack underneath there, keeping it from fogging up on him, and the temperature's dropped that much. And what is he doing now?
He's going to get a drink. I believe that's a drink tube, is it not?
I believe it is. Yeah.
Good. Good job, buddy. Let's go green. Let's go racing.
Now, Darrell, you just had mentioned Dale Jarrett hit pit road when we got the 1 to go, and the question may be asked, well, why in the world did he stay out there if he was coming to pit road? If you just lead a lap in the race, it doesn't matter if it's under caution, under green. 1 lap, it's 5 bonus points. Actually, John Andretti did it as everyone hit pit road in the 34 car. He got 5 points, and he pitted, and that gave the lead to this 44 UPS car.
Something we sometimes call doing the Dave Marcus, because Dave, as an independent driver owner, often took advantage of the opportunity to stay out when the rest of the cars in the lead lap pitted and pick up those 5 points. And you know what? That means points, and it means dollars at the end of the season.
And those teams, you get a feeling they may be fighting to stay in the top 35, where they definitely will be locked into the show.
Looks like we're ready for our Claritin Clear to Drive restart. Luke Claritin Clear, indoors and out. We will restart with 38 cars on the lead lap and Reed Sorensen after repairs 9 laps down.
Every car that went by, it looked like, without exception, had some debris on the grill, stuck in that the cavity underneath the bumper there.
We'll complete 47 laps this time by. Green flag.
We still have 38 cars on the lead lap. Right now, Reed Sorensen is 9 laps down, back out on the racetrack in the 41 car. And we're showing Dale Earnhardt Jr., Casey Mears, Sam Hornish Jr., Denny Hamlin in the garage area. And there's a battle for the lead, not to be a battle on that 24 car. If you're going to win this race, you're going to have to beat that 24 car.
Well, here comes the guy I'm anxious to see what he can do with that 24 car. 99, we heard about how good he is. This is his best shot at getting up there and showing it.
Carl Edwards to second place. Movers and shakers. That number 18 of Kyle Busch keeps forging his way through the field. He's fighting for 16th right now, 4 wide.
That's a great. This 2-mile racetrack, you can run 4 wide here. He's going to get about 3 or 4 at one whack here, it looks like. He just drives that thing down in there, but the car, you know, you can see it wiggle a little bit, but it sticks, and he's able to pick that throttle up and stay in it.
He catches it with the gas. A lot of these guys catch it with the steering wheel. I think he just catches it with the gas, mats it, and straightens it up.
David Gilliland, who gained a lot of spots on pit road during that last stop, surrendering 5th place to Casey Kane.
Well, our old buddy Matt Kenseth, he's got his hands full right here in the 17 car, fighting for 21st position.
Of course, Matt had to hit pit road back on lap 10 because his car was overheating, had to come to pit road under green, went a lap down, then got the free pass when the caution came out.
Oh, it's way too early to talk about Matt Kenseth. Check back in about another 100 laps from now.
Defending and 2-time champ. Now keep an eye on the 7 of Robbie Gordon, because he likes that car loose, and boy is it. He's running in 19th place. His off-road racing shop is just down the road, about 20 minutes from California Speedway. And he held a little bit of a gathering there yesterday.
And he was going to be down at that shop if they didn't tighten that thing up a little bit. The thing is wiggling. But Robbie's another one of those guys that everybody in the garage will tell you, incredible car control. And there he is up there just sliding all over the place. Whatever adjustments he made on his last stop, I bet he'd like to undo those.
And right in the middle, that white car, Travis Kvapil, the Yates Racing Team, unsponsored here at California and looking for a sponsor to continue this season with the 28.
Brian Vickers in that 83 car, he was all the way on the apron that time through turn 3 and 4, below the white line.
Kvapil had a pretty good run here in the Craftsman truck race yesterday, finished the top 10.
50 laps, 100 miles complete, as Martin Truex goes after Tony Stewart for 10th.
You know, I watched Stewart at Daytona in the nationwide race on Saturday. Car didn't handle too good, fell back, got him fixed up, won the race. Did the same thing in the 500. Didn't handle too good, fell back, got him fixed up, was up there fighting for a win when it was over with.
There goes that 2 car. We've been talking about Kurt Busch. He gets by David Reagan in the 6 car, and he's working now on Tony Stewart in the 20.
And here comes the green machine. Kyle Busch. Rowdy Busch, it says on his Craftsman truck that he won with yesterday.
I don't know if he's got any rowdy friends today, but he certainly is.
Yeah, less than 30 laps ago, he restarted this race back in 37th. And now he's just about to work his way. He's in the top 15, working toward the top 10.
Somebody texted me and said, DW, y'all sure did talk about Kyle Busch a lot. I said, well, you know, there's a difference of being in the show or being the show. And he was the show.
Led the most laps in the Daytona 500. But now he's got a pitched battle here as the 2 of Kurt Busch goes after Truex with Stewart right there. And Gilliland, David Reagan in the 6. Busch on the bottom.
And I get a feeling right now that David Gilliland is paying the price. You saw how much ground he made up on that pit stop. That Cully Barraclough, his crew chief, went with just 2 right side tires. He's definitely paying the price now for it.
I think those are the kinds of things, Larry, that you do when you have to, not when if you have an option, you just don't want to do that. When you have to do it, that's different.
Right, and you have to have a very good handling race car to even be able to pull it off.
Maybe late in the race, track position or whatever, it might be worth doing, but right now you go with the safest bet.
Meanwhile, back up front, Carl Edwards holding station in 2nd place behind Jeff Gordon. Krista?
Mike, you'll like this one. Carl Edwards got on the radio and said, hey, my car is, and then the radio kind of cut out. His crew chief, Bob Osborne, said, Carl, did you say the car is good? Carl said, yeah, it's good.
Oh, good. Well, he's staying pretty close to Jeff Gordon, I can tell you that. And where I think he's going to shine, based on what people told me, was as they go along, and the longer the run is, the closer to Jeff Gordon he's going to get, I believe.
Slow car coming off the corner. That's one of the Haas automation machines. I believe that's the 70 of Jeremy Mayfield. Down to the apron.
Yeah, Jeremy was running back in the 38th position.
No, he's got a flat right rear tire, guys. He's piece of rubber comes flying out from underneath there, and a piece of that's the crush panel up inside the wheel well. That might precipitate a caution.
No indication as of yet as Mayfield makes his way around to pit road. Let's check with, and here it is. Yellow flag. Steve?
Guys, listen to Jimmy Johnson. He said the balance on this 48 is really good. I just need to turn a little bit better. And DW, he said there's crush panels everywhere here in turn 1.
We know where they came from.
Yeah, and they're definitely crushed right now. That's pieces of aluminum you put up inside the wheel well between the body, the frame, and the body itself to keep the heat and everything out of the car. So when the tire flies apart, it just rips that right out of there.
Now, Darrell, I would prefer to put 4 tires on you right here, but this is one of those cautions with only 9 laps. You may see guys rolling the dice and trying now. Find out, get information now how your car acts on 2 tires.
Yeah, if I felt like I had a good car and it helped me get up in the field a little bit, I'd go for it. See all that debris? I mean, I noticed a number of the cars, they just all got a little bit of paper hung down there. And how can they help it? With that big splitter down there and the braces and everything, it's going to pick up about anything that's on the track.
And as we saw on Tony Stewart's car the last pit stop, you got to be careful getting that debris out of there, or that splitter will put you to the ground.
Like I mentioned, it's been 9 laps since that last restart. Let's see what goes on pit road here. I think you're going to see it be a very busy place. It depends on 2 tires or 4 tires. You know you want to fill it up with Sunoco fuel. Krista, I'm sure some adjustments as well. Krista.
2 tires or 4, that was the call, what they were going to do. Carl said, maybe 2, and they said, it's a long race. Let's go for 4. Dick?
Greg Biffle called for the chassis adjustment that just been put in the car, asked about 2 or 4. Crew chief Derek Irwin decided on 4. That's what they're doing. Matt.
and Jeff Gordon's team already made a chassis adjustment, working on the balance of this race car to Steve.
Matt, the 48 and the 9 in. The 9 says he's just a little bit too loose at 3 and 4. They've made a track bar adjustment. We see tires only on the 48.
I know one car that looks like they went with 2 tires. I think you'll see him right here. Robbie Gordon in the 7 car picked up 16th position, but for the most part, I think everybody went with 4. Go the safe route. 2 for Jeff Burton in the 31 car.
4th caution flag of the day. Make that of the evening here in Fontana. You're watching NASCAR on Fox. They've just waved the green flag to restart the Auto Club 500 after a caution for debris. Jeff Burton took 2 tires. He restarted as the race leader, and off turn number 2, Jeff Gordon back to the front where he's been most of the day.
Boy, it's pretty obvious that car gets up off the corner now. I mean, he went around his teammate off of 2, and he just went around Jeff Burton like they're sitting still.
Gordon is the all-time lap leader here. 457 going into today, but in the last 7 races, he'd only averaged leading 7 laps per race. Tonight already, he's led 45 of the 60 we've completed.
I just think Jeff Gordon has realized he's got to win races. Finishing races is good. Got to win races.
But you know what I want to see, Darrell? I want to see that green 18 get up there, because I think we'll have us a race on our hand now, because Kyle Busch has now moved into the 6th position, looking now at Carl Edwards in the 99 for 5th.
But he's under fire from Greg Biffle.
Yeah, I'm not sure that car is quite that good just yet, Larry. I mean, he's driving the wheels off of it, but I think his handling package might be just a little bit shy of the other 4 in front of him.
But I believe that's about the first time he's been passed today by that 16 car, Greg Biffle. Jeff Burton lost the 2nd spot to Jimmy Johnson in the 48, definitely paying the price for those 2 tires right now, as he's also under fire from Carl Edwards in the 99, Casey Kane in the 9.
There's no substitute for Mr. Feelgoods. I can tell you. You throw those stickers on there and it'll light that race car up for a while.
And you know, Darrell, there was a time here at this racetrack, you know, we've been racing here for 11 years, that 2 tires would work because the track had plenty of grip, but it's lost grip now.
Casey Kane makes the pass on Burton as Mayfield comes to pit road. Caution is out, turn 4.
Joe Nemechek in the 78 car.
Just spun her around, looked like.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. back in the race. He made a lap, came around to pit road.
I don't know if I had a flat.
Riding with Junior as he comes to his pit. And let's see.
He definitely got
something happened. It just started swerving.
Right side of your screen, here comes Nemechek into
like
view.
I got a flat tire or loose wheel or something.
No, I'd say that 15 was where what the swerving started from. Man, that was, goodness gracious, how close could it be? Truex again. His left rear tire is flat right there.
It's definitely flat. The left rear is definitely soft.
Yep.
But I tell you, he got awfully tight. The 15 car forced him up the hill pretty good, getting into turn 3. Too.
Yeah, and there's damage on the left rear corner of Joe's car.
See
so
what?
there may
See
have
the
been
15
contact.
down, but Joe's already loose. I see that now.
Yeah, they never got together, it didn't look like.
It's his left rear tires down.
But I tell you what, also, that is a nature of this car. I think the problem he had was a left rear, but we've seen that a lot. When you get on the inside of one of these cars, it almost pushes the back end around. But he definitely had a flat left rear.
So, Chris, it puts us under the 5th caution flag of the evening at lap 64.
The Auto Club 500 on Fox, powered by Q Motor Oil, is sponsored by Chevy. The most wins in NASCAR history. An American Revolution.
We've been talking all day long about the debris either around the racetrack and how it's been getting under the front and nose of these cars and how it can really mess things up. But this is one other thing I want to point out, guys. When they come down pit road, it's not like it used to be where you could reach up and clean the grill real easy. With the way these new splitters are designed, you've got these strut adjusters that are in here. So when the guy goes in to clean the grill, not only is he trying to get in a very unusual place, but when he reaches across, he has to almost stick his hand underneath here. Now, we've already seen where Mr. Dean on the 20 car got ran over by the splitter. So you can imagine if you don't get your hand out quick enough, you could wind up going for a pretty wild ride. So these make it extra hard to clean these grills. So when you're having a day like this, you can't use that long pole like we used to just to clean the grill off. A guy literally has to reach underneath here, clean the debris off, and remember, get your hand out of the way before somebody.
Thanks, Jeff. Well, the first quarter of this race is in the books. We're at 125 miles of this 500-miler, and Jeff Gordon has thoroughly dominated this race. He's led 49 of the 64 laps.
And we're seeing a few cars hit pit road, but it was cars that was at the back of the field. We're actually on one to go now. We'll be getting green when we come back around. There's J.J. Yaley in the 96 car coming to pit road, as well as John Andretti, Dave Blaney, and Kyle Petty.
Jamie McMurray as well making a stop as we get ready to go back to green. 2 Hendrick Chevys in front of the Roush Fenway Ford of Carl Edwards. The Gillette Evernham Dodge of Casey Kane. The Childress Chevy of Jeff Burton. Greg Biffle's Ford and the Gibbs Toyota of Kyle Busch are the front 7.
I still say that if the 99, if I look at the best lap by the 99 and the 24, 99 ran a 30.509 and Jeff ran a 39.515. So lap times, best lap to best lap, they're real close.
Steve?
Mike, Casey Kane likes his car. The last pit stop, they made some adjustments. He said, hey guys, you really helped hook the rear end up. Give me a little bit more of that, and I'll get to the front.
Darkness has settled over San Bernardino County, as you see from the Goodyear blimp. Aerial coverage tonight brought to you by Goodyear. Track tested technology, Goodyear innovation.
We still have 36 cars on the lead lap.
Ready for the restart. We're under green.
Let's watch this 24 car this time as he goes through 1 and 2. Darrell pointed out that's where he's been so strong, is when he gets that launch off turn 2.
Well, baby, he's got some giddy up off turn 2 over there. And I just want to make a point real quick. These race fans, they have been out here since earlier today, and every one of them are still here, and there's a pretty good bunch of them too, and they're hanging right in there with us. Thank you, fans, for being patient with everything and hanging in there.
Absolutely. Jimmy Johnson, that 48, Jeff Gordon's teammate, he stayed with him. In fact, closed up a little bit off turn 2 that time.
I just believe, Larry, there's 2 or 3 cars, Jimmy, and the 99, particularly of Carl Edwards. If they can make enough pit stops, get a few cautions here, adjust up a little bit, they may be able to race that 24 car.
Now, what's his speed right here getting off into turn 1?
Oh, don't make me look.
205 miles per hour, a little bit of brake. Now, off the throttle, not even under 150, right back to 160 when he picked that throttle up wide open.
You see that all green for all that throttle? You're going to see more green because Kyle Busch is coming. He got Greg Biffle for 6th place and had to work for it.
So this is what I've been waiting for, somebody to get that high line working, because I believe when you, oh, look at that cut, that guy can do that. Man, he can move that race car around. But when you get that high line working, that's going to open up a lot of options for some other guys, I believe, and it's slowly coming in.
Matt?
No adjustments, Mike, the last time on pit road for Kyle Busch in the 18, but he is multitasking, making notes for when we come back Labor Day weekend here to Fontana. He says this racetrack is getting to be a lot like the old Darlington Raceway, really rough. Make that note so we know how to adjust for it next time.
Well, it's 57 degrees right now, and when he come back here next time, it's probably 157 degrees if it's like it normally is out here.
Absolutely no question.
Yeah, so it'll be a little bit different animal again.
These two guys are going at it, though. Kyle Busch just can't complete the pass. When you're up on the high line, you just keep the thing wound up. You keep the RPM up on the car.
Busch makes the pass. He used that drop down off the banking off turn number 4 to get the move on Biffle, and now sets his sights on Jeff Burton, the 5th place car.
Larry, those 2 tires on Burton's car didn't look too good there against those 4 brand new ones, but it's kind of leveled off now, and it will for a little while, but he'll pay the price later.
Yeah, he doesn't need a long green flag run, but it's like once the air pressure's caught up, then the car came to him just a little bit.
Kyle Busch and Greg Biffle both each ran their fastest lap of the race last lap when they were battling side by side. Dick?
Well, Greg Biffle has had a fast car all day today, Mike, but he has had problems on pit road. In the last 2 stops, he has lost 5 and 4 positions, respectively. His over-the-wall crew was brand new last week at the Daytona 500. The only man over the wall left over from last year, the catch can man.
Caution's out. Elliott Sadler.
Yeah, man, keep it up there if you can. Keep it up there if you can.
Keep it up there.
All right, get going as soon as you can. Get going as soon as you can.
There's somebody else sitting back there behind him, too. I saw another car nose into the picture.
Now, Elliott was running in the 16th position. He was racing there with David Gilliland and David Reagan.
Pretty bad in the back end, guys.
Yeah, got a lot of damage.
Now, Robbie Gordon had gotten against the wall.
Just trying to miss the 7. I got up in the crowd.
Yeah.
That was it.
Well, Robbie took 2 tires on his last stop. I didn't think that was a real good idea because that car wasn't handling all that great anyway. Let's see what happens here. There's Robbie. He just about goes around.
Now, the 19 was up high, about 10 car lengths behind Robbie Gordon.
Well, he saw Robbie get loose, thought Robbie was going to smack the fence, kind of took an evasive action, and ended up hurting himself.
Now, Denny Hamlin is back in the race.
He just went back out on the racetrack.
And was just kind of running around down in the bottom of the apron when that happened. There's the caution lights out as you watch from Kasey Kahne. And we're under yellow once again. In fits and starts, we've gotten to 70 laps. 180 to go and 55 to halfway, which would make this race official.
Yeah, this will be interesting. It's been 11 laps since they were on pit road because we didn't pit that last caution. We have 3 cautions, so we have about 8 green flag laps on our tires, but we've seen what 2 tires did after only running about 10 laps.
Yeah, 2's not the hot tip, but again, I just want to point out every car, not every car, but the majority of the cars have got something stuck on the nose of them. I saw one go by there with a whole windshield tear off stuck to it.
Who's coming? Well, just about everybody. Krista?
Only 7 laps on these tires, so they were deciding for Carl Edwards whether they're going to keep these on. No, they're going to go with 4 tires. Also, Carl says he has something on his grill. They're going to get that off because he was overheating. Dick.
Greg Biffle also going to take just 2 tires. He too has debris on the grill. We'll see if the crew catches it or not on the way by. Matt.
For about the first stop today, Jeff Gordon's grill looks clean. He does have a piece of a tear-off hooked on one of the struts for the splitter. And the 18 of Kyle Busch, they do indeed go 4 tires. They were debating, Steve.
4 tires for Jimmie Johnson, Matt. He says, help me in the center. Help me turn half pound of air out of the left side tires.
Jamie McMurray and J.J. Yaley stayed out on the racetrack and did not pit.
Even in the pits, how aggressive you have to be. You got to get in your box. You got to get your work done, and you got to tear out of there. There's no relaxing at any point in time.
Remember, McMurray and Yaley pitted under that last caution. Looks like to me, Greg Biffle, which they talked about, and Kevin Harvick as well in the 29, looked like those guys elected to go with just 2 right side tires.
And, oh, look at that big piece on Jamie Mack's car.
That's the piece I saw there a minute ago. I mean, that's a whole windshield tear off.
Yeah, and you can't run that way. If they've seen this, unfortunately.
You're going to have to pit.
There you go. Larry Carter.
We'll put 4 tires. Unless you can get up behind that 88 and see if it'll come on.
There
he goes. Mission
accomplished. Nice job. Go, Larry Carter.
Dave, get a
There's our Ford moves of the race. Jamie McMurray will be posted as the leader when they come around. Greg Biffle, Carl Edwards in the top 10.
I think that was the Ford move of the race right there.
Yeah,
absolutely.
The question is, where'd it go?
Whose grill did it get on?
Somebody. There it is right there.
Now look at that asphalt. You don't see the weepers coming out of those seams like we did before. You see a couple of almost a little bit of dampness there, but nothing like before.
That right there is a prime example. Remember, Jeff and Darrell talked about it in the pre-race about communication staying off the radio. If they'd have been jabbered on the radio right there, Larry and Jamie would not have been able to communicate about what he needed to do right there.
Now, how do we know that's a windshield tear-off? Because it's a piece of clear plastic, and it's got a little tab of colored tape attached to it, which helps determine the order those things get torn off in and makes them easy to tear off.
There can be as many as 5 or 6 of those tear-offs on your windshield, and every chance you get, you try to pull one of them off to give the driver a clear view.
Darrell, this race, from a strategy standpoint, you're treating it like the old Darlington. The caution comes out, you better come to pit road and get 4 tires no matter how many laps, fewer or less, that you've run.
It's all the weather. You know, it just couldn't never get any rubber in the racetrack, and we saw it Daytona last week. When there wasn't any rubber in the racetrack, tires gave a problem. But here tonight, it's just wearing.
72 laps complete. When they come back around, the green is going to come out. We're going back to green. Jamie McMurray and J.J. Yaley pitted on the last caution. They did not come in, so they'll be out in front of Greg Biffle, Kevin Harvick, Jimmy Johnson, and Jeff Gordon.
This is about as deep as Jeff Gordon has been all night long. I don't think he'll stay there long, back in the 6th position.
No, but I can't tell you how many times I've seen him get back into traffic a little wee bit and can't get his way back to the front. So tonight I don't think I'll have that problem, but we'll see.
And right behind Gordon is former teammate Kyle Busch. Then Carl Edwards, Mark Martin, and Bobby Labonte is the highest Dodge in the race. That's your top 10 as we get ready to go back to green to begin lap 74. How about a little California crank it up?
Out here you got to really crank it up.
Greg Biffle has taken off, but look at this battle for 2nd place and 3rd as Kyle Busch comes steaming around the outside.
He's got that outside line working, and I knew that sooner or later that would come in, and that's going to be a real help to these guys trying to pass people. Everybody's fighting for the bottom. You got nowhere to go, but once that high line comes in a little bit, man, you can sail around the outside and keep up a lot of momentum and really go.
There you see our Fox tracks. Greg Biffle in the 16 car, the leader that stayed out on the last caution, but it pitted the one before. 48 car of Jimmy Johnson back there in 2nd right now.
Now Jeff Gordon restarted, was it 7th or 6th?
6th.
Only gotten 1 spot up to 5th place. Let's hear what Gordon had to say during the caution flag.
It's like I'm racing on a dodgeball court, man. I'm having to touch all this debris out here. Keep dodging it in. It's caught a lot of people.
And I think we've been seeing that with all of our low shots, all of the debris flying around the racetrack.
Boy, I tell you though, watch that 24 car get up off a turn 2. He gets a good run there. Watch him. He can stick that nose out. Now he's going to follow Kyle this time. But he really is getting a great run off of turn 2. And Kyle just likes the apron. He was high while he goes as high as he can, and he goes as low as he can.
Darrell, we're talking about fast laps. Greg Biffle, our leader in that 16 car, he just ran his fastest lap of the race, as well as Kyle Busch back there in the 3rd spot.
I believe my compadre down in the Hollywood Hotel said to keep an eye on Biffle tonight, and I think he might be right.
He won this race back in 2005.
Gordon clears Busch for 3rd. Gets a little tap there for his trouble.
Hello, my friend.
Nobody said you can't bump draft here.
No, it's not a bad thing.
As long as you're on the straightaway.
As long as you're going straight. Pretty sure that Kyle will fight back and give him all he wants.
Bobby Labonte, 43, right there in the mix with Stewart. And that pack, that's back about 13th place.
When I was watching Kyle, it reminds me of racing Earnhardt. You used to pass Earnhardt, and then he'd wear your back. You'd say, why did I do that?
Yeah.
I liked it better when I was behind him.
Not too many of these Sprint Cup drivers were in that truck race Saturday, Darrell, so maybe Kyle Busch has a little bit of an edge on the field when it comes to track time here.
Good chance.
Greg Biffle, your leader. Jimmy Johnson, Jeff Gordon, Kyle Busch, and Carl Edwards.
The Auto Club 500 on Fox is powered by Q from Quaker State. Unleash all your horses.
Yeah.
NASCAR on Fox at our 7th caution out. This race summary brought to you by Q Motor Oil, and it's the Auto Club 500 powered by Q Motor Oil from the Auto Club Speedway, where we've had everything from wrecks to rain to seepage on the track, and so far with 7 different leaders, 13 lead changes, and an average speed at a record slow pace for this race. And because of rain falling, that is what has brought out the caution. Pit road is open. Let's check in with Chris Devoda.
Carl Edwards was going to take 2 tires, but they realized the 55 of Michael Waltrip would be right ahead of them in their pit stall, so taking 2 would not be an advantage because he would be in the way. So they made the call to take 4 instead. Dick.
Greg Biffle pits out of the lead. His car has been so good, he has been whooping and hollering behind the wheel. Matty.
And Gordon's team already with the amber lenses on their goggles for better vision, making a slight track bar adjustment. Gordon says his car way too tight, stuck back in traffic, Steve.
Matt, Jimmy Johnson says his car is just a little lazy on part throttle. He just had a windshield tear off, 4 tires, and fuel for Jimmy Johnson. Let's go back to the hotel.
All right, thank you, Steve, and those on the pit crew. And Jeff Gordon has dominated this race. We have Jimmy Johnson, who has also run well the race off pit road, and we're racing Jeff Hammond and then Larry McReynolds, Darrell, and Mike, their thoughts on this. Really, we're racing against the weather as well.
Yes, we are, Chris. I mean, and nothing really, it matters, but it doesn't matter because we're racing to the halfway point. We still got, about 42 laps to go before it is official. So track position is going to be important, but this could be, the determining factor. How you come off here could set you up for that one more, run to the halfway point, which could be the end of the race. You just never know.
Let's take another look on pit road and take a look, Jeff, at how tight things are here.
Yeah, everybody right now racing off of pit road, and let's see Jeff Gordon come out. Here comes the 18. The 70 car, now he's had trouble earlier. There comes Clint Boyer on the inside, the 07 car. I mean, look how close everything is, and everybody realizes this is when you got to make it happen. I mean, everything is so tight.
Looks
you
like
see the rush hour traffic in L.A. What are you talking about?
That's right, on the 101 or the 405 out here.
Martin Truex Jr. just about got in the 9 car of Casey Kane off of there. So, again, the race off of pit road, it's very important. We've been talking about it all night long, track position. So the fact that Jimmy Johnson was able to win the race off of pit road, big plus for him when they drop the green flag a little bit later on when they get the track under condition.
Well, as we talk about the competition, Kyle Busch looks like he's trying to make some moves here, but it looks like Jeff Gordon clearly has the best car.
He does at this point in time, but we saw this a week ago in Daytona that not necessarily the fastest car is going to win this race. So, Jeff looks really strong right now, but if Kyle can get to him, if the 99 has a chance to get up there, I mean, anything can happen. We still got a long ways to go, and a lot of track changes are going to occur before the end of this race.
Yeah, and Larry, Darrell, a lot of uncertainty, too, both in the eyes of the driver and the crew chief, considering the weather and how that might affect things.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing now, Jeff talked about them racing to the halfway. With that pit stop right there, they can get to the halfway point. Remember, you can run about 40 to 44 laps on fuel, and that's right there in the window that we're at.
Fellas, the light's out on the pace car.
We're coming racing. We're going racing.
Yeah. I'm not sure.
It's interesting to see Dario Franchitti sitting out there, but we see rain coming down there.
Maybe we won't
I'm not too sure
racing.
about that.
No, they waved it off.
Nah, maybe that wasn't such a good idea.
Yeah, Dario Franchitti in the 40 car actually stayed out. They did not even pit.
And you know what? I was saying to myself, if it's going to rain and I'm way back in the field, I'm just going to stay out because they might stop the race. I'm leading the race. I get on TV. Might mention my sponsor. You got to think about those things.
Front page of the sports section tomorrow.
Yeah,
morning?
if it happened to rain the thing out in the morning, what would it say? Dario
Franchitti
leads. What am I thinking?
It's not going to happen now.
I know the screenwriters have been on strike, Daryl. Are you auditioning? Okay. Dario's going to make his pit stop.
Now the headlines will read, Dario Franchitti leads 1 lap.
But that's okay. Hey, fellas, we're going to try one to go again.
This is the most elusive rain I think I've ever seen. 1 minute it's coming down, and the next minute we're going green again.
You call it elusive. I call it aggravating.
I know one thing. It's wet. And that looks like, where is that? That is here at the track, right?
You know, a little bit ago, Steve Burns said, let's go back to the hotel. I was ready to get my car keys. I didn't realize he meant the Hollywood Hotel.
I don't think this is a good idea.
Now that 28 car right there behind Jimmie Johnson, Travis Kvapil, I certainly get the feel that Todd Parrott, the crew chief, elected to try 2 tires on that 28 car.
You know, you've known Todd. You've worked with him. He's a gambler.
He will go outside of the box. There's no question.
If you're racing to halfway and you're way back there, this is great track position.
This car is racing to try to get a sponsor,
That's
too.
right. And we'll all be thrilled just to get to halfway. Meanwhile, the nationwide cars, as we've waved off the restart again, they're all waiting. ESPN2 is waiting to carry their race, which is supposed to follow this one by an hour. So it could be a long evening here in Fontana.
Now, this is really aggravating to the driver. When you come around and get one to go, no, we're not going. Yeah, come around and one to go. No, we're not going.
All right, Daryl, we're going to commercial, but we'll be right back with more of NASCAR on Fox.
We're not kidding. We're really going.
The Auto Club 500 on Fox, powered by Q Motor Oil, is sponsored by DirecTV. NASCAR Hot Pass only on DirecTV puts you behind the wheel. By Haynes. Look who we've got our Haynes on now. By non-drowsy Claritin allergy products. And by Sprint. Welcome to the 2008 NASCAR Sprint Cup Series. Speed is beautiful.
This is the 7th caution flag of the night, the second one of the night and afternoon for rain, and it comes with Jimmie Johnson leading at 87 laps. They have pulled the cars down pit road. They're going to halt them under the red flag because, as they say around the track, we have lost the racetrack. It hasn't gone anywhere, but the surface of the track is not dry enough to keep the cars out there, so the jet dryers have quickly been dispatched out around the racetrack. But Daryl, looking at that rain come down, this looks a little futile for right now.
It really does, and of course it takes a long time, and it's damp, cold, take a long time to dry this thing off. And I don't know about you, but I feel like I've been under caution for 3 days.
Several drivers fighting the flu, and crewmen, and 3 of our pit reporters doing yeoman's work under adverse weather conditions. And just a long day for everyone.
And it's hard for a driver, it's hard for a team to get into a flow. You can't have any strategy. You don't know what's going to happen next. I mean, this has been a real nightmare for these guys.
So we're under the second red flag condition of the day when we came on there at, what, 12:30?
That is exactly right.
Here we are. With 87 laps to complete, we need about another 40 laps to get to halfway so this race could be called official. And it's going to take a while.
And it was just pointed out to us that we have 12 drivers that are attempting to do the double duty, and 1 broadcaster. Dale Jarrett will leave the race car at the end of this race and go to the broadcast booth.
I started my day in the Hollywood Hotel, and boys, I'll see y'all later. I'm going to the Hollywood Hotel.
Chris and Jeff.
All right, guys, and well, things have been so busy, I've been able to enjoy the jacuzzi here at the Hollywood Hotel today. Keeping an eye on racing. I don't know what that means.
Are you been hiding something on me? I have not seen this jacuzzi.
All right. So we have another caution. The record for cautions at this racetrack in this race is 11. We've had 7 so far, but a lot of that because of the weather.
Mother Nature.
So Mother Nature's controlling things, right? The story has been the track and the weather. We'd like it to be more about the drivers. So if you have a minute, let's talk about some of the drivers and go back. What about Ryan Newman, our Daytona 500 champ, who was hanging around for most of the race, currently running 10th?
Well, the thing is right now that kind of jumps into my mind is he just about got took out in that second accident that involved the 5 car of Casey Mears and Dale Earnhardt Jr. He just about was a part of it, which would have really, kind of ruined that storybook finish from last week and kind of trying to continue it here in California. I'm sure he would love to be able to get out of here with a top 5 finish and be able to maintain, either that point lead or, get another win to be able to add to, like I said, Roger Penske's win column.
And Kurt Busch, his teammate, currently 13th. Martin Truex Jr. is currently 7th in his DEI Chevrolet, and let's check in with him.
All right, thank you, Chris. With Martin Truex Jr., we just interrupted his extravagant dinner, a ham sandwich. But, Martin, you guys quietly putting together a really good night. You've been inside the top 10 between the raindrops and the cautions.
Yeah, it's been going good. Bono's doing an awesome job in the box, like he did last year. Our communication's really good, and we've just been fine-tuning our car. It seems like the longer the race goes, the more rubber that gets in the track, we get better compared to our competition. So our car just steadily kept getting better and improving as the track got rubbered in, and this is probably going to hurt us a little, but I'm pretty excited about how it's been. It's went well.
That's a fancy dinner you've got there, Martin.
Yeah, this is like the dinner of champions. Ham and cheese and Pringles.
Love it.
I eat it about every weekend before the race, too, so it seems to be working okay.
All right, get back to your dinner.
Thanks.
All right, thanks, Steve and Martin. Currently, Jimmie Johnson, our leader. Jeff Gordon has led the most laps so far, 57. Let's take a quick recap before we talk about Jimmie and Jeff Gordon, just in case you tuned in a little bit later and you were wondering about the race. On board, the FedEx car of Denny Hamlin. He hit a damp spot on the track from seepage coming up out of the track, the water underneath, causing him to wreck. And a similar cause of things for Casey Mears, who we isolated there in the 5 car. And you'll see Dale Earnhardt Jr. in his 88, amped up there, hits the wall, took him out. He was able to return later in the race. Sam Hornish Jr., the rookie, in the 77 will come in and barrel underneath. And where flames fly, Reed Sorensen involved, but the drivers were all okay. Nobody was injured. Red flag came out. We had more than an hour of a delay. They tried to cut into the track to help with that seepage. Once the drivers checked it out, said it was okay, we got back to racing, but then lap 86 a few moments ago, the rain coming down, and that's where we are. So through all this, the drivers have been making adjustments. They've been patient. And you said at the start of the broadcast when Darrell was down here with us in the Hollywood Hotel, Jeff, that certainly Chad Knaus, one of the crew chiefs with Jimmie Johnson, the best at making adjustments and rolling with things. And that's what he's having to do now. And right now his drivers in the lead, although officially this race, not official until we get to the halfway point.
Got to get to the halfway point. But, yeah, Chad Knaus and that 48 bunch, they won the championship last year. I think they're continuing to try to work that magic, at least early on here, making adjustments to that 48 car. And on top of that, we really haven't touched on it, but that pit crew, they made a lot of changes on it, even though they won the championship, and now it's starting to kind of show they beat the road the last 2 times.
Let's check in with Krista Voda. Krista?
Well, Dario Franchitti has competed here at this track in an open wheel, an Indy Racing League, and now in the stock car. I know this experience is not what you dreamed of, is it?
No, it isn't really. The racing's been really fun. I've really enjoyed it today. But the seams on the track are it's like ice out there. As soon as you hit a seam, I mean, I hit one a couple of times. Each time I lost at least 3 or 4 places. It's a real shame because it's, I feel sorry for the fans right now. They're all sitting here. They've all stayed around all day, and we're not getting any kind of racing. But Target Dodge is a little free, but we're working on it. So I don't think we're going to go racing much more tonight. I don't know.
And you look you're shivering a little bit, cold out here.
I'm bloody freezing. It's California, and I'm freezing. But yeah, they've been fighting this weather all week, and I'm going to go find myself somewhere warm to hang out.
Okay. Dick Berggren.
Cody Stewart standing here in the rain. What's going on with your car tonight?
Struggling with it right now, but normally with the Cup car I'm a bottom feeder, but I've been on top the whole night now and seem to be halfway decent doing it. So I can't remember those guys up front yet, but Zippy and the guys on the Home Depot team are doing a good job of making adjustments and working on it here. So man, Mother Nature, she's tough today.
She's not a race fan today, is she?
No, not at all. We didn't need that red flag, that's for sure. I mean, that got us behind here, but we'll keep battling it out here. I mean, we're battling Mother Nature, but I tell you, the biggest troopers are the people across the fence over there in the stands. They've been the ones that have been cold and wet all day long and haven't given up yet. So they get my award for toughest people today.
Ours too. Matty?
And Dick, we're at the front of the grid. We're trying to conserve our cover here with the shrub Kyle Busch. First off, that thing looked like a rocket coming through the field.
No, I'm just kidding. I was going to say it's just a driver, but that would be cocky, wouldn't it? No. It is. It's really fun. It's Interstate Batteries Toyota, man. I told you from Daytona when we were fast there, and we were fast in Vegas, and we're fast out here in California. So right now, being in California, though, it's not so sunny outside. It's pretty wet.
It's actually dark too.
It is dark and it is very wet. So we're struggling on keeping the track, but NASCAR, we've lost the racetrack. So we'll just
we'll pass that on the Buster.
Yeah, we'll see what we can get going when we get back out here if we do.
You mentioned this place is becoming a lot like Darlington.
It is, you know, I mean, running around there just under caution, you can really hear the sand flying up in the quarter panels, and you know, the windshields are terrible. They're just getting ate up by all the rocks and stuff like that. So I don't know where the sand's really coming from. Darlington, you know, it's known for the sandy ground and stuff like that. Out here, it's not so bad, you know, but it's just the way the place is, I guess. So it's fun to drive, though. You know, everybody out there is kind of slipping and sliding, a little bit tight, a little bit loose here or there or whatnot. But for us, you know, the car seems to be handling pretty well. We're just a little bit on the tight side, kind of riding around there, and driving up through the field's fun, but you know, getting it up towards the front there, trying to battle it out with the 24 and 48 just to see what we got with them.
And speaking of windshield tear-offs, Chris, Jeff Burton's team told him he's going to have to try to conserve his tear-offs on his windshield. He only has 2 left.
All right, we heard mention of fans from Tony Stewart, Kyle Busch, weathering the storm or the rain out here, and both drivers are thinking the racetrack is lost for the night. We'll wait for official word from NASCAR, but while we check the leaderboard with Jimmie Johnson leading, Kyle Busch currently 3rd. You have Greg Biffle 4th and Kasey Kahne 5th. A couple of guys who've won here in California before, have in pretty good position.
Yeah, I mean, you expect those guys right there to be where they are right now. Again, we still got a long ways to go. And Chris, I've just got to kind of go back at you and say, thinking about the race fans and how, you know, committed they are and how passionate they are about the sport, kind of reminds you of the fans that, you know, I think you dealt with up in Green Bay earlier this year when the weather was so cold. I remember watching you on the sidelines, how cold it was, and you weren't very comfortable, but yet the fans hung in there all during that game, just like these fans have hung in here all day with us.
Yeah, it was 20 below, and even though the game went to overtime and the home team lost, yeah, they hung in there. It's been more than overtime. Larry, Daryl, Mike, we've had like triple overtime here. We're not done yet. We still have a long way to go.
It feels like that, and we're not even quite close to halfway. You see those long shots of the grandstand. What looks like a lot of rain is really just a light rain, but it's all the distance from the camera lens to the people, and you see all the water droplets that it looks like it's raining a lot harder than it is. Nevertheless, it's cold, it's damp, it's wet. But these race fans are diehards. They want to see this event. NASCAR still has a couple of jet dryers and trucks out on the speedway. They've not given up on the racetrack yet.
No, but, I mean, how many clues do you need? I mean, we've had unusual circumstances that we've had to deal with here in a short period of time, or not in a short period of time, but it's been a long day already. And these guys down here, they got to be getting aggravated.
And the weather rock is wet.
Yeah, so I don't even have to cut the Weather Channel on, but I think the biggest thing when I think about the crews and even think about the drivers is you know what, if we're going to have to keep starting and stopping, you know what, maybe that's the best thing to do. It's just wait till we know we can take the green flag and we can keep going to the end of this thing.
Well, you've had one pretty long green flag run, so you have had a pretty good chance to figure out what your race car is going to do. Now, if this race is postponed until tomorrow, is there anything you can do with these cars in the interim?
Absolutely not. All they'll let you do maybe in the morning is maybe warm them up just a little bit, and you're going to go right back out there. You can't adjust tape. You can't do anything. It's just like the red flag is out, but for overnight.
And it's a little bit more misery, really. Because now if your car's not very good, you got all night to think about how bad it is, and I got to get back in that thing. Like Dale Jr., he'll have to come back and get his wrecked race car and go racing tomorrow just like there's nothing wrong with it, and that's a tough deal to have to deal with.
All right, let's go down on the grid where the drivers are out of their cars. Dick Berggren.
Okay, well, Jeff Gordon, you had an absolute rocket at the beginning of this race. Looks like it dropped back a little bit. What's going on?
We just lost a little bit of track position. You know, we had some debris on the grill, and we had to get that off, and that cost us a position or two. And then we almost had a collision there on pit road. So we got a nice opening in front of us, but still pretty hectic out there. But the DuPont Chevrolet is unbelievable. It's you know, one of the best cars I've ever had. It's really strong on the restarts. So you know, traffic really changes these cars a lot, and that's, you know, we're learning all those things right now. So we've had to free the car up a little bit while we're in traffic. Just see what happens when we get back out there.
With the rain coming and going, is it changing the racetrack, changing the grip you have on it?
Well, you know, we haven't had a chance to really lay rubber down on the racetrack. So, you know, I think that it's going to change, but it's just got a ton of grip at the beginning each time, and the cool temperatures keep a lot of grip in it. So once the rubber gets down, it's going to be interesting to see the grooves widen out and see, you know, which car and team is the one to beat.
Okay, might be you.
All right, thanks, Dick Berggren and Jeff Gordon, as the rain continues to fall with Jeff Hammond. And Mike mentioned some of the options here, right? If we had to run tomorrow, I guess we could suspend the race now. If this does blow through, and again, strong Santa Ana winds could help with that, and there is a chance, of course, that the rain is not in the forecast for later this evening. Coming up, we're going to show you the Simpsons, and then you'll get your late local news on the East Coast. And at 11 Eastern, 8 Pacific, we'll come back for an update. If they are continuing to race, we'll give you that information, or if it has been postponed and continued until tomorrow. So, Jeff, you've been in this position as a crew chief. Give us some of the options, what you think NASCAR is considering, given the clues Darrell pointed out.
I'll just do it real simple. This is what you're going to do right now. We're going to kick our feet up,
all right,
and we're going to wait for the rain to stop, and we're going to drive the racetrack, and then we're going to go back racing. That's all you can do is just kick back and relax.
He just wanted to show off his boots. Did you get a boot deal? Is that part of your
Yeah, you got to have Justin boots if you want to do this kind of stuff. But, at the same time,
Jeff Hammond's just going to relax.
I'm just going to relax, and, hey, I'm going to watch a little bit of The Simpsons while I watch it rain.
Simpsons very funny. I want to see if Mo gets cranky or not, all right? And if the comic book guy, he's always cranky. and if the comic book guy talks racing and Homer Simpson will do something really silly.
Kind of like you.
No, I don't relate like Homer Simpson. No, I would be more like, what? Chief Wiggins? No,
yeah, there you go.
All right, so Jeff's going to kick back and relax. I'll do some more research here, and we have Mike, Larry, and Darrell upstairs, and our pit crew continuing to stay on top of the drivers down below as the rain continues to fall. As now the cars are parked and they are seeking a warm spot somewhere. It's the Auto Club 500, powered by Q Motor Oil, but dominated by the weather here at the Auto Club Speedway in San Bernardino, California. We still have a couple more minutes before we're going to go to the Simpsons. So, Jeff, you're going to have to put your boots back on the floor and man up.
I've got
cowboy up.
Yeah, I got a cowboy up. Okay, well, cowboy up then while I was waiting on the to come on. But, this, again, you've got an advantage here by having teammates. I guarantee you when these guys go inside their transporters, they're not just going to run back to their coaches and just kind of like forget everything. They've got an opportunity to discuss some stuff. So now's the time to get the crew chiefs in there, get the engineers in there, and try to anticipate what's going to happen here between now and the halfway point. If we get a chance to go back green, this could be the race. Make it happen. You may have one more opportunity to come down on pit road, make that good adjustment, and be ready to finish this race.
All right, well, we have a couple of minutes. Let's go over the big picture again. Following the big win by Ryan Newman and Dodge at the Daytona 500, second race of the year. Remember, there's no break after this. Right. We go to Las Vegas and then Atlanta and Bristol before there is a break. So a different kind of track from the restrictor plate racing of the Super Bowl of NASCAR and how things started out. So let's look at what was expected of Dale Earnhardt Jr., okay? Top 10 finish at the 500, but a wreck takes him out of this one.
I was going to say, you can't blame Dale Jr. for what happened to him. He was sitting back there just trying to mind his, own business. The next thing you know, he gets caught up in something not of his own making. So the team has put him back out there on the racetrack, trying to score those valuable points. And, he's a trooper. He understands how the game's played. He'll pick it up next week in Las Vegas. So, you've got to persevere through this kind of stuff, just like, Jeff Gordon did from Daytona. Right now, he's bounced back. He's running in the top 10, led a lot tonight. So, you got to believe it's your attitude and what kind of character you really are as far as, making it back in.
Well, and you pointed out that, Dale Earnhardt Jr. has not run well in California in the past. The Hendrick cars have, and Jimmy Johnson, Jeff Gordon are currently running well. Of course, right. The mishap for Junior. But what does that say about Jimmy and Jeff in terms of the big picture when you talk about Toyota and Gibbs Racing?
Well, I think we got a heck of a battle going on right now as far as trying to work that out. And if this race goes, full duration, it may show us something totally different. We've seen the Toyotas get hot because of all the debris on the racetrack. Seems like we're pretty susceptible to the heat as far as engines are concerned. So there's a lot of unknowns. We've been talking about unknowns. These unknowns will continue, at least for the moment, because of the rain.
87 laps in to the Auto Club 500 and the rain. We're going to wait it out. And it looks like the rain is going to move through. The Simpsons late local news, and we'll be back. We're not going to leave you hanging for an update. Currently, Jimmy Johnson, your leader. I've always wanted to say this. It's a laugh out loud Sunday. The Simpsons straight ahead on Fox. You did good, NASCAR.
I just woken up from a nap. Mama! Meatloaf! That's what I'm talking about.
That's just part of the fun. NASCAR on Fox throughout the afternoon and evening. And coming up on the East Coast, local news, West Coast, and primetime programming. And at 11 Eastern, 8 Pacific, an update on the Auto Club 500 powered by Q Motor Oil from the Auto Club Speedway here in Fontana, California. Not too far from Los Angeles. After 87 laps, scheduled for 250, Jimmie Johnson has won a couple of California races and is going for his third straight NASCAR championship, is currently the leader. Along with champion crew chief Jeff Hammond, Chris Myers, thanks for tuning in on Fox. We're going to keep you posted because NASCAR is adamant about getting this race in no matter what.
We're not done yet. I promise you that right now, Chris. I mean, they're out there right now working, trying to drive this racetrack. It's quit raining again, which is a good thing. If they can get everything back where they need to. These guys know they've only got 38 laps to get halfway. Even though we're trying to go the distance, there'll be a lot of strategies being kind of like formulated in that garage area during this rain delay.
Jeff Gordon also in the hunt with his teammate Jimmie Johnson, currently the leader. Quick recap of how things went earlier in the day. Once we had the rain and it was over with, they had to come out and drive the track, but there were still a few wet spots caused by seepage that was coming up under the track, and that's what happened. We're on board on the FedEx car with Denny Hamlin, hits a damp spot, goes into the wall, and then on lap 21, Casey Mears, similar problem. You'll notice that Dale Earnhardt Jr., his Hendrick teammate, in the 88 car, took him out of the race. Eventually got back in it, but so many laps down, can't contend at this point. Sam Hornish Jr., the rookie, watch in the 77 up underneath. Then moments later, almost like a scene out of a movie, but all the drivers were okay. The cars, that's another story. Brought out the red flag. They tried to adjust some spots on the track. Brought out the drivers, like Jimmie Johnson, to make sure that the track was okay. They got to racing again, and then the rains came again. So we've had 2 red flags. We've had 7 yellow flags for caution. And no white flag waving of surrender. We will get the race in, whether it goes halfway or the distance, and it's important. The second race of the year, and then it's on to Las Vegas after this.
On to Las Vegas right now, but the key thing is Jimmie Johnson's leading this race. He's looking to rebound for what was pretty much a disappointing Daytona 500 for him. So for Chad Knaus and that whole 48 bunch, they're trying to get back on track to be able to try to capture that 3rd championship in a row.
We've had 8 leaders, 16 different lead changes. Jeff Gordon has led the most laps, 57 so far. Stick around for your late local news on the East Coast. Primetime programming like The Simpsons and Family Guy coming up. And then back with our NASCAR update from here in California. You stay classy, San Bernardino. From Fontana, California, time for this NASCAR on Fox update. And on the East Coast, it's a little late. 9 o'clock here on the West Coast, but it's after midnight on the East Coast, where we'll have the conclusion of the Auto Club 500 at 1 o'clock Eastern. Local programming and Family Guy coming up on the West Coast. Jeff Hammond, champion crew chief. Chris Myers, your Family Guy here at the Hollywood Hotel. Quick update here. Jimmie Johnson leading after 87 laps. It's been a long day. It's been more about the weather and the track than the drivers, the best drivers in America.
It really has been, Chris. And this is going to be the test of all tests, I hope, for this year, because, again, it's been a long day, and these drivers are trying to get refocused on what they're going to have to do here shortly.
Second race of the year following the big finish at the Daytona 500. And, of course, after a 2-hour-plus rain delay, they had the jet dryers out to make sure the track was ready. The drivers said we're okay to go. Denny Hamlin had other ideas afterwards. We're on his FedEx Toyota. You're on board with his view, hitting a wet spot caused by seepage coming up under the track, and he goes into the wall. And that's what happened to Casey Mears on lap 21. Keep an eye on him, and this created a 4-car wreck. Reed Sorensen involved, but the teammate of Mears in the 88 car, also with Hendrick Motorsports knocking out Dale Earnhardt Jr., he did come back into the race. But watch Sam Hornish Jr. underneath in the 77 car, hitting Mears. All the drivers were okay. Quickly the fire was put out, but that brought out a red flag. We had a delay. They got back to racing after they fixed some spots on the track to take care of the seepage. And Jimmie Johnson checked it out, said we're ready to go. That's not a movie review. Thumbs up for the track. But once the rain came, they had 57 laps in between the drivers said, hey, we're going to have to hold off another red flag. We've had 7 caution flags so far, 8 different leaders, 16 lead changes. Jimmie Johnson, your current leader, Jeff Gordon, has led 57 laps, the most so far.
And the Daytona 500 winner, Ryan Newman, lurking back there in 10th place. So, we still got some more racing to go, and we got a lot of good guys up there getting ready to get after it.
NASCAR officials say we're getting the race in here at California, and I know that Mike Joy, Darrell Waltrip, and Larry McReynolds are anxious to call the race, gentlemen.
Well, the good news, Chris, is that NASCAR says that their weather radar indicates that we are done with the rain. So once the track is dry, they're not looking to race till halfway. They're looking to run this thing all the way tonight.
Yeah, and here's some good news. While you were away, nothing happened. So just come on back. We're going to get a little racing down here in a little while.
But, Larry, is it going to be like when we started this race this afternoon after a long period of rain, green racetrack, and kind of got what you got? Now we know a little more. What are these teams doing right now?
Definitely a lot of information they gathered when we started this race earlier because there was no rubber down on the racetrack. But I think the good thing now, you hate to start and stop and start and stop. And I think we know now, we get this racetrack dry and ready to go, that we are clear to go because, as you mentioned, the radar looks good. So now you can formulate that game plan that, the car's going to be this way, then we're going to have to make adjustments as we go.
Yeah. So make another sandwich and stick around.
All right, thanks, guys. And the best drivers will be going at it. No Country for Old Men wins a Picture of the Year in Hollywood, not too far from here. That's not about Dale Jarrett and Mark Martin.
Or Bill Elliott.
But those are some veteran drivers you'll see in about an hour on Fox as we complete the Auto Club 500 from the Auto Club Speedway here in Fontana, San Bernardino, California. For Mike, Darrell, Larry, and Jeff, Chris Myers, whoever does win this race could star in Marathon Man or Rain Man, I'll tell you that. Stick around for more exciting programming, and then we'll see you in about an hour to conclude the race. This has been a NASCAR on Fox update. And we welcome you live to the Auto Club Speedway in Fontana, California. This is a NASCAR on Fox update. 87 laps in, but the crews, drivers are getting ready to go racing, and we'll bring it to you live once they hit the track. Otherwise, more local programming, and of course, our NASCAR update from the Hollywood Hotel. We're trackside and have been all day. Jeff Hammond, Chris Myers. Jeff Gordon has led the most laps. Jimmie Johnson, his teammate, currently the leader once we get back to going.
Yeah, we talked to him a little earlier. He had him a little bit of mac and cheese. He's getting ready to go back racing. You saw the crews bringing the generators down to warm up the engines a little bit, engine oil. So we're getting pretty close, Chris.
And Ryan Newman currently running 10th, coming off that big Daytona 500 win. Tony Stewart 15th. And once they hit the track, you see they're all different ways to try the track out. NASCAR on Fox. Good night, good morning, good luck. We'll be back with an update once they're racing. We'll bring it to you. And we're live in Fontana, California with this NASCAR on Fox update. NASCAR officials giving it their best shot to try and complete the Auto Club 500 powered by Q Motor Oil, but after the rain stopped, drying the track turned out to be a little bit more of a project, so they will go 1 o'clock Eastern on Monday. The weather is fine. That's 10 a.m. Pacific here local. Yeah, unfortunately, they kept working and working and working, but the Weepers won out tonight. I mean, that's all you can say about it. They couldn't quite control the water, so in the interest of safety, they had to postpone till tomorrow. In the end, the right call. Other people are weeping for different reasons, I'm sure. Jimmie Johnson, currently your leader. That's where they will pick it up tomorrow. His teammate Jeff Gordon leading the most laps so far in this race at 57. For Jeff Hammond, Chris Myers, our entire crew, and those of you who hung around, thanks for staying up with us. Wake Up Fontana is straight ahead. I kid, because I care.
Welcome back to Auto Club Speedway of Southern California, where the Auto Club 500 is set to resume under sunny skies and on a hopefully dry racetrack. NASCAR on Fox welcomes you back to, yes, sunny Southern California for the continuation of the Auto Club 500. Presented on Fox by Q Motor Oil. We raced and it rained yesterday long into night. Got the green flag. Denny Hamlin crashed. Casey Mears slid in some of the weepers up into the turn 2 wall, took out his teammate Dale Earnhardt Jr., and then got collected by an already crashed Sam Hornish. Mears' car went up and over. Hornish has caught fire. Everybody climbed out okay. Those 2 cars were retired from the event. Speedway did some remedial work on the weepers in turns 3 and 4. Jimmy Johnson had a look at it, pronounced it okay. We went back to racing, and then the rains really came. After 2 red flags, NASCAR finally pulled the plug. It has not rained since. And here is how we will line up for the restart with 87 laps complete, 163 to go. The only cars out of the race are those of Mears and Hornish. Hamlin's and Earnhardt Jr.'s have their crash damage repaired, as has Reed Sorensen. So 40 of the 43 starters, or 41 of the 43 starters, will be on track when we go back to green. What we anticipate, since this race is 87 laps in the books, that they will start the cars under a yellow flag condition, run enough laps to make sure that NASCAR and the teams and drivers have the confidence the track is dry and ready to go racing, and then we're going to complete the advertised distance. Hi, everybody. Mike Joy, Larry McReynolds, Darrell Waltrip with you again on what feels just a little like Groundhog Day.
Yes, my favorite movie. You know, the thing about this morning, Larry, my crew chief buddy, I got a bad attitude. You're gonna have to help me. And I know how some of these drivers feel. Say, man, I don't want to be here today. I wanted to get this thing done last night. That's why NASCAR tried so diligently to get the track dry and get the race in last night. But you got to get that driver pumped up. You got to get him ready to go, because we got quite a bit of racing to do today, Larry. And maybe if I was happy with my car, I'm happy to be here. But a lot of these guys wish they could have gone home yesterday.
Key words, quite a bit of racing to do. We know we're going to go 500 miles, 250 laps now. But Mike yesterday at the top of our show talked about the unknowns of bringing this car here. Now that we've run 87 laps, I've got a lot more questions, because this racetrack is so different. Jeff Gordon led 57 laps. Now he's back in the pack a little bit, and we don't know if he can work traffic as good as when he was out front. And the Roush Fenway cars, Greg Biffle, Carl Edwards, Matt Kenseth, they look strong. And trust me, those Dodges back there, Kurt Busch, his teammate Ryan Newman, Casey Kane, they look awfully good too. We've got more questions now that we've run 87 laps.
And I want to say a big thank you to our NASCAR on Fox crew, the fellows, the men and women who stood out on the roofs and on those camera platforms, stayed with us in the truck through a long day's journey into night so we could bring you what we hoped was the race last night, and they're all back here today and ready to go. And the same is said for these fans. Boy, are they diehards. A lot of them stuck it out until the very end, until the race was called last night, and as many as could take the day off are back here for what they came to see. Let's go to pit road. Steve Burns.
Thank you very much, Mike. I want to follow up on what Larry McReynolds just talked about. Jimmy Johnson in the 48 car will restart this race as the leader, but his biggest question is, we've only run 10 green flag laps at a time, so that's the biggest concern here. They just haven't had that much green flag racing. Krista.
Well, the last thing Carl Edwards said last night, they cannot call this race. We are too good. Guess what? He may be even better today. In practice, which was also in the daytime, they were outstanding. He's from the Show Me State. He may be about ready to put on a show. Matt Yoakum.
Krista, weather is still a big concern for Kyle Busch and all the teams up and down pit road. Not about the rain, but about how much sun and how high we'll see the temps climb today. Now, teams have taken a lot of tape off their grills, anticipating the warmer temperatures, and then throw in the added thing. Kyle Busch talked about it last night at Bergen. California.
Well, Greg Biffle's car,
where it's sandblasting all those tear-offs.
Greg Biffle's car was so good last night, Matt, that he was yelling war whoops from behind the wheel. I asked him this morning, when was the last time you did that? He said 2005. In 2005, right here in California, he won the spring race, finished second in the second race. But that was last night when we had darkness, cool temperatures. Today, sunshine and warmer. Let's see how it works.
Thanks, Dick. Now, all of last night was, for NASCAR and these teams, a red flag condition. And when the garage opened this morning bright and early, only limited things were allowed to be done.
Yeah, again, you have to treat it like you cannot work on your car during red flag. But because these cars sat through so much last night, what they allowed them to do this morning, adjust the air pressure, reprime the oiling system, and because it was so damp and all the tape on these noses had got so much weather on them and rain on them, they let them retape the noses of these cars. Now, pit road was open at time. We had about 7 cars that hit pit road. I didn't expect to see the leaders because we pitted only about 4 or 5 laps before this red flag last night.
Well, the thing I'm noticing is just like on the 96 car here, a lot of teams are going under the hood. And you know what that tells me? They're making adjustments. They found out something from a teammate or from somebody in the garage that maybe there's something they can do to help their car.
One other thing was allowed to be changed, and that's the batteries for our onboard cameras, which during the red flags last night could not have been changed. So after a lap around under caution, Jimmie Johnson, who will take the green flag today from the point. Let's see what Jimmy had to say.
Yeah, it looks a lot like it did last night. A little bit better, but still there.
Well,
he's talking about the weepers up in turns 3 and 4.
Yeah, not good news.
We had heavy rains here throughout the weekend and a light persistent rain Sunday morning. So the groundwater level of water in the ground has really got to be quite high for this area of Southern California, and some of that is from the dirt under the banking is weeping out through the seams in the asphalt onto the track.
But I think the good news is the sun's shining, and that's going to help not only can you see them better, but it's going to help dry them up too.
The Goodyear Blimp is back with us again today from its base in nearby Carson, California. They provide our aerial coverage for track tested technology. Get there on Goodyear Innovation. There you see the seams in the asphalt. You can only lay a course of asphalt so wide with existing technology, so you have to seam it, and those seams give the opportunity for groundwater to occasionally seep through.
Looked pretty good to me compared to what we were seeing last night. I don't see any wet spots.
Looks much better, and we have a green flag. Jimmie Johnson brings them down for the restart, completing lap 89.
And that's Travis Kvapil in the 28 car, the white car right behind Jimmie Johnson. Now, on that pit stop they made at lap 83 last night, they elected Todd Parrott to change just right side tires to try to get the track position, but he's already working on the rear bumper of that 48 car of Johnson.
Well, we talked about Todd being a gambler, Larry, and that's the kind of gamble you'd make if you expected the race to go to halfway and be over. But now, that's going to be a hard strategy to pay off.
If you've got a good driving race car, we saw it work out last night. If your car is not balanced properly, if it's loose or if it's tight, that's where 2 tires will really bite you.
Yeah, it works pretty good for a short run, but it'll get him in the end, I think.
Craig Biffle about to surrender 4th to Jeff Gordon, who has led 57 laps. That's 4 times as many as anybody else in this race.
That 24 car is amazing to me. Watch that thing accelerate up off. Look at him put the gap between the 16 and him off of turn 2. That's where that car is so dominant. From the center of 1 and 2 off that corner and down the back, that thing really moves.
11th place. Kurt Busch, runner-up in the Daytona 500. David Rudiman has had a very strong run in the 00 so far. And here comes last year's winner, Matt Kenseth.
Yeah, David runs well here. Had a horrendous crash here last year. But I talked to him about it, and he said, I really don't ever think about it.
Now watching Kyle Busch in that green 18 car, he just goes by Travis Kvapil for second. It was back on lap 18, roughly, or lap 20, that he was all the way back in the 37th position. They had to pit because they had debris across the grill opening, and he immediately started working his way to the front.
Matt Yoakum.
And talking to Kyle Busch on the grid, Mike, he told me the biggest thing that stood out about his car, it was really good, but just how strong the 24, who is going to be filling up his mirror, and that 48, who he's looking at through his windshield, just how tough they are.
Well, one thing, Matt, that we've seen time and time again with that 24 car, if he can stay out front, he's really fast. He gets hung up back in traffic. Sometimes that's his Achilles heel, and it really affects that car for whatever reason.
Well, he's in clean air right now, Darrell, and he lacks just 2 positions of being out front once again. His teammate Jimmie Johnson and Kyle Busch.
I'll tell you a car that we talked to him last night, one of the interviews, right behind this group right here, Martin Truex Jr. in that one car. He seemed like he was pretty happy with his car last night, and he's continuing his march to the top 5.
Another guy I think you'll hear a lot out of before this day's over with is that 20 car, Tony Stewart. He's back here, and he's 15th right now, Larry. But I watched these guys work the last few weeks in some of the races down at Daytona. Seemed like they have really got a good handle on how to make this car come on good later on in the day. Like they got a good long run set up, maybe not so hot on the short run, but it really seems to pick up later in the day.
Talking about short runs, long runs, you know a guy that was happy with his race car on long runs in the short practice we got on Saturday, Mark Martin in that 8 car. This is Mark Martin's 700th career Sprint Cup start today.
And there's not a lot of grip out there on that racetrack right now. This is like kind of a sandy surface almost. These cars are going to slide around a lot, and they're also going to grind off those tires in a real fast here today too.
Because all the rubber was washed off with all the rain we had.
And we saw last night all the debris that the track has. You know, the sand, the dirt, and the paper that was flying around. So this place has gotten a lot like some of the guys say like Darlington.
Yesterday, Jeff Gordon took off from the field. Today in the early going, Jimmie Johnson has opened up a 2-second lead. Steve?
Mike, early in, Jimmie Johnson saying my car is great down in turns 1 and 2, but in 3 and 4, a little bit tight, having trouble rolling through the center. Matt?
Jeff Gordon told me the biggest lesson learned last night when they were held up on pit road and lost a lot of track position. Fresh air is your biggest friend. He said getting stuck back in traffic, his car went way to the tight side, and track position is going to be key in their pit strategy thinking today.
But, Matt, that's exactly what Darrell was talking about. We've seen this even with the O car in the 24 car. He's great out front, but when he loses that downforce on the nose, talking about being out of clean air, just can't go.
Doesn't seem that way. This 7 car, I've been watching him, Larry. He's in a race here with David Ruderman. He's been moving up pretty well, too. He's been making some dicey high-line moves, and it's been paying off for him. He got by about 3 or 4 cars. He and Ruderman got a little deal going here.
Robbie is from Orange County. Orange, California, to be exact. And he likes that car loose. It's his home track, and a lot of family and friends here to watch him race. And he's starting this race in a bind. Docked 100 points and $100,000 by NASCAR for an unapproved nose, but as it turned out, the nose that he was supplied had the same part number as the approved nose. And since they were new to Dodge, they didn't know any differently, so that story will continue.
He may be starting in a bind, but I guarantee you he's starting with a lot of fire in that belly.
102 laps complete in the Auto Club 500, powered by Q, and here comes Kasey Kahne against Jeff Gordon, who yesterday was the strongest car here.
Now, see, that's a car that I think, Larry, that we haven't really mentioned a whole lot, but you got to remember, so this cat won here not too long ago. He knows this racetrack pretty well, and I got to tell you, I've been impressed with the turnaround at Everham's deal. I think they've got that. I think they got their act together.
How about engine number 9, Steve?
Well, Mike Casey says his car's starting to get just a little bit too loose coming off the corners. Otherwise, he likes it.
And honestly, talking to Ray Evernham and talking to Kenny Francis, the team director for this team, I don't know that it's because of this new car. I think, and Ray told me this, the generation of tire that Goodyear raced most of the year last year, Kasey Kahne just did not like the feel of it. He couldn't feel the left side of the race car. This new generation of tire, they've softened, put more grip in the left side tires. They've made it more forgiving, and I think he likes the feel, and I definitely think they're going to get back to the form they were in.
8th place battle here. That's Jeff Burton trying to hold off Kvapil and Kurt Busch.
Kvapil's hanging in there, boys, on those 2 tires.
Right now. Mainly under throttle.
Meanwhile, Greg Biffle has been dropping back. He's fallen to 7th place. Dick, what's up with the Biff?
Well, the Biff restarted 4th, Mike, and as good as that race car was last night, it's not so good today. He has complained that he simply has no right rear grip. Biffle going backwards.
And that's the difference in last night. I mean, last night he was hooping and hollering, and it's the best car he's had since he won here. And here, what a difference a day makes. Last night was cloudy, overcast, cool. They got a little sun on the track. Makes a huge difference in the setup.
fastest lap of this race so far belongs to Carl Edwards by a nanosecond or 6 over Jeff Gordon. Here is Carl racing in 6th place. He is the highest Ford in the race right now.
Nothing at all in your mirror, just you and that one. Just stay focused here. Everything is good.
I think that's a big thing to tell every driver right now. You know, get your focus back. Tell us what the car's doing. The track's going to be different. It's a new day. We got to have some more feedback here to stay focused.
But Darrell, I think that's great information with him. You can see he's definitely very busy in that 99 car. That way, if he knows he's not being challenged by anyone out the back, it's such a line-sensitive racetrack. You can work on hitting your marks and hitting your line.
Well, when you don't have to worry about competition, when you're just concentrating on your car, then that's what you focus on. You got people all around you. You don't have time to think about what's wrong with your car. Kristen, what's going on?
Larry DW, you guys hit the nail on the head. Carl Edwards is dissecting the lines, the grooves where the other cars are running. His spotter, Jason Hadlesky, is telling him exactly where to be in each corner, with where, like the 48, the 18, wherever they're going, that's where he's going. Carl Edwards very focused on the lines and hitting his marks.
Just right now, that high line that we just saw him run through 3 and 4, you just keep the car wound up there, and you could see him complete the pass on Truex in the 1.
The high line is a sunny day line. That's when it gets hot, when it gets slick, that's where you head, right to the top.
Robbie Gordon just passed Tony Stewart, and that's for 12th place.
I tell you, I've been watching Robbie. He's got a good race car right now.
He's come from 23rd since they dropped the green flag this morning.
All the Sprint Cup teams tested out here in January. When he did the test, it was a Ford with Roush Yates engines in it. He made the swap right before Daytona. This is a Dodge now with Gillette Evernham engines in it, and I just think the whole package of his affiliation is paying off.
Well, he had a great run at Daytona. If he could just get that penalty thing resolved with NASCAR, where they got to do what they got to do, and it doesn't hurt Robbie too badly, then I think he's on the way to a good start of a great year here. Single car team, he doesn't need big penalties.
Well, he and Kyle Petty are the 2 remaining owner drivers in NASCAR.
He's basically the single car owner driver.
Yeah, and the thing about it is the car rally got canceled. He had a huge investment in that. And he goes to Daytona, makes his switch, goes to Daytona, gets some momentum going, and then gets smacked with that big penalty.
I'm not sure when the appeal will be heard, but there's a lot of folks pulling for Robbie Gordon. On the other hand, the NASCAR rulebook is pretty concrete. They didn't have many options in handing down the Gordon penalty, so we'll see how it shakes out. We'll let you know.
The Auto Club 500 on Fox, powered by Q Motor Oil, is sponsored by Budweiser. Reach for the perfect balance of flavor and refreshment. Budweiser, the great American lager.
113 laps complete. Casey Kane, Kyle Busch are going to battle here for 2nd place. They are running 1.8 seconds behind race leader Jimmie Johnson. And here's Tony Stewart going back after Robbie Gordon. They traded 12th place about 4 laps ago, and now Stewart's going to take it back. Let's pick up on that 2nd place battle. Here's Matt.
And Mike, about 6 laps ago, Kyle Busch went from closing in on Jimmie Johnson to a slight bounce off the wall, a Darlington stripe, if you will. And now he says you need to do a little tug on that right front fender because I bounced off the wall. Now the car has gone to the tight side. It's getting worse and worse, Steve.
Matt, Casey Kane still saying his car is just a little bit loose. They're going to stop. It stays green. They'll stop shortly. He says they're going to put a round, or Kenny Francis, a round of wedge in.
And definitely this is the longest run in this race we've run since we dropped the green flag yesterday afternoon, and we are definitely getting within about a 10 to 12 lap window. They can go about 40 to 44 laps on fuel of making green flag pit stops. But I think one reason we're seeing some different handling in the car, most of the race yesterday afternoon, last night, the track temperature was in the 50s. It's already over 80 degrees, and the track just loses grip when it comes up.
It's dirty too. I see these guys run the high line, and every now and then somebody will get way up there and you'll see the dust fly.
Jimmie Johnson with a breakaway lead of 2.4 seconds. and varied fortunes on the Childress cars. Jeff Burton is up to 7th from 11th. However, Clint Boyer restarted 8th, and he has fallen to 19th, Matt.
One of the fastest cars last night here in California. Now, Boyer says his car is almost like driving at Lakeside Speedway, his home dirt track. He said just way too loose, especially on exit. Keep in mind, he was one of those teams that took 2 tires on that last pit stop last night.
The other Childress car, Kevin Harvick, runs in 15th.
I've been watching this cat right here, and he's been picking them up and laying them down. Just a couple laps ago, he went by Martin Truex Jr., but he'll probably find me wrong here, but watch the line he runs here. He goes in, and he gets all the way up against the wall. Now, he's about a lane off this lap, but I've watched him the last 2 or 3 laps. He's pretty much been rim riding all the way around the racetrack as we ride Jeff Burton in a 31 car.
I think you look at most guys, Larry, they've all moved to the top for the most part. They're really fast cars, and they're going to be right up against that safer barrier here, everybody, for long.
Burton's last lap was 7th quickest of all drivers. 6th quickest on that last lap was the number 1 of Martin Truex. Steve.
Mike, as you guys have mentioned, this is the longest green flag run of the race. Martin Truex Jr., who was good early, says, now I'm starting to get really loose off. I feel like I'm burning the right rear tire off.
Eight laps to halfway. Make that 7 as Jimmie Johnson leads Kasey Kahne now by 2.4 seconds. You're watching NASCAR on Fox. Green flag pit stops for Ryan Newman, Jimmie Johnson, Kyle Busch, Jeff Gordon, and more. Matt?
Service already complete on the Daytona 500 winners. Dodge chassis adjustments across the back. He said his car was loose everywhere, just could not get into gas. Meanwhile, Kyle Busch is in. His car, like we mentioned, way on the tight side. Brad Donahue makes a nice little tug on that right front fender, Steve.
Matt, Jimmie Johnson says his car has gotten snappy loose off turn 2 and a little snug in the center. They made a chassis adjustment to the left rear.
Martin Truex was in, Clint Boyer in the pit lane along with John Andretti, and Kasey Kahne gives up the lead to make his stop.
Mike, I mentioned this yesterday, and one of the things that guys are doing with this race car is they're jacking the right, putting a great big heavy spring in the right rear. Well, we got a collision on pit road.
Yeah,
down
David
here.
Reagan in the 6 just about got together with Joe Nemechek in the 78 car. They were side by side. You cannot go side by side down pit road per the NASCAR rules, Steve.
And Larry, Kasey Kahne in. He wants an air pressure adjustment. They're going to take a 1/4 pound in the right rear and add some wedge, Matt.
Jeff Burton said his car was tight in the middle, initial throttle. He just had to wait on it. Scott Miller will try to fix that car with air pressure.
And problems for Kurt Busch.
He could be out of gas because we've run 40 laps, and remember they had to warm these things up this morning too. I believe he's out of gas.
I do too.
Coming around turn 4, he will make it to pit road, so we should be able to stay green.
You had to guess, Jesse. Am I below pit road speed?
Yeah, you're okay.
See, that without the motor running, he can't see the tachometer, and that's how he judges his pit road speed.
I think he's okay. He looks like he's on actually a little bit slower than the speed, so that's good.
So he'll lose a lap as Carl Edwards, the new leader, now comes to pit road, and Krista.
Carl Edwards stayed out to get his 5 points. Then he had to stay out another lap because the 2 had run out of gas on the backstretch. He comes in. They need to make just a small left rear adjustment. They're going for a small amount of fight. Carl says his car is just free everywhere, but he's really concerned with it being free off the corner.
And Kurt Busch was able to get his engine refired without incident and without further delay.
Now, Kurt Busch's teammate, the 12th car of Ryan Newman, pitted 3 laps before this. You know, you just wonder if Roy McCauley was trying to play a little bit safe, or was the 12 right there on the fuel window? Obviously, the 2 car was outside the fuel window.
If you're going to run out, it actually didn't. It hurt him, but it didn't hurt him as badly as it could have. He was able to coast to his pit, get some gas, and get going. So he may be a lap down, but he should probably be in a position to get the free pass.
Scott Riggs may have led that last lap as he comes in, and let's go to Blaney's pit and Dick.
Well, Dave Blaney's crew has really struggled with this race car, Mike, since they have gotten here. And this morning they threw just about everything they could think of into the car on the very first round of pit stops. Blaney needs a good finish today. He failed to finish the Daytona 500. He is one of those guys that always seems to have his eye on keeping the car in the top 35 in owner points, so he is assured of a starting position.
Right now, Dick, Blaney slots 33rd in owner points at this moment, so good observation. We are past halfway in the Auto Club 500, powered by Q Motor Oil on Fox. Jimmie Johnson, once again, the leader. Dale Jarrett currently running 30th, one lap off the pace, as Jimmie Johnson in the Lowe's Chevrolet leads the field now by nearly 5 seconds. Back to Kyle Busch, Jeff Gordon, Kasey Kahne, and Carl Edwards.
Good pit work, and that stretched the lead out a little bit, and then Kyle had a little bit longer pit stop, probably working on that right front fender. Looks to me like Jeff Gordon's car really runs good on new tires, but it fades a little bit near the end of a long run. So Jimmy's sitting out there on cruise right now.
And there's the second place car. So
Let's update you on Kurt Busch, the 2 car. He did indeed go a lap down. Right now he's back in the 26th position, and he's about 3.5 seconds behind leader Jimmie Johnson. But Darrell and I were just discussing during the break the problem he's faced with right now. Right now his fight and battle is try to be the first car a lap down should the caution come out. And right now with this long green run, the leader keeps lapping other cars, so he's got to try to get up there and get with Jimmie Johnson to be that first car, because right now Bill Elliott is in front of him with Elliott Sadler in the 19 on the verge of going a lap down.
And he's about to pass Elliott, but again, Sadler could be the first car in line for the free pass. How about Kurt Busch?
Well, for the folks at home, Mike, just to explain the reason he stayed out, they were obviously trying to get those all-important 5 bonus points. He was trying to lead a lap. The 99 was able to do it. They had the better fuel mileage, though. No problems for the 99 to stay out that long. The 2 running out of gas on the backstretch.
So Busch has not led a lap today, nor had Scott Riggs. I thought in the cycling through of pit stops he led a lap, but actually it was Carl Edwards who led that lap. So we've had 19 lead changes among 10 different leaders.
And right now the 2 car is racing harder than anybody on the racetrack. Not only trying to keep up with the leader, but be the first car a lap down, because that's very, very critical to that team if they're going to get that lap back.
Matt.
Mike, a different day for Jeff Gordon. It seems like a different race car. What was a rocket ship Sunday night now is a race car that is getting looser and looser with each lap he completes. He said after the adjustments, the car is now looser than it was before.
He's in 3rd place.
Got a car in the wall. Well, it's I think it's a 31, isn't it?
I believe it is. Jeff Burton.
Looked like he was up against the fence down there in the turn 3 and 4.
The steering wheel is off, maybe it's off a little bit.
You could see, Darrell, he buffed the letters off the tires. Didn't appear to do any damage to the sheet metal, but as you heard Burton say, it has changed the alignment on that car.
He's been running in high, just like you see here. Now watch the dust start to fly. It's real dirty right up next to it. See all that dirt? And he got up there and got a little bit loose, kissed the wall. I don't think with this car it's going to do that much damage to it.
Let's ride along with Jeff Burton. When you don't see the yellow letters on the sides of those Goodyears, something bad has happened.
The body of this car sticks out, a little further. The splitter and the right front fender and all sticks out a little further. So the tires.
Make sure we get everything away on the body.
What's behind the right rear?
It's just a brace to hold the sheet metal
quarter panel. But I tell you, we've talked about it so much. This car just seems so durable. As long as you don't hit that right front of that right rear, you can get the body out pretty easily, because remember, it has that Dow foam all the way down almost between the rear tire and the front tire, all in the body side.
Got plenty of time now. Just get everything good.
Burton will get his repairs, and the free pass. Kurt Busch was trying to get up there and get it, but Jimmie Johnson had just lapped Elliott Sadler, so that moves Sadler back onto the lead lap with the free pass. There's his number 19.
That's what Kurt was fighting, trying to stay in contact with the leader, so that didn't happen, but he didn't quite make it.
But this caution should help him because we know he's probably the fastest of the cars. It's a lap down, so this should group everyone up. We know everyone will be to pit road because right now they're almost treating this track like Darlington. You get a caution, you come get 4 tires.
Well, you can look at it, Larry. Look how white it is. When the track's white like that, that means there's no rubber in it. You see some building down in the bottom down there and a little up toward the top, but the track just has no rubber in it, no grip.
135 complete, 115 laps to go. Pit road is open. Krista.
Well, Carl Edwards is very happy with this car. He said he does not need any adjustments, and you're right, they're just going for those 4 tires. Dick.
This car was loose last night. It is loose today in the sunshine as well. They have made multiple adjustments trying to tighten it up. They are getting better. The car is getting closer to the way Kenseth wants it. To Matt.
Kyle Busch says his car is getting better. They're still going to try to tweak it one more time. Jeff Gordon says his car needs a big adjustment. Steve Letarte says, I was trying not to hurt your center, but we didn't fix the exit. Jeff says, I'll take care of that myself, Steve.
Matt, Jimmy Johnson says his car's a little edgy, a little on the free side. Small air pressure adjustment. He also made a Panhard bar adjustment.
Here's our DirecTV race off pit road. Kyle Busch will get out first. We're under caution in Fontana.
With the 1, Mobile One.
Green flag to restart at lap 138. 112 to go here in California. This weekend we move on to Las Vegas to the 1.5 miles with the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series on Fox. Now Kyle Busch beat Jimmy Johnson off pit road. He's the lead car on the restart. He's in clean air. He's away and gone.
And Mike, we got a report from all of our pit reporters. Tire wear looks excellent on all the cars, a couple of exceptions. Folks at home, if you want to know tire wear in this racetrack right now, just take a brand new piece of 80 grit sandpaper, get you an eraser and rub across that new piece of sandpaper, and that's what the tires have gone through in this first bit of the race. But as that paper wears, that eraser will last a little bit longer, and that's what we're getting into.
Now we're pretty much sure everyone changed 4 tires. One car that did go with 2 tires, you see Brian Vickers right there, that group did go with just 2 right side tires.
Puts him on the list of our Toyota top performers, led by Kyle Busch, who's Joe Gibbs Toyota is in front of the field.
I'll tell you one thing, these guys aren't shy on the restarts. They go everywhere. I just saw somebody in 3 and 4 down there all the way down on below the white line. And remember, folks at home, there's no out of bounds here. The grass, I guess, would be the most would be the out of bounds marker here, but the white line doesn't mean anything. Unlike Daytona and Talladega, where we just came from Daytona.
Well, on a restart like this with fresh tires, Darrell, chances are you're not fighting the car, so get up there and get what you can get.
That's right. You feel like Superman right now. Your car will go, go, go.
Jimmy Johnson starting to fill up the rearview mirror of Kyle Busch for the lead.
But I tell you what, Kyle Busch just ran the fastest lap that he's run in this race right there at a 39.98 on lap 140 with 110 laps to go.
How about the car that's chasing him, Steve?
Mike, Jimmy Johnson, they had a little bit of a slow pit stop, but I heard Chad Canals on the radio say as Jimmy exited, better safe than sorry, guys. They had a loose nut, rather want to make sure the loose lug nuts were all tight.
Thanks, Steve. 2 of the Hendrick cars running up front. Jimmy Johnson and Jeff Gordon, who finished 1-2 in last year's championship. The other 2 Hendrick Chevrolets have had a tough 24 hours of Fontana. That's Casey Mears sliding through water, getting loose, going around, and collecting his new teammate, Dale Earnhardt Jr. in the 88. Mears' car is done, especially after this assist from Sam Hornish. Everybody got out okay. But Dale Jr.'s team, during the red flag, got to make all the patch panels and repair pieces, and when they put the field back under caution, got them on there in reasonably good time. Nonetheless, Jr. is soldiering around this racetrack, 41 laps down, Steve.
Mike, this is a bit of a test session for the 88 car. Tony Eury Jr., the crew chief, said when they were here for preseason testing, they experimented a lot because he said, heck, we had the notes from the 48, the 24, and the rest of my teammates. Now That's exactly what they're doing, just getting seat time in. The problem Junior has right now, Mike, is his headrest is coming down and resting on his shoulder, on his right shoulder. He says it's aggravating.
That apron is aggravating him right now. He got those left side tires down below the white line. He had his hands full coming off the turn.
Well, there's just this group of cars right here, Larry, that are just all over each other. They've been 4 wide, down on the apron. This little crowd right here looks to me like they're trying to see who can outbrave each other, especially when they head off in the corner.
And worse, Darrell, I mean, he's got to run another 107 laps, and his only chance of improving his position is if somebody else falls out of the race.
Yeah, I mean, he's the guy with the guy we was talking about with the bad attitude. Why have I got to get back out here in this thing after it's been wrecked? But you can see he's racing. He's not just riding.
Right. Now, let me correct. He needs to run another 66 laps, because after that, he cannot improve his position at all. And he's 41 laps down.
This just adds more aggravation to it because the car's running pretty good. Yeah. And now you say, well, if we hadn't wrecked.
Right.
So now you got to deal with that.
But you know, and I know, Darrell, drivers sometimes have different thinking structure than crew chiefs. But one thing that I always prided myself in was having that race car running at the end of the race when the checkered flag came out. You never gave up on it.
Well, there's a lesson learned here too, Larry. That car was wrecked big time. They fixed it. He's back in the race. And that's what you want your team. You never want your team to say, we can't fix it, let's go home. He got it fixed, he's in the race, and he's passing cars.
Yes, sir.
Plus, that gives the driver a lot of confidence too, Larry. When the team says, we got it right, we got it fixed, now get back out there, you feel like you can go back out there and not jeopardize yourself at all.
Jamie McMurray and Robbie Gordon. I'm laughing because in my left ear, our director, Artie Kempner, is calling this a spirited battle between the Crown Royal and Jim Beam car.
I think they're kind of like Gopher Camp. It's a feisty battle.
Artie and Chris Myers will be at the Chuckle Hut in Hermosa Beach until we leave for Vegas. 2 shows a night, no cover, no minimum.
I have 2 words for you, Mike. Rick Allen.
Kyle Busch now leads by 1.1 seconds, trying to score Toyota's first victory at what is Toyota's home track. They are nearby. Their U.S. operations are located nearby.
And he's trying to do something that no one has ever done in NASCAR. I know it's early. It's very early. This is only week 2. But he won the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series race on Saturday. He's leading those points. He's going to run a 300-mile nationwide series a little bit later on this afternoon. He could leave here leading those points. And again, right now, as the points are now, and we've still got 103 laps to go, he's actually leading the Sprint Cup Series points right now.
Well, somebody, said, boy, y'all guys have got a love affair with Kyle Busch. I said, look, you can either be in the show or you can be the show. And right now, he is the show.
And I know I've got a love affair with him. I'd love to work on his race car. I'm telling you, he is the man.
Michael Waltrip has crashed in turn 2, and that puts us under caution for the 9th time in this race and the 2nd time today. His bad luck is Kurt Busch's good luck. Busch will be back on the lead lap with the free pass. We'll look at Waltrip's wreck in a minute. First, pit stops and Krista.
Carl Edwards just got on the radio and told his crew, come on guys, put us out front, we can do this. 4 tires and an air pressure adjustment for Carl in the 99. Dick?
Has won the spring race here in California last year and the year before. But today the car has been loose all day. He wants to tighten it up on this stop, Matt.
First of a doubleheader for Kyle Busch. His car, great. He says, doesn't want any changes. Meanwhile, Jeff Gordon needs more of the track bar change they made in the last stop. Still loose, but better, Steve.
Matt chassis adjustment for Jimmy Johnson. He said his car was too loose, particularly on Ronald. 4 tires. They added some air in the left rear tire.
Well, it looks like Roy McCauley, winner from Daytona 500, Ryan Newman. He reached down in the barrel with only 13 laps on the tires and got 2 right side tires to win the battle off pit road.
I love the race off pit road, though. It sounds like an NHRA race. Man, they're all just $9 grand and tearing out of there.
Now let's have a look at what happened to Michael Waltrip to put us under caution.
Like he just
55
gets,
way up there.
He likes to rim ride, and you can see the dust just a-flying. He just got up too high, locks it down. He makes contact with the rear of the car. Good job. See how he turned the wheels to the left? That kept the car from diving back into the wall.
But Darrell, they pretty much have been in trouble since the drop of the green flag. You see the look here, he just loses it up high. He said last night when we listened to him, the car's driving me. I'm not even driving the race car.
And they made an adjustment when we went back to green, and I didn't like that because you usually can't fix something like whatever they were trying to fix, not during the race.
Got one below here. Clear. Keep it gassed up there. Keep it gassed up. Caution's out.
Good job of keeping that car from going back into the wall with the front end because he had those wheels cut left.
Now, once he locked up that left front tire, that's what happens to it. There's not a lot of thickness of rubber on these tires, and a couple of them were done.
I can always, and Larry knows this, Dick Beatty, when you get in trouble, lock it down and crank it to the left. If a guy could only remember that, because then you'll go down the track, not back up the track.
He was the competition director for a number of years in the Sprint Cup Series garage.
You know who has the hardest time with that? The road racers. That's just a foreign concept to them. If you've got a NASCAR question, anytime, anything you want to know, we've got the answer for you. It's the coolest NASCAR website ever. It's at foxsports.com, and it's called Ask the Pros, built by the Home Depot.
Unfortunately, Travis Kvapil here with Todd Parrott, they had been hanging out in the top 10 or 12 ever since he made that move with 2 right side tires last night before the red flag, but they've got some damage or something going on the front end of the race car. Almost, I think they're almost possibly maybe running hot, Darrell. It almost looks like they're trying to do something up there in the nose of the car.
They're opening it up there, looks like. Maybe they've got some work they got to do. They got to drill, and it looks like they're trying to move the screen or something.
Getting ready for the restart. I was hoping Wayne Knight would show up to be an honorary crewman for Ryan this week. He's the actor who played Newman on the Seinfeld show.
You started something there.
Yeah. I asked Ryan, I said, aren't you getting tired of saying hello, Newman?
We're told he was invited to the race, but had another commitment. You had to deliver the mail. Thank you, Barry Landis, our producer.
We're going back racing, and Travis Kvapil, the 28, still sits on pit road, so he will go at least 1 lap down after being on the lead lap for 152 laps. We're hearing that splitter is broken on the 28 car, and that just kills the downforce on the car, so they have to repair that. He's going to leave pit road, but he will be a lap down. Let's crank it up, boys.
Winner Matt Kenseth.
Oh, it's just a matter of time until that 17 car reared his head. He was floating around there in the top 5. Cat's going for 3 in a row here. Jack Roush going for 4.
This will be the first lap that he has led in this race. On lap 10 last night, they had to pit for debris on the grill. When a lap down, got the free pass, and here he is taking the lead with 95 to go.
One thing I like about this car, I keep looking for things we like about this car. Whoa, I saw smoke. That was tire smoke out of the 24 car. Is it looks like they have to slow them down a good bit in the corner. That's making them able, allowing them to do some side-by-side racing. These cars seem to not be that upset when they're around each other. I know the guys say they drive kind of weird. You see the smoke going out there. 3 cars up. That's not unusual. We see that out of the car a lot. It's tire smoke rubbing in the fender.
Especially right after a pit stop when the air pressure's down a little bit in the tires.
But these cars don't mind getting close to each other. They seem to be able to handle that all right.
Ryan Newman climbs the hill and gets in the wall.
Climbs the hill and hits the wall, exactly.
It's just dirty up there. Everybody.
Inside. Clear behind the 9.
Everybody
just roll the dirt up.
Yeah, everybody that gets up there.
That's 4.
Everybody that gets up there, it's just a little bit dirty when you get way, way high.
Now, I don't think we can stress enough. These guys are running over 200 miles per hour getting off in the corner, and you're still in the 160s, high 160s in the middle of the corner.
.205 miles an hour into the corner and just up into the gray of the loose stuff that works its way to the top of the racetrack as these cars continue to circulate.
Mike, just got a word from our
turn 2. Excuse me, Darrell. I thought David Gilliland was headed into the wall with a push, but everything straightened out all right. Sorry.
205 on the 12 car into turn 1 when he went up the hill. Maybe a little too fast. Should have braked. Maybe use a little brake.
First place race on the left, third place battle on the right of your screen. Jimmie Johnson back to the point.
You know, one of the things about our race cars, historically, those things are doing 200 miles an hour. Can you tell it?
No.
Can the guy at home tell it?
Probably not.
The only guy that can tell it is in the car.
Darrell, you talked about him a while ago, and I think he's about to rear his head because he's been coming. I think you said all he needed was some track position. Old cousin Carl in that 99 car, he goes by his teammate on the outside, Matt Kenseth. This is a battle for second. He's actually going to give him a little acknowledgement. Thank you. I'm faster than you right now, and we still got a lot of racing to go.
Well, I think with Carl, all he had to do is get this tuned her up a little bit, some fine tuning, get that thing like he wanted it. He was giving good feedback. We heard that earlier.
Matt Kenseth likes to lead, but he doesn't mind finding a place to ride. He'll be there to race when it's time.
He's very happy right where he is. His problem was he started too far up near the front. He started 4th.
Right.
He's not used to that. He had to fall back to 25th and then work his way back.
Darrell, another thing about this new car, this car of today, look at Ryan Newman's machine. It'll take a licking and keep on ticking.
Our boy,
I know.
That 18 Kyle Busch was all 4 wheels on the apron.
That's the weirdest line I've ever seen.
Listen, if it's paved, he'll use it.
And some that's not.
Right. Edwards is there. He is set to challenge Jimmie Johnson for the lead with 90 to go.
Oh, he said he's wondering if Jimmy's going to give him room, and Jimmy was wondering if he should drift up there or not.
Well, this isn't Atlanta, and it isn't the last lap, is it? They have a history, you know.
Yes, they do.
But he's working that high line. That's not a bad part of the high line there. You're about a lane off the top. You're not right against that wall.
Like Jason said, just be smart, be smooth, take care of your stuff from here on out. You're faster than everybody.
I love that. I love to hear you're pulling away.
Carl Edwards, Jimmie Johnson, Jeff Gordon, then Matt Kenseth, Kyle Busch, and Ryan Newman. I was saying, you can get into the wall with this car. It doesn't put the fenders in against the tires necessarily and force you to pit road. So Newman is able to continue, Matt.
Newman moving back toward the front. Now, Ryan Newman will tell you, Mike, that wife Chrissy's lucky chocolate chip cookies helped fuel him to a Daytona 500 victory. She baked him a year ago at Dover, gave some to Martin Truex. He scored his first Cup win. Well, Newman wasn't taking any chances in Daytona. Saturday night, he sent wife Chrissy over to Kevin Harvick's motorhome. A knock at the door. She said, I've got some drafting chips from Ryan. You won last year. He thinks he'll need some help. Well, at the bridge yesterday, she walked over to Harvick. She says, I need to apologize. They didn't work for you. He goes, that's okay. He goes, we finished 14th. If I didn't have them, I probably would have finished 30th. Thanks anyways, though.
Well, I'm wondering who she gave cookies to this week.
I don't know, but drivers are not superstitious.
Oh, no.
No, they just got weird habits.
I could see those signature line of cookies at the track bar starting next week.
Yes.
I'm going up front, and I'm staying there. Stick around for more NASCAR on Fox.
Fox. Carl Edwards continues to lead here in Fontana. This Sunday, NASCAR on Fox moves to Las Vegas, 3:30 Eastern Time, and then to its sister track at Atlanta. Sunday, March 9th, 1:30 Eastern on Fox, and then we go to the Coliseum of NASCAR, as in the Roman Coliseum. That's Bristol Motor Speedway. As NASCAR on Fox rolls on.
Tell you what, a guy that loves that racetrack at Bristol, Jeff Gordon in that 24 car, he is all over the rear bumper. His teammate, Jimmie Johnson, in the 48, that's a battle for second.
Got a slow car down the back. I believe that's Dale Jarrett.
The caution is out for debris down in turn 1.
Something happened to Dale down there. He just almost stopped. I don't know if he had a tire go down or what, but he almost, I looked up and he was just coasting along.
There's a tire tread.
Here, yeah, there you see right rear.
Here it comes.
Right rear.
Yep.
That would definitely be a very huge piece of debris.
That is the 10th caution flag of this race and the 3rd one since we restarted this race today.
Looked like Dale's been into the wall, and you can see now he's just riding on the interliner. Interliners are great. They're just the greatest things. Saved a lot of lives.
That's like a tire within the tire.
I think it was the right rear that flew out. Yeah, when it's not going down, flew out. I assume it was the right rear.
Now DJ's got a busy day because he will finish the 500 miles and then change into street clothes and join Jerry Punch and Andy Petrie to call the Nationwide Series race that will follow this one a little later on today.
And then we have 12 drivers in this race that will run the Nationwide Series 300 milers, so 800 miles total minus what we got in last night.
And that's kind of a bonus for the fans that are here because they get to see that race. If you had a ticket to today's race or yesterday's race, you get to stay over for the Nationwide race this afternoon.
Today's aerial coverage provided by Goodyear. For track-tested technology, get there on Goodyear Innovation.
Now, what's interesting about this caution right here, and Darrell knows, he raced here many times, you never can quit thinking about it. This puts it where it's a one-stop race after this pit stop here. And I tell you, we've seen a lot of races won and lost by fuel mileage and things of that nature.
Larry, if I'm at the middle of the back of the pack when they give one to go, I'm gonna come down and tap up, just give myself a little insurance.
You don't want to do what Kurt Busch did because you can recover doing it when he did it, but you can't recover this late in the race.
I used to love fuel mileage races because you had to think about something besides tires and track position. You'd give up track position if you could stay out there a little bit longer.
24 cars on the lead lap. They should all pit this time by. Bobby Labonte gets the free pass, so he'll be back on the lead lap.
Well, you run this race backwards when you're thinking about fuel mileage. It's a 250 lap race. If you can run 40 laps, you know if you get to pit road by lap 210 that you can make it to the distance. If you get there by lap 170, you can do it on one more stop. And guess what, Krista? We're coming to lap 169.
And here comes our leader, Carl Edwards. He got on the radio and said, come on, guys, that last one was competitive. Let's do it again. The long weekend is what it's all about for these pit crew guys. A 4-tire stop for Carl Edwards. Dick Berggren.
Well, Matt Kenseth has struggled with a loose race car since this event began. He just said on the radio the car is worse than it has been since it started, so a major change. They have pulled the spring rubber out of the right rear. Matt.
Jeff Gordon hits pit road in the 3rd position. Now his issues have migrated from being too loose to now it's just way too tight in the center. Steve Letarte going to try to fix it with air pressure, Steve.
Matt Casey Kane in the 9 saying this is the best the car has been. A track bar adjusted for him. Jimmie Johnson says, I need a little bit of help back. They're going to undo a little bit of the change they made last time. Mike.
And they took a lot of time getting Jimmie Johnson off pit road. He slipped to 8th.
All day, baby, all day.
The green flag is in the starter's hand, and here it waves. We restart with 79 laps to go in California. Jeff Gordon out front of Carl Edwards. Jimmie Johnson restarts in 8th position. He was leading coming into the pits, but they had a long stop, 18 seconds.
You know, they got a lot of new guys on that crew, a couple of new tire changers, new jack man, so they may be going through a few growing pains.
Let's have a look at Jimmie Johnson's stop, Larry.
Now look at the right rear tire changer. That's Jeremy West back there. You can see they go on with the tire. Now watch the NASCAR official. What he's doing, he's telling the crew, telling Chad Canals that there were lug nuts not on, and then he gave the thumbs up. But that little bit of bobble right there cost him several spots. It doesn't take much now to cost you a lot on pit road.
Especially when Carl Edwards is trying, or rather Jeff Gordon and Carl Edwards trying to drive away from the field.
I think we'll see what we've been talking about. Man, he's going to make up some time here in a hurry. Jimmie Johnson in a 48 I think you'll see what we're talking about, Jeff Gordon. He's back out front. Larry, let's see how he does here out front in clean air, because that car seemed to be good there last night when he was in the front.
What did he call it? He called it a rocket ship.
A rocket last night. But I think he's got another one behind him is a problem.
Going to be really anxious to watch that 17 car. That's a pretty major adjustment on Matt Kenseth that Chip Bolin, the crew chief, made, yanking that rubber out of the right rear. That's supposed to tighten the car up, but sometimes, and this car works a little different, it can lower the right rear car in the corner and actually hurt the car. So we'll be anxious to see what that change did for it.
That 24 is a rocket. That 99 is a heat-seeking missile, I'm telling you.
And they're running two completely different lines, especially in 3 and 4. The 24 was close to the bottom. Carl Edwards in the 99 about 2/3 of the way up the racetrack.
Yeah, and that sucking noise that Jeff Gordon hears is that 99 sucking up to his back bumper. I like Carl's line. Nice high arc into the middle of the corner. Up high where it is nice, and there's a lot of grip up high off turn 2. You got to have a really, really good car to get off of that corner on the bottom like Jeff was earlier, but it looks like he's lost a little of that off of turn 2 now.
Looking back in the pack, Darrell, I mean, there's so much side by side here as Jimmie Johnson pulls up on Martin Truex. This is for 6th place.
Well, just like we mentioned, Jimmie Johnson knows that this race is winding down. We're getting close to 75 laps to go, and Steve, they can't mess around a long time.
No, they can't. And let me underscore Carl Edwards in the 99, Larry, back this morning. I was talking to Chad Canals. Carl Edwards walked up. Chad Canals said, Carl, you're going to be good once this track gets loose. Carl said, yeah, I think I will. Good luck. As he walks away, Jimmie Johnson walks up, and Jimmie said, Chad, what was Carl talking about? Chad said, he said you didn't have anything for him.
That's what you got to, that's motivation for a driver. You gotta pit your driver against the other guy.
Jeff Burton and David Gilliland racing for 16th place had a close encounter of the Fontana kind.
Woo, 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 woo. Kind of interesting to me that Jeff Burton was high riding here until he smacked that fence. Now he looks like a bottom feeder, so I ain't getting back up there no more.
You know, when you look at David Gilliland there, the 38 car, this is absolutely a home game for him. He was born and raised in nearby Riverside, California, now living in the Charlotte, North Carolina area.
I loved Riverside. Goodness gracious, when you talk about San Bernardino County and racetracks in this area, I loved Riverside.
Jimmie Johnson in that 48 car continues to march towards the front. This is a battle for 5th with Casey Kane in that 9 Budweiser car.
I raced at Riverside 2 years, Larry, before I found out it was paved.
You stayed off-road a little bit.
But you could do it there. That's what made it so much fun.
9-turn road race course. Scene of a lot of great NASCAR battles.
Well, we used to open our season there.
Right, January.
Back in the day.
I think Dan Gurney won that June race 4 years in a row.
121. Yep. Wasn't that the number?
Yeah, second Wood Brothers car.
Yeah.
As another California driver, Jimmie Johnson, battles Kane, and he's not going to get 5th place. You know, the Roush cars, we've talked about Edwards and Kenseth 2nd and 3rd. Dick Berggren, how about the Biff? He's now slid to 14th.
Well, last night, Biff was the guy to beat, Mike. He was running up front. The car was a little bit tight last night. But as the weather has changed, Biffle's car has gotten extremely loose. He just came on the radio after the last pit stop and said the car is as loose as it has been all day and all night. He can barely hang on. What a difference a day makes.
I tell you what, I've been watching this little battle right here. David Ragan in the 6 car. Now, remember, Roush Fenway of the 15 races here, they've won 5 of these races. And David Ragan needs a good run. He made a mistake at Daytona last week, and he's trying to redeem himself just with a good, solid run and keep that car looking just that way for another 71 laps.
Actually, David Ragan needs a good year. You know, had a kind of rough year as a rookie last year. Everybody thinks this kid's got a lot of potential, me included, but he just needs to kind of get himself together, get his composure, and put some good finishes together. And I see a car slow off turn 4 headed to pit road.
It's Kyle Petty, I think, in the 45 car. We got a report that he was possibly leaking brake fluid. Now we got a battle for the lead. There goes Carl Edwards in that 99 again, working on Jeff Gordon in the 24.
Now, Carl likes to put a, you know, he's an old dirt racer. He might just put an old slide job on the 24 here. I think Jeff's smart enough to know he's a little bit better than I am.
Thanks to all of you who voted and continue to vote for what we should name the Gopher Cam. Like Chris Myers, Gopher Cam has the day off today, but Carl Edwards said, well, if you need a name, you can use Carl. If nobody else steps up, that's okay with me. And of course, Carl Spackler was the groundskeeper in Caddyshack. So Carl is one of the contenders. And if you'd like to name the Gopher, log on to foxsports.com, keyword Gopher Cam. What's the leading contending name right now?
Digger.
Digger.
Digger, yeah.
We still kind of like Deuce, and
yes,
we like Hilly. But
I'm pretty partial to Hilly. And I won't tell you why, but I'm pretty partial to Hilly.
And it's a shame Drano's taken by our cameraman, erstwhile cameraman, Michael Dranos, but that's okay too.
The lead on the battle on the left, that is a battle for the 4th position with Kyle Busch in the 18, Jimmy Johnson in the 48 that just went by Kasey Kahne in the 9.
Krista, how about our leader?
Well, he kind of is like a gopher today. One of the hardest working guys out there, that being Carl Edwards. And it was just a few laps ago, though, that he got on the radio to his spotter, Jason Hedleski, and said, Jason, can you check my right side? I think I may have kissed the wall. Jason said, no, it looks fine. But you guys were talking about that high arc he's taken. He may have taken it too high.
Hey, Krista, he's got slight damage over the right rear tire, but it didn't hurt. It didn't even rub the letters off the tire.
Edwards has 6 top 6 finishes in 7 races here, 29th last February. So 6 out of 7 in the top 6. And Kyle Petty's car is being pushed to the garage where he will join Casey Mears and Sam Hornish.
So we've got 40 of our starters still out there with only 68 laps to go.
You know, as we watch this race and these cars kind of rub the wall and keep on going, I can't wait to get to Darlington.
Or Bristol.
Yeah, or
wow.
well, Darlington,
yes.
You know, the Darlington stripe, and this car's going to be like it was back in the day, just lean it up against the wall and gas it.
Well, we've had cars get Darlington stripes at Daytona and now at California and probably at Las Vegas and Atlanta before we get to Bristol.
I'd say you're right.
What, Kyle Busch in that green Interstate car, he just will not go away on the high side of Jimmy Johnson.
There's one thing you know about him. He is tenacious. He's like a bulldog, man. He gets hold of you, breaks his leg and won't let go. I was telling you yesterday, it reminds me a lot of Earnhardt. You used to pass him, and as soon as you pass him, you say, now why did I do that?
Reminds me a lot of Buddy Baker.
Buddy Baker.
The title of Buddy's autobiography, Flat Out and Half Turned Over.
Yeah.
That's Kyle Busch.
Well, and Jeff made the observation. It's kind of reminded us of Tim Richmond a little bit.
Yes.
Kind of wild and crazy, but could really have great car control. Always having fun.
Yeah, there was Sideways and Loose, and there was Tim Richmond.
But while these guys have been going at it, Kasey Kahne in the 9 car, you see him on the bottom of the racetrack. He's pulled right back into this battle.
That 9's pretty good today, boys. He's just hanging around there at the front. A little pit strategy. Never know what might happen.
Jimmy Johnson took over 4th a lap ago. Kyle Busch coming back after him, and now Kasey Kahne in that picture, 4th, 5th, and 6th.
That's what I used to always say. I said when you pass Earnhardt, you'd say, now why did I do that? Because he would worry you to death.
He was not going to go away, was he?
You'd pass him and think, I'm done with him, and no, you just got your hands full.
Tell you what, this battle will not quit with these 3 race cars. You're riding with Jimmy Johnson right now.
Kind of all over the place, which is kind of neat about this joint.
Plenty of room to race. They could probably line up here 5 wide at 190 miles an hour.
Yeah,
no reason they couldn't.
We don't get all that excited about 3 wide here. 5, maybe.
Looks kind of like the 10 freeway.
Yeah, that's what we'll see at the end of this race. They'll come across here at the start-finish line 5 wide and handsome.
64 laps to go. Carl Edwards out in front of the Auto Club 500, powered by Q, by 1.6. Make that 2 seconds now over Jeff Gordon, Matt Kenseth, Jimmy Johnson, and Kyle Busch. We'll look a little further back.
Look at my man Harv. He's just riding along here and got himself up in the 7th spot. Got a pretty good run going here. You know, he could have won this race last year, Larry. Late in the day, he's got a shot at winning it and had a left front tire go flat coming to green on a
And
with a few laps to go.
You know, Darrell, we were talking a while ago about finishing races. Right now, this 2019, they've been 45 consecutive races without a DNF. They've been running at the end of 45 consecutive races.
Steve?
Mike, the 29 car, they've been adjusting on that for Kevin Harvick, and he's been asking for rear grip, and it gets a little better every time they stop.
I'm proud of Harv. I'm telling you something. I've listened to some of the interviews he's done the last little bit here. Kid is really, really matured as not only a driver, but as a great owner in the Craftsman Truck Series, in the Nationwide Series. I really like what he's doing, he and Delana.
And that's a lot to be said for a fellow who once had to sit out a race because he got parked by NASCAR for behavior.
I reckon he got the message.
Yep. Martin Truex running 8th, started 11th for DEI in his Chevrolet. And there's Tony the Tiger.
Is that smoke? Yeah.
Not from the car.
No.
That's Tony. Here's Dick.
Yeah, Tony started this race in 6th position, Mike, and last night he really struggled with the car. Wasn't happy with it anywhere, said the car was just not right. Got into the race today and they've adjusted on the car, and periodically he'll pick up another spot. So now he's in the 9th position, looking to gain a few more. Stewart is very, very good at this racetrack, and the team knows exactly what to do to get that car right. We've still got enough time for Tony Stewart to be a factor.
And I think it was either Matt or Krista reported yesterday or last night. Of all the races he's won, he's never won a race in the month of February. Just as we always know, he comes on about mid part of the season.
What I like about this track, Mike, it's kind of like a customized track. For whatever driver preference, whatever that driver has, you can adjust the car for him. If he wants to run her up against the rail, fine. If he wants to run around the bottom, be a bottom feeder, fine. There's a lot of things here that you can do to accommodate the driver, where if a track you just got one groove, you can't.
Ryan Newman led 3 laps today. That was about 40 laps ago for the Daytona 500 winner, and now Juan Pablo Montoya is tracking him down.
And we have not talked about Juan Pablo Montoya in this 42 car. They were so bad at the test out here back in late January. They brought a totally different race car back than what they tested here, either here or Las Vegas, and it's paying off because right now he started 21st and he's trying to crack the top 10. Remember, Ryan Newman about 30 laps ago smacked the wall off turn 2 with the right side.
Matt?
Mike, Donnie Wingo will tell you the biggest impact for this team has been the confidence this year in Juan Pablo Montoya, just learning this style of racing. He said last year Montoya wanted his cars just so tight, but they paid the price later in the run. He's more comfortable. He likes a much looser race car. That's what he's had most of today. It's now a little bit on the tight side as he's trying to get this team in contention to score his second 24-hour win of 2008. Remember, he won the Rolex 24 at Daytona.
Yeah, but Matt, that was a consecutive 24 hours.
But I get the message. I know what he's saying there.
Good point. Jeff Burton in 12th, and then Brian Vickers, who was one of Toyota's standard bearers last year, driving the Red Bull car. Vickers in 13th position right now, and he's running about half a lap off the lead, about 22 seconds back, but he's been a lead lap car just about all day.
But I tell you, while we've been documenting these guys, old cousin Carl in that 99 car, he is picking them up, laying them down. He's beating Jeff Gordon right now about 0.2 of a second a lap. He's moved out to about a 4.5 second lead, and we're about 15 laps away from what might be that final trip to pit road.
Carl's holding a pretty wheel right now, boys, and he's taking her in high and cutting her through the center and coming off fast.
Ooh, Jimmy Johnson flashes past Matt Kenseth. That's for 3rd place, but it looks as if, like Kenseth, maybe just let him go.
Go ahead.
Welcome back to the newly renamed Auto Club Speedway of Southern California. where Carl Edwards is trying to give Jack Roush and Roush Fenway Racing their 4th straight win here at this 2-mile oval in the spring race.
Well, Carl's got the front, and Matt sitting back here in 4th place got his back. So I think they're in pretty good shape for Roush to do pretty well.
Goes by Dario Franchitti in the 40 car. Puts Dario 2 laps down back in the 32nd position. But, you know, we talked last night. When this new car first came about last spring, in fact, the first race was at Bristol, Roush Fenway Group, they were quite a bit behind. And I think finally about midway through the summer, they realized it. They put a huge testing plan into place. Carl Edwards said, look, you need testing with this car? Pick me, I'll do it. He did a lot of testing with this group. And I think we started seeing the fruits of the labor of testing that new car in the latter part of the season with that Roush Fenway Group.
Well, definitely with Matt Kenseth and Carl both. But, I mean, Matt, he got more points in the chase than anybody.
Yeah, 5 consecutive top 5 finishes for Matt Kenseth the last 5 races, including the win at Homestead.
There's a look at Kenseth. Now he's in 4th, 9.3 seconds off the lead, and that's still well within striking distance should we have another caution here in the remaining 47 laps. We know we will have at least one more pit stop.
It's like the
and that pit stop should be coming here, I would say, within the next 5 to 8 laps.
And then we go to Vegas. Next Sunday on Fox. NASCAR Sprint Cup racing from Las Vegas Motor Speedway.
It's all right if what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas, as long as we ain't a part of it.
As long as we aren't staying in Vegas till
right.
Monday.
Stay in Vegas like we did here.
But I was out there for that test, and she's a half-mile shorter than this racetrack, but she is some more fast.
Now we talked about needing one more pit stop, and let's see how close the calculation's going. Steve Burns.
Mike, apparently it's very close. Todd Ferrier, the crew chief on the 29 for Happy Harvick, said, start thinking about saving fuel. We're going to be real close after this stop.
The Childress cars, Larry, maybe haven't been the best in class at fuel mileage over the last year or so in these unrestricted races.
They really haven't, but you know they tend to go a little conservative. You know, they're not going to push the issues with the engine with things like leaning the thing out. And I think we're seeing, guess who hit pit road first this time?
I'm not running out of gas again. Kurt Busch. Yep.
He's not going to chance it this time, guys. He just got on the radio a few laps ago and said he was not happy with his car and it was pushing. They're going to make a track bar and air pressure adjustment for the deuce.
Well, now 43 laps for him to go, Larry, on this tank, and here comes his brother.
Man, I'm going to tell you what, he brought that thing on pit road. Woo!
Now, Kurt Busch did not go that far earlier when he ran out, but remember, we had the warming the engine up, so that's the one variable, Matt.
And we talked about it at the top of the show today. Weather is going to be the thing that everyone's going to be chasing, and that's what the 18 team is chasing. They've lost grip. They've lost the nose. They've lost the rear of the car. Steve Addington, another chassis adjustment. The car is way too tight in the center, and then it's way too loose on exit. It's just killing him, he says. Meanwhile, as he's down and away, the 07, Clint Bowyer on his way down pit road. What a difference a day makes. Last night, the car was super fast. Today, he has just been super loose. Chassis adjustments across the back. You can already see the wedge wrenches in the back window. Double adjustments as they come around to the left side. Let's go further up pit road to Dick Bergman.
And Tony Stewart is marching his way down pit road, has never won here at the Auto Club Speedway, comes to the attention of his crew, and this is one of the best crews in all of Sprint Cup racing. Very few changes from year to year. These guys are all used to working with each other. To Matt.
Roy McCauley trying to get his driver back-to-back wins. Huge tear-off off the front windshield, but they left a small corner of it on and ripped. McCauley trying to fix the snappy loose condition of this 12 Dodge by air pressure change across the back, going down a pound, both rear tires.
Dave Blaney, Elliott Sadler in. Jeff Burton coming to pit road as green flag stops continue. Brian Vickers heads for pit lane.
Say, those cars that hit pit road back at lap 206, Darrell, like Kurt and Kyle Busch and then Clint Bowyer, Tony Stewart, Ryan Newman, going to be close on them making it to the end.
Let me tell you what I saw, though. I saw that 18 car. I bet he made up 5 seconds on everybody coming to pit road. He came off the racetrack. I thought he was wrecked. and he got it woed up, and he got on pit road. And I think it's really going to show up here in a bit when he stops all cycle through.
Paul Menard and Mark Martin are in. So's J.J. Yaley, and here come the leaders: Jeff Gordon, Jimmy Johnson, Kasey Kahne, Matt Kenseth, Martin Truex on pit road. Matt.
Gordon will have a clear entry as Jeff Burton's car has already been serviced. He was fighting a grip issue, and Gordon says as he slides to a stop, his car, the biggest issue he had against the 99 of Edwards. He was getting killed off the corner way too free, didn't know what to tell Steve Letarte to try to fix their car. They should be close but good on fuel, Steve.
Jimmy Johnson saying his car has gotten really tight in the center. Crew Chief Chad Knaus telling gas man Rich Gutierrez, get it full. Krista.
4 tires, a drink, and a tear-off. That's the call from Bob Osborne for his driver, Carl Edwards. Just a slight air pressure adjustment, the same adjustment they've been making all day.
Kevin Harvick comes in. He would have been the leader, but he peels off to hit pit road. Steve.
Mike, this team led by Todd Berrier has been improving on that number 29 Chevrolet for Kevin Harvick all race. 4 tires, the order of the day on this stop, which could be the last stop if this race stays green. He's asked for more rear grip, and they've given it to him.
Now, what's interesting about Carl Edwards in the 99 car, his strategy was the fact that he ran longer almost than anyone. Why? Because he could, because he had over a 6-second lead. Let those other guys make their stop, and then I'll make mine.
Kevin Harvick did lead that lap. First time he has led today. And Reed Sorensen will get a penalty for being too fast entering. Remember that Reed was 10 laps down because of crash damage sustained last evening, shortly after we started this race.
Now, Bobby Labonte is a car that has not pitted, and you can see how much faster and better that fresh tires are. Bobby Labonte right now is back on the lead lap, trying to stay out there to catch a caution. That way he would be on the lead lap, but he should have to come to pit road here very shortly.
We cycle through pit stops with Carl Edwards back in the lead.
I'm just watching to see how those pit stops are going to play out, and Kyle Busch did pick up a good bit of time. He came out ahead of Jimmy Johnson, and Jeff Gordon just got by him, so he's running in 4th place, and he made up a ton of time. I wanted to see how it shook out getting on the pit road.
John Andretti came down pit road and made the hard left turn into the garage area, where he will join Casey Mears and Sam Hornish. Matt.
Mike, Kyle Busch was one of the first leaders that hit pit road for this round of stops. A lap ago, he came on the radio and asked Steve Addington, can we make it on fuel? Addington said negative. We are around 5 laps short. A long pause, and Busch said, can anybody else make it? Addington says, I don't think so, but I'm sure some will try.
I just believe some of those cars that pitted near the end of that cycle, I think they can make it, especially like Carl Edwards in the 99.
There's no doubt he can make it.
Battle for 5th here between Matt Kenseth in the 17, Kasey Kahne in the 9 car. We got 38 laps to go.
Well, now's when you find out how good if you've been holding back anything, now's when you use it, because the race is winding down and you got to go now.
And again, we talked about Carl Edwards pitting well out beyond from anyone else. Yeah, he gave up part of his lead, but that means he's got just that little bit fresher tires than those guys. Right now, Jeff Gordon's about 3 seconds behind him in the 24 car.
Yeah, he was 5 seconds up on the 2nd place when they started these pit stops, but when you got that kind of lead, you can dictate what you want to do yourself.
And had he caught a caution, he had about everybody a lap down.
Big trouble.
Coming in here, number of folks thought, and some wrote, that the Roush advantage at California Speedway would be negated by the change to the Car of Today platform, because the Roush team was behind in their development on that platform. They didn't come up to speed quite as quickly as the Hendrick camp, but here's Roush Fenway Racing dominating here once again.
The car has changed, but the cat shaking the wheel didn't, right?
I know I say this a lot, but that car doesn't have any idea where it is. And so I give a lot of credit to the teams and the drivers for getting the car to do what it's supposed to do wherever it goes.
Roush has 5 Cup wins here, 1 less than Hendrick Motorsports, 6 wins in what is now the Nationwide Series, and 2 Truck Series wins, total of 13 wins in 42 races.
Pretty stout record. Greg Biffle right now in the 16 car. Again, he's not had the handle on this racetrack like he did last night. Right now back in the 16th position.
35 laps to go. Dick Berggren.
Well, this race so often comes down to a fuel mileage contest, Mike, so I've been walking up and down pit road to see how folks are going to do. And I went to Matt Kenseth's crew chief, Chip Bolin, asked him if he could make it to the end. He put his two hands together as if he was praying. So they're not sure. Greg Zipadelli, Tony Stewart's crew chief, shook his head no. They're going to need to make another pit stop.
Well, the 20 car pitted with basically 43 laps to go. Matt Kenseth, Chip Bolin in the 17 pitted with 41 to go. I just believe if you're right there on that 40 to 41 lap window, you should be able to make it. And let's face it, Carl Edwards is in a position where he can save a little fuel. Just roll out a little early. Keep those butterflies closed.
He might be doing that, Larry, because Jeff Gordon has closed up a little bit here in the last couple of laps. Carl had a little over 3-second lead. Now it's 2.8. So Jeff Gordon is definitely up on the wheel right now.
Car on pit road, and this will be Dale Jr. We have reached the point in the race at which he cannot improve his position. He's 41 laps behind. There are 34 laps to go. So I'm not sure if he's coming in for a splash or if he's coming in.
4 tires, guys.
Yeah, he is. Gonna run it out.
I just do not see teams parking cars anymore. I think they will try to run until the checkered flag.
And that's fine, Larry, but I mean, he's locked in. He cannot gain a position.
No, but that car has run very, very well since they fixed it and put it back out on the racetrack.
And what did they say? They're using this as a little test session.
I think it's not a bad idea.
Good point. Carl Edwards is wearing them out, as was expected. He's the strongest car here. He's lapping at under 41.5 seconds. Not the quickest car on the racetrack, but one of the top 5. And he has one of the quickest laps of the race, if not the quickest.
Those first 4 or 5 cars match lap speeds pretty close right now. 41.7s and 8s, pretty much across the board.
But I think the biggest thing they'll do with Carl Edwards in the 99 is just keep him posted on where Jeff Gordon, where Jimmy Johnson, where Kyle Busch is at, and just maintain that lead. There's no need in trying to stretch it out. It'll do you no good right now.
Well,
save some fuel.
I used to run track back in the day, and you know, you always wanted to have a little kick left. And so he needs to save a little wee bit, just in case Jeff Gordon is saving a little wee bit.
And this race has that long green flag look to it. The last caution flag ended at lap 171. That was 40 laps ago, and we have 31 to run. And no more of the 3 and 4 wide racing that we saw in the midsection of this event in the middle of the pack. Things are a little bit strung out. So each driver has a little bit of a comfort zone to work with.
You know what I like about what we're seeing is we've had 15 different leaders and 30 lead changes. Jeff Gordon dominated last night, and now Carl Edwards is dominating.
Got a car in the wall in 4.
Mayfield, I believe, Jeremy Mayfield has caught the wall.
Didn't get it hard, but got into it enough to bring out a caution.
Now you wad that fuel strategy piece of paper up. Now you go to your pit crew.
I think I was the caution there. They just started sitting in.
And say, boys, if you're going to have a good one, this is the one we got to have right here.
Well, it was a good story for a while. We'll wad up that piece of paper and we'll start writing a new one.
I always feel sorry for Larry. He has burned up a calculator and 4 pencils over
I'm always prepared,
figuring out the gas mileage, and I always tell Larry it ain't going to happen that way.
Yeah, but fellows like Greg Zipadelli will be very happy to see this caution because they were one of the teams that could not go the distance on fuel. Now, Mayfield brings out the caution. His teammate Scott Riggs will be the recipient of the free pass.
Now here's my fear, and you know this like I do. We got a caution. We get double line restarts, and this is when sometimes mayhem breaks out. Got people trying to get back on the lead lap, get the lucky dog. Got people trying to get up there to win the race. It gets a little bit touchy here at the end of the race.
It's one of your favorite sayings.
Cautions breed cautions.
Got 21 cars on the lead lap right now, and we actually have 5 cars that are 1 lap down that'll be fighting to be that first car lap down.
Look at the headroom these guys got in this new car, Larry. Amazing.
How many tires do you get here?
There's no question. You got to get 4.
I'd get 6 if I could.
4 and put 1 in the trunk.
Get me an extra one.
All right, the leader comes to pit road in front of Krista.
For Carl Edwards, they're going to use exactly what got him this far, the exact same air pressure adjustment they've been making all day. Carl said he's just a little bit loose. Overall, very good. And, of course, those 4 tires. Dick?
Matt Kenseth just came on the radio and said to his crew chief, Chip Bolin, I know I've been asking for this all week, but can you make me a little tighter on entry? He stops the car absolutely perfectly on his marks, Matt.
Jeff Gordon says they're about one adjustment away, another tear-off, chassis adjustments across the back. Gordon says I still need tremendous help on drive-off, and we're going to get the 99. Steve?
Matt, Jimmy Johnson says his number 48 has gotten loose coming off the corners. They've made an adjustment in the left rear. He's off pit road.
And Carl Edwards came in first, is not going to go out first. Jamie McMurray took 2, and he'll beat him out along with Gordon and Johnson.
Yeah, Jamie McMurray, Mark Martin, and Brian Vickers looking at pit road. Those teams elected to go with 2 tires here with about 25, 26 laps to go.
The 99's at the first pit box. The 24's in the first pit box going out. You see who won the race.
The Auto Club 500 on Fox, powered by Q Motor Oil, is sponsored by Budweiser. Reach for the perfect balance of flavor and refreshment. Budweiser, the great American lager.
So here's how they'll restart next time by with 26 laps to go. Jimmy Johnson and Jeff Gordon up front, then Jamie McMurray, who got 2 tires, then Carl Edwards, then Mark Martin and Brian Vickers, who each got 2 tires, then Matt Kenseth, Kyle Busch, Kevin Harvick, Martin Truex.
Watching Kasey Kahne here, and I just flashed back to Daytona last week, and remember how he was working the wheel all the time? I mean, he was juking on the wheel. He just was very uncomfortable in the car. Look at him here. I know we're not going fast, but that's how he's been driving all day long. This car really is working well for him.
We've talked about crew chiefs being analysts, and we've talked about them being cheerleaders. Here's an example of the latter. Jimmy Johnson's crew on this stop rebounded from a tough pit stop.
Be ready. Go. Yeah.
I believe Chad was a little bit excited. But you're right. That's the same group that had an 18-second stop back on lap 169.
Well, you know why. Of course, they need that. But also, when you make changes, you're praying they work out. And they worked out there.
Steve?
Mike, you heard the emotion from Chad just before the stop. Jimmy Johnson implored his crew. He said, guys, we need a big stop right here, and they got it.
We talk about double file restarts of cars that are 1 or more laps down on the inside. Carl Edwards, because of coming out 4th, if you see him right there, he's going to start like 8 on this restart that's going to come with 26 laps to go.
Well, I hold my breath right here for a few laps. Get these things strung out a little bit.
2 Hendrick Chevys, 2 Roush Fords, a DEI Chevy, a Red Bull Toyota, a Roush Ford, a Gibbs Toyota. Here we go. 26 laps to go. Green flag.
Remember that 26 car, they have 2 tires. Jamie McMurray, the car that's in 3rd right there.
I think that'll get him ahead of some of the people he was racing with, because he and Mark Martin both were way back in the field, about 18th and 19th.
For the lead.
This will help them.
Jeff Gordon.
Side by side down the back straightaway, and you see back there 3 wide. Carl Edwards on the outside of McMurray, but this is the battle for the lead off into turn 3.
For this to be Jeff Gordon's drive for 5 and win a 5th championship, the toughest car he's going to have to beat is the one he's racing right now, his protege and teammate Jimmy Johnson.
And Carl Edwards will love this, because he just cleared the lap down cars. He's going to say, guys, you just keep going side by side. I will reel you in.
The thing I love about these 2 guys is the amount of respect they have for each other. They're on the same teams. We saw them race each other hard last year, and Jeff was such a gracious loser to Jimmy Johnson for the chase. But I don't think there's a race car out there, Larry, that when it comes crunch time at that 48 doesn't always seem to be able to step up a notch.
Johnson the leader, Edwards the fastest car on the racetrack, but does he have enough time to catch Jimmy Johnson?
I'd say nip tuck. He's got a nip and then he's got a tuck.
Right now, Jimmy Johnson just beat Carl Edwards by almost 0.3 of a second that lap. And Jimmy Johnson, he is letting her hang out using every bit of this racetrack.
Well, I believe this is probably Carl's worst case scenario. His car's good on the long run, and we don't have a real long run to work with here.
23 laps to go, but when you look at those front two cars, the 48 of Jimmie Johnson, the 24 Jeff Gordon, you talked about them battling for the championship. Between those two cars, 16 of the 36 wins in 2007 by those two.
Kyle Busch jumped to 8th last lap. He jumped to 6th this lap, and look at the melee back there.
All those cars are lead lap cars with the exception of Bill Elliott in the 21 and Michael Waltrip in the 55.
Here comes Busch. Sadler, the 19, a lap down.
This has that Atlanta look. Remember that Atlanta race when Carl chased down Jimmy and got him on the last lap? Setting up a lot like that.
And then later in the season, Jimmy returned the
favor. Carl just can't let these guys get too far away.
The top three cars just run within 2/100ths of a second of each other on that lap with 22 to go.
And that won't get it for
No,
Carl
sir.
Edwards. He is behind by 1.6 seconds.
Yeah, he's got two obstacles right now, the stopwatch and a 24 car between him and that 48.
Still got time though, Larry. These tires fall off pretty quickly, and that's when Carl's car seemed to have been at the best. You see all three of them coming off the corner here, pretty well equally spaced at this point. I think you'll see Carl start to close up on the back of Jeff here pretty quick.
Now Matt Kenseth is 4th, Kyle Busch 5th, Kevin Harvick, Jamie McMurray, Martin Truex 4 wide.
Carl's a little bit.
I don't know why I get excited about that. It happens all the time, but
yeah.
That pack, as David Reagan makes a move in that 6 car and slices to the bottom.
You can see that Carl is starting to catch Jeff Gordon here by a little wee bit, but Jimmie Johnson is pulling away from both these 24 into 99.
Yeah, Carl was quite a bit quicker. He seems to really be able to get down into 3 and 4 in the middle. Boom, right there, and really is able to pick the throttle and take that momentum on the high side.
Kyle Busch against last year's winner, Matt Kenseth, for 4th place. Got him.
Yeah, Kyle's car looks pretty good now. The last adjustment they made here makes it look like it's sticking a little better than it has all day.
But what this race has come down to is what the entire 2007 season came down to for Jimmie Johnson. Who can make their car the best at the end of the race? That 48 team.
Yeah. They did it 10 times last year.
And this year, it's not about this car versus the old car. This is about being better than the competition, and that's what we've got today.
And you know the unique thing Chad Knaus told me earlier in the week, he said, Larry, because we were so focused on the championship last year at the end of the season, we didn't race this car at this type of racetrack. We're behind with this race car. Good Lord, if they ever get caught up.
Well, that's the thing about them. They can catch up in a hurry.
Carl Edwards is closing on Jeff Gordon.
It's a battle for 9th right there between Mark Martin in the 8, Tony Stewart in the 20, as well as Brian Vickers in the 83. Mark Martin and Brian Vickers, they only went with 2 tires on that last stop. Tony Stewart with 4.
I think it might move them up a little bit, Larry, because I think Mark was running 19th when they made the 2-tire change. So it might pick him up a little bit.
There will be 18 laps to go when they get to the start-finish line. So Carl Edwards cannot afford to wait around.
What?
Passing Jeff Gordon.
You know, well, look at Jeff Gordon. Jeff really just pulled down out of his way. I'm surprised. Didn't try to hold him up much.
But that lap right there, even with Carl battling Jeff Gordon, he still beat Jimmie Johnson by well over a 1/10 of a second. We'll have 17 to go when they get back to the line.
He's got him in sight. Now, once you see that car in front of you and you're Carl Edwards, that makes all the difference in the world. I got him now, boys. If I can just get my hook set, I'm going to reel him in.
Jimmie Johnson still running the low line like Jeff Gordon. Carl Edwards moving that thing upstairs about a lane off the top of the racetrack.
He's going to close up big time this lap.
Good job, bud. Keep doing what you're doing. Nice and smooth now.
Yep. Cut it.
32 to his 48.
Got him.
Just a matter of time. 17 laps to go. And that time by, Carl Edwards was a 1/10 and a half faster.
Forget about your beer, just you and him.
Jimmie Johnson trying to win his 5th Sprint Cup race out of the last 7.
Now Johnson just moved up to the Carl Edwards lane. Let's see if it helps him any. Carl's had a lot of steam up high.
That's a battle for 11th right there. Casey Kane in the 9, Ryan Newman in the 12. Those two cars, they put 4 tires on versus Mark Martin and Vickers.
Yeah, and you can see Mark, he has got his hands full.
Tell you what, Carl Edwards, he's reeling them in right now. If he keeps going like he's going, he's probably going to catch him in about 3 to 4 laps. He beat him over 0.2 of a second that lap.
Steve?
Mike, Jimmy Johnson just said, I'm burning the right rear off this thing.
Oh, I thought that smoke was coming off the steering wheel, Steve.
We're looking back at Carl Edwards right there from Jimmy Johnson in the 48.
Carl's just, I mean, he's been too good all day long not to be able to chase these guys down, and particularly if it stays green and they get this long run here in.
As Carl closes in, let's show you today's Sprint Mobile Monster moment. The race changed in an instant. With NASCAR Sprint Cup Mobile, follow the race instantly.
Go. Yeah.
That pit stop gave Jimmy Johnson the lead. The question now, can he hold it?
Now he's going to go downstairs, down to the white line. They're going to be side by side off turn 4. 14 to go this time at the line.
Well, I told you, Jimmy moved up into Carl's lane. Carl said, I'll just take your lane. Thank you very much. That car is that good right now. He can go where he wants to.
I have no idea who led that lap right there. Looks like Jimmy Johnson did by 3/1000ths of a second.
And there he goes. He'll put the slide job on him off of 2 over there, right up in front of him.
Barely.
Got him.
You're clear.
Jimmy's going to fight back to the inside, but I think it's all in vain.
Come back inside.
Oh, we've seen this movie before several times in Atlanta.
Watch Carl go around the outside here, though. Right in there, he just really gets a heck of a run off the corner.
Side by side for the lead with 13 laps to go. Chevy.
I remember Texas, Jimmy Johnson and Matt Kenseth had a side-by-side duel, and we thought that Kenseth was going to be able to hold him off. Jimmy didn't give up.
And for the people that say all these guys do is points race, I want you to watch what's going on right here, because the difference right there is 15 points between finishing first and second. You can see how loose that 48 car is getting.
Stay smooth, you'll leave them.
I think the way Jimmy Johnson looks at it, if I'm going to win 10 races again this year, I don't want to let any of them get away. Carl's just so dominant, and you know what? It just backs up everything we heard going into this race today. We heard from testing to practice.
Great job, just stay smooth. You'll drive away from him. 41.85 is 42.39.
Everybody in the garage was saying Carl Edwards is the man to beat. Pretty well nailed that.
Jimmy Johnson now seeing Jeff Gordon closing in just a bit. We have a record for lead changes today. We've also had 11 cautions in this event, which ties the record.
Jamie McMurray.
I think he just bounced off the.
Keep it up. Get gathered up. Good save.
Oh, he saved it.
12 laps to go.
And of course, that's Carl Edwards' teammate. Carl Edwards does not need his teammate to bring a caution out.
He didn't have 2 good tires, and he just ruined those.
Battling Casey Kane for the 9th position. How many times have we seen that today? He just got up there in that stuff and just got loose.
Come on, Wing. Save me, Wing. That's what you call winging it.
Straighten him right up. McMurray slides back to 13th, but continues with 11 laps now to go. Heavy traffic.
Play with that throttle.
Kurt Busch on the inside. You're watching back from Jeff Burton's car. There's Kurt.
The other thing I've noticed about this car, Larry, these guys, they juked that throttle a lot more than they did in the old car. The old car was either on or off. This baby, you got to play with that throttle.
Well, Jimmy Johnson gave it a battle, but Carl Edwards now leads by 1 second over Johnson and is driving away.
Pretty nice recovery from Daytona for the 24-48, wouldn't you say?
Absolutely.
Kind of the way it went last year. You know, they both came out there in the hole. Didn't seem to affect them much.
Johnson would leave here 8th in points. Gordon 14th.
And the point leader would be?
Right now, it would be Kyle Busch in the 18 car. Carl Edwards didn't have a stellar Daytona 500. Finished mid-pack in 19th.
No, and he would leave here 5th in the standings. The way things run right now, with 10 laps to go.
Well, based on the way the Toyotas have been running in the Nationwide Series, Kyle Busch is going to do what I think we all said he might be able to do, and that's lead here with a point lead in all 3 series. That's going to be impressive. It's only the 2nd race of the year, but nonetheless, that's a big accomplishment.
Yes, it is.
Remember, Carl Edwards finished 2nd to Jimmie Johnson here last September as he goes for the win with 9 to go.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned it, Mike. 7 starts here, 6 top 6 finishes.
You know, there's always been racetracks that seem to suit one make over another. Atlanta was a Ford racetrack. Charlotte was a Ford racetrack for a while. And this racetrack obviously has fallen into that category. Jack Roush, Fenway Group, they've obviously got this joint figured out.
Let's get a word from Krista on the race leader.
Well, Mike, if the folks that hung with us through yesterday's broadcast, you heard Carl say that he lost his motor coach this week. His motor coach was involved in an accident. He instead had to borrow the coach that was supposed to be used by the pre-race band ZZ Top. One of ZZ Top's hit songs, Sharp Dressed Man. Carl didn't even know if he'd have any clothes here. His fire suit, all of his clothes were on his coach. Today, it just doesn't matter what he's wearing. He is in top fashion.
Hey, Krista, today he is dressed for success, I can tell you.
Yes, he is. We've got 7 laps to go, and right now he has almost a 2-second lead over Jimmie Johnson in that 48 car. Right now, I believe the 48 car, he mentioned it a while ago, he has burnt the right rear tire off that car, and Jeff Gordon in the 24 is reeling him in. When they get back to the line, there'll be 6 laps to go.
I think they'll probably be happy to finish right where they are. Get out of here, recover from Daytona. Again, we mentioned yesterday the other Jimmie Johnson that worked for Rick Hendrick. Again, I want to just pass along my condolences to his family. Jimmy was part of building Hendrick Motorsports into the dynasty it is today.
Tony Stewart has passed Kevin Harvick for 7th place, and we'll also mention the passing of longtime broadcast executive Tim Sullivan in Daytona Beach after a lengthy illness. That happened over this weekend. Tim headed up the teleprompter theater vision telecast of the Daytona 500, where you go watch it on closed circuit TV at the local movie house, and later was general manager of NASCAR's Motor Racing Network radio network.
And we have a memorial service tomorrow for my nephew, Jason. Tell Connie and Dave hello. Thinking about you. Be with you tomorrow.
Five to go at the Auto Club Speedway of Southern California, where Carl Edwards, one of his teammates, David Reagan, is sponsored by AAA. No roadside assistance needed today for that 99 team.
And Darrell, when I watch this 99 car, the car is turning and rotating through the middle so well. You can just see the nose pin. You can almost see the car yawed out a little bit.
Yeah.
The big fear of this race car was going to be it just wouldn't turn. The front end was not in the racetrack. You've already heard Jimmie Johnson talk about, I burnt the right rear up. Matt Kenseth was loose. It's like they've got these things turning pretty good right now.
Yeah, they do. And Larry, some of the teams that have got them working have been working on the front end. The teams that don't have them working, they've been crutching these things up with big old right rear springs, and you can't race that way. You're going to burn the right rear off. You're going to have a loose race car. If your car's not working in the front, you don't go work on the rear.
There's your leader, Carl Edwards. A wave to Dale Jr. Behind, and Kyle Petty, who moved over.
He's got that hand out the window every time he goes by somebody. Thanks, brother.
And yeoman's work by Jr. in the 88 and Denny Hamlin in the 11. Despite being crashed last night in the early laps of this race, they have toughed it out and gone the distance. Jr. 47 laps down, and Denny Hamlin 56 laps behind. They're going to finish 40th and 41st, but they're going to finish.
And give a call to Jimmy Elledge, the 41 car Reed Sorenson. Not the amount of damage that Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Denny Hamlin had in that crash, but they went to the garage area. They're 10 laps down. Remember, finished in the top 5 in the Daytona 500. He's going to leave here, it looks like, probably finishing about 37th, Reed Sorenson.
We've seen time and time again, and the reason it's so critical is 5-10 points can just make a huge difference in where you stay in the top 35, and that's a consideration.
And a big drop for Junior in the points, as you saw there, down to 25th.
2 to go.
2 to go. All lap down cars right there, buddy. All multiple laps.
There's the hardware right there.
A Woody, a Southern California Surf Woody. You got to love that.
Yeah, I tell you, and that's perfect for Carl. I can see Carl driving that baby.
You know, I was down at Ford Premier Group headquarters earlier in this week, and that's also the Ford West Coast Styling Studio. And for inspiration, what's in the lobby? 65 Mustang and 2 Ford Surf Woodies like the one on that trophy.
I believe I'd take this little hot rod right here and run her right in there alongside of them, because this has been a real performance today by Carl and Roush and the whole crowd. It's a good job, boys. Coming to the white flag, 1 to go.
Past Joe Nemechek, who'll finish 34th today.
One more time around. Nice and smooth, bud. Last lap here.
Just tiptoe, baby, just tiptoe.
Yeah, with Clear and Nemechek, he's pretty much got smooth sailing, getting close to half a lap to go.
Don't let go of that. Don't wave at anybody. Just bring her home.
Looking for his 7th top 6 finish in 8 starts here in Southern California.
Got a
spin. Car in the wall.
Jarrett. The caution is out, so the field is frozen. The race is over right there because we're on the white flag lap.
Dale Jarrett's car rolls down from the banking.
Once you enter into the white flag lap and there's a caution, the race is over.
Won. Yellow came out after the white flag.
Checkered flag. Carl Edwards wins the Auto Club 500, his first victory at California Speedway, and the 11th victory here for Roush Racing. 6 in Sprint Cup, 6 in the Nationwide Series, and 2 in the Craftsman Truck Series.
Good job, Carl.
Saw the cat in the hat, Jack Roush there. Kind of had a rough Daytona 500 with 2 of his good cars kind of getting taken out. Looked like a happy man.
Yeah, and then you got Kent's at 5th. So it's a pretty good day for the boys.
Well, if you had any doubts at the start of the day whether Roush Fenway Racing has caught up with their Car of Today program, those doubts are erased.
Yep.
And I think if you had any doubt that we're going to have good racing with this car, those doubts are erased.
I think we saw more side-by-side racing here today, Darrell, than in the last 2 races here combined.
Well, we just been so critical of this car when they ran it last year. But I tell you, the start of this season, the Daytona 500, and now again today, this car is proving itself. I'm very happy with it. It's going to be a great year.
And Mike, you mentioned this. It took us 54.5 hours to get there, but we got us a winner here, and we got race number 2 in the books.
Dale Jarrett brought out the race's final caution. He was able to drive it back to the garage.
Let's see what happened to DJ here. Drives her off in the corner, gets up a little bit too high. Gets in that real dirty loose stuff. Round she goes.
We have seen that many times today. Now, the results right now are unofficial because they're trying to make sure who was in front of who at the point of caution as far as people that finished behind Jeff Gordon.
And let's see, we haven't seen this for a while.
250 laps.
Let's see how
250 left, 500 left turns, 1 backflip.
Yeah. He's a year older. Let's be sure we can still get this done.
Yeah. Oh, and he's going to run about another 300 miles here in about an hour.
Yeah. That'll make that 300 miles even that much more fun.
He doesn't have to go around to get to victory lane. He just has to drive across the grass.
And somebody said, did Jack ever tell you shouldn't do that? He said, no, he just told me to pull over and do it in the grass. Don't do it out on the track.
I don't know if we've ever had one of those, an in-car camera backflip.
We'll be back and go to victory lane after this. The favorite, Carl Edwards, in his Roush Fenway Ford, goes to Gatorade Victory Lane in today's Auto Club 500, powered by Q Motor Oil. Here's car owner Jack Roush, and here's Steve Burns.
And we just got a vitamin water bath. Carl, this morning, Chad Canals on pit road even said it. You're going to be the guy to beat.
Well, it looked like Jimmy was the guy to beat at the end. That was a lot of fun racing with him. Just got to thank Bob and all my teammates for working so hard this winter and all of us working together. All my sponsors, Aflac, Claritin. I know a lot of people will be watching this on their Dish DVR tonight. Office Depot, for sure. Everybody, Vitamin Water. all my homies at Back 40 Records. It feels good to be in victory lane. I'm just very excited to be here, and I want to say get well to Joe Karazinski, Haas. He's sick. One of our crew members not feeling so good, and we're thinking about him, and this one's for you.
Congratulations, Carl.
Thank you.
Great to see you here. Krista, he's going to run the Nationwide Series race, and then he said just to knock the rust off, you might go go-kart racing tonight.
Well, on an Academy Awards weekend, the 48 has to settle for the supporting role, but did you have anything out there? Was there anything you guys could have done different to catch that 99?
Maybe another practice session would have helped. I think it would have helped the whole field. It probably would have made Carl stronger yet, but we had a great car. My guys gave me a great stop, gave me track position at the end. I was just too loose off the corners to really do anything with Carl. Jeff and I had a very similar setup and really ran the same pace and kind of fought with each other throughout the day, which was a lot of fun. But I wish I could have won here in my home state again, and also I wish that I could have taken this trophy back in honor of Jimmie Johnson. Unfortunately, passed last week. It was a big part of Hendrick Motorsports and a big reason why I moved to North Carolina to start with to race in stock cars, period, and then help me throughout Hendrick Motorsports. So we're certainly going to miss him. I wish we could have taken this trophy home for him.
Racing for a purpose, Jimmie Johnson settles for second.
The big constant throughout Jeff Gordon's career, when he finishes 30th or worse, he always rebounds 90% of the time with a top 10 finish. He did that today, but what happened to you on the white flag lap?
We blew up. Coming off turn 2, just as the caution was coming out, it blew up, and I mean we were done, and I just coasted to the line, and I couldn't believe it. I was like, this is it, right? This is the checker flag. I thought when we took the white flag it was over, so thank goodness, so we got a little luck on our side there, find out what happened. We had a good day, DuPont Chevrolet was strong. I needed to get by Jimmie on that restart. He knew exactly what to do to keep me behind him, because I'd gotten by him on the outside down there in 1 and 2. We got by him once on the inside, but we tightened the carb so much there for those long runs. I got so loose off, and it just hurt us on the restart. But Carl Edwards was in another league, man. He was awesome, and we got some work to do to catch those guys, but real solid day for us.
Jeff Gordon, third in California, Mike.
Dodge won at Daytona. Ford won here with Chevys second and third. Who's leading the points? The Toyota. Kyle Busch. Wow. We got a battle on our hands as we go to Vegas.
What I love about this race was the fact that we had Jeff Gordon dominated last night. And it looked like when we restarted, Jimmie Johnson was going to dominate. And here comes Cousin Carl in that 99 car. 33 lead changes, my gosh.
That's what I'm loving right now. The quality of the racing. We're seeing a lot of different scenarios play out. Good pit stops get you up front. These cars race really well side by side. This is going to be a fun year, guys. You just wait till we get some of the tracks back home. It's going to be great.
And Sunday we go to Vegas. That's a handling track, and that'll be fun. There is the Auto Club 500 trophy. Tonight on Fox, the Moment of Truth at 8 Eastern Time, and Terminator, the Sarah Connor Chronicles, coming up at 9. Las Vegas this weekend. Can't wait. NASCAR on Fox coverage continues on Sunday, 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time.
Cha-ching.
Carl Edwards, Roush Fenway Racing in Victory Lane in Southern California. See you in Vegas, folks.
Promotional considerations provided by
a long day's journey into tonight, and then Monday. The sun came out and the stars went to work on the track and on pit road. And Carl Edwards backflips his way into Victory Lane once again.